Hello, everyone, and welcome to some very special post-season Big Brother 24 coverage here for Rob Has a Podcast. I'm your host, Taran Armstrong, and today I will be talking with the winner of Big Brother 24, as well as the winner of America's favorite player on Big Brother 24, Taylor. Taylor had actually mentioned on the feeds that she had seen my deep dive with Tiffany, last year's America's favorite player, coming into the show when she was looking for things to learn about the show, and that she had actually learned a lot from listening to that deep dive. And she was so excited to do one with me, which was very cool. And I was very excited to do it. So we got together and ran through the whole season. And she was so enthusiastic and so excited to hear from me what I was thinking during the season, what was happening that I was able to see that she wasn't, as well as give her own thoughts all the way through, that we ended up talking for quite a long time. So hopefully you are prepared for the length of this podcast. And if you're not, then I guess I'm sorry, but it was fun, and I hope you have fun with it too. So that's about what I've got. If you want to hear more about this experience, I'll probably talk some about it on Twitch over at twitch.tv/Taran Armstrong at some point if you go over there and follow. But in the meantime, because you won't really have any time for anything else, here it is, the deep dive with Taylor Hale.
Hi,
Taylor.
I can't tell if I'm more excited to meet you or if you're more excited to meet me. I think we're just competing for it right now. We'll see who asks more questions about the other person by the end of this.
Interesting, yeah.
I might be interviewing you by the end of this.
Okay, we'll see. We'll have a running tally on my Twitch channel. I like to do predictions, and we tally up certain things.
Okay.
Well,
so you have to come prepared, so I think you're naturally gonna have more questions than me.
Hopefully, that's the plan.
I'm nosy. You know I'm nosy, so.
We're here for a deep dive.
Let's do it.
Are you ready?
Destroy my game. Tear it up, chew it up, spit it out. I've done that before in the house. I'm not afraid to do it again. I need to hear everything because I know that you already know more than I do about my own game. So I'm ready to learn. What did I do? Did I do good? Clearly, if I got $800,000.
I love that this is your approach because I've done a lot of these, and I think a lot of people approach them differently. But I think a lot of people come out of the house and they say, you didn't see everything. You didn't see everything, all right? We also have cats around.
We have lots of cats around. We have lots of friendly cats. And
Hi
they're
there.
all obsessed with you.
I don't know. I just...
You attract the cats.
I think I'm meant to be a cat person, but I'm actually allergic to cats.
No, everybody in this house is allergic to the cats. I'm
Really?
allergic. My eyes started watering up last night. But
with these?
Yeah, but I can't.
Oh, interesting. I haven't had a reaction to them.
Okay, well, let's not test it too much.
Well, maybe he can. I mean,
this is perfect.
I think he's all right.
It's fine. I love this.
Well, welcome everyone to the Taylor Deep Dive. Thank you for inviting me over. How have you been doing?
I'm good. I've been really, really busy. I'm sure you can tell by my voice. It has been an absolute whirlwind since winning. Oh my God, I'm still kind of using pageant terms. I got crowned, but no, I won Big Brother. And until I believe last night, I had not actually slept. I took maybe one hour nap, 2 hour nap. And last night even I went to bed at 6 a.m. and I had to be somewhere at 10 a.m. So it's been spotty as far as sleep has gone.
Yeah.
But everything has been, it's so overwhelming. Just understanding that what I experienced in the house was this microcosm, like I expected it to be. But then to walk out, having once felt so alone, and to walk out into a sea of adoration, it's overwhelming doesn't even begin to cover it. Grateful doesn't even begin to cover it. It's everything that I went through was for a reason, and to be accepted and understood and touted on the scale, it validates everything. So it's been a lot to kind of process, and I've still got a lot to process because I don't know what was said in the game. I don't know I know the extent, but I don't really know because I haven't seen how ugly it is. I've heard, but I haven't seen.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that when I started doing the final 3 deep dives, I started with you because you won the final 4 HOH.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed final 3 first before anybody else. Yes. And immediately, the first thing I do is I search the person's name through my notes every day. And it really struck me just how much your name was down in my notes as other people talking about you.
Yeah.
It was very jarring. And it really it was a difficult one to even go back and start, especially because I was starting with you. It was like, oh man, we're really going back here.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we're gonna go back.
Okay.
I don't think we have to go into every.
I'm ready.
Everything that's been said about you necessarily, but this is a very cute cat.
I know.
It's very distracting.
This is a perfect interview. This is a perfect interview for you. And I love it.
It is. This is my two of my favorite things. So, can you first just tell me your knowledge of the show? Because one of the things I think I can't remember if I had mentioned this to you, but I think you have seen the show the least, or you knew about the show for the fewest amount, or the shortest amount of time of any winner since Hayden Moss in season 12.
Man. Probably.
Every winner has even some of the lesser known fans, so to speak, they'd been watching for 10 years, casually. And so you probably had more knowledge going in, especially if you listen to podcasts and stuff. So I don't know if it means that much, but for somebody who had just been introduced to the show last year, this is a pretty significant accomplishment, I think. So
pretty massive.
So can you tell me your Big Brother story?
Yeah, I came into the game feeling like I wasn't worthy of being in the game because I had such little knowledge of Big Brother. It's not a show that I grew up watching. It's not a show that I've been consistently watching in recent history. And once, we all know it by now, I'm a recruit. I got recruited into this. Mm-hmm. And I just felt in my core that because I am a pageant girl that got a DM from a casting director that said, hey, would you be interested in The Amazing Race, actually? Thank God, last year I watched Big Brother because of the cookout. I saw a supercut of Tiffany putting together the master plan on a TikTok. And I was like, oh, this is good stuff. And so I picked up from the beginning of the season and caught up until it was in real time. And I fell in love with not just the game, but the mission that they executed. And I was so impressed by Tiffany's strategy, because I'm not a strategist, clearly. So it was really cool to have that knowledge. But then I kind of felt okay, I'm done. I got what I needed. I enjoyed it, but I don't think I'll be keeping up with the show that often. Funny. So a year later, now I'm a pageant girl, I'm recruited into this, and I'm what am I about to get myself into? So I go on Reddit, I go on Twitter, and I realize that this fan base is so protective of the integrity of the game, understandably so. And I felt way out of my league, and I just knew that as things continued to progress along, I had to get some sort of respect for what I was walking into, because season after season, you see people who are playing this game, who know it, love it, study it. Michael, Brittany, you have so many people who are obsessed with this, and it is their dream to be on the show. And I felt who am I to just be a hot girl that's thrown into the mix? That's kind of what I felt my role was supposed to be. And I said, okay, if I'm gonna go in here, I have to have a purpose. And I watched season 3, last season before coming into the show, and I saw Danielle Reyes, who should have won her season. And I thought, wow, okay, there's never, as of last year, a black person finally won the game. I really felt that Azah should have sat final 2 with X. And so I said, okay, let me play this game. Having watched more seasons, binge watching, trying to understand it, seeing how black women have been treated in the game, I said, let's go into this game and get to the end. Let's do this for the black women who have been disrespected and evicted way too soon, become memes and icons of the game, but not had ownership over the game. I wanted to remedy that and move this game forward. So I had zero knowledge coming in. I felt unworthy and I was going to be hated by the fan base because of this image that I was projecting walking in. and to somehow survive and make it to the end and legitimately change the fabric of the game moving forward. It's like, that is, I still can't grasp how much I've done for the mechanics of this game now. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk about it.
Yay!
So you said you watched season 3. Which other ones did you watch?
So 23, obviously. I watched 21 and 19. Now, you have to keep in mind, I have these on in the background.
Yeah.
I'm doing things, it's just going. I'm falling asleep at 3 in the morning. I wake up, I'm like 6 episodes ahead. Like, it's just constantly on, but I'm not really retaining much. The most I'm retaining are funny moments or big crazy things that happen, but not game moves. I watched Rachel Riley's first season. I watched all of Janelle's seasons, except for the second All Stars. What else did I watch? The one with the Brigade.
That was
Rachel Riley's first season. Yeah.
Season 12.
Yeah. And I watched, was it 16 with Dan's funeral?
14 was Dan's funeral.
14, and then I think I started 16, and then I backed out.
That was with Derek and Team America.
I did watch enough of 16, yes. So I got kind of like...
enough for him to take control. And you're like, all right, I think I got this.
Okay, we're good. Yeah. So again, these are names where, at this point, I'm so sorry to the Hall of Famers, but these are names that people would bring up when I got into the house, and I was like, yeah, it's familiar, and
I'm sure I know that one.
Yeah, I was like, I definitely know that one, but I don't really remember everything leading up to it, and this is kind of like, I think I'm getting it, but not really. Anyway.
What were some of the biggest takeaways that you had from watching?
My biggest takeaways from the game, I realized that to make it far in the game, you have to find a way to lay low. And it's not about making the flashiest move, it's not about making the biggest impact, it's about getting to the end. And I just knew, because again, the pageant girl, the demeanor, like I have a very big, bold, confident personality. I knew that'd be something that I would be struggling with initially. But when I meet people, they see the performance that is makeup and hair and beauty, things that I just value and enjoy. But when I talk to somebody, within 2 minutes, they very quickly understand, like, oh no, you're a whole human being with thoughts, feelings, and emotions.
Yeah.
And I knew this going into the game, so I wasn't worried about changing or altering myself, because that's what's shady in the game. If you try to hide who you are, that's when people start asking questions.
Yeah.
So I had no choice but to be exactly who I was. And let me tell you something, that scared me, because coming from Detroit, I thought that people were gonna say, oh, so you know Tiffany. No, I didn't. Also, being from Michigan, I thought people were going to say, and X has a massive family with a bunch of siblings. If I start saying, yeah, I'm from Michigan, I thought they'd be like, oh, so you're related to X. I was so positive that I would have to combat all of this, but I was ready to just exist as I was, because if I didn't, I'm a terrible liar. I'm a good liar. I can't keep up with lying. So I had no choice but to be who I am, because watching other seasons, would not be able to uphold the things that other people have done.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, as we get into the season, I think you could make an argument that being who you were is part of what got you in trouble to a degree, but I think it's also a part of why you succeeded, because a lot of people will go in and they will just really just like hide, and they will really just like limit themselves, and that might lead to them surviving longer, but it very rarely leads to a win. I mean, what winner is somebody that like really just completely hid the whole game, right?
Exactly.
So it's very interesting to hear you say that, going in, you knew like, I'm just going to have to be myself.
Yep.
Interesting. So
I love an interesting, because that means wheels are turning, and I can't wait to hear what the end product is with that one.
Because I'm very fascinated with how the game could evolve from here, and I think it's so, it's such a different kind of win that you have than what we've seen before, and so I'm hoping that we can like find a way to really articulate what it was that allowed it to happen, so that we can help other people find that path too. Because I think that would be really cool.
That'd be awesome.
So you mentioned also that so you're doing some research. You were listening to podcasts.
Yes.
You were looking at things up. What kind of prep work was there for that too?
So I was on Reddit a lot, and I was looking at different, I call them characters, but different house guests to at least learn from their game or see what the fans liked or didn't like about them in their gameplay. And I looked at the archetype that I felt like I was supposed to fill, the hot girl, right? Just thinking that's what they are painting me as. I have no idea. And so I'm looking at people who were really feminine, who were also really strong in the game. And that took me to Janelle, that took me to Rachel, these bold personalities that did not care what people thought about them, existed as they were. And so I went on Reddit and I just read all about them. I read about the comparisons that people had with moves, gameplay, strategy, wins. And I really felt like I found identity between those two and Danielle. So I felt very confident. I'm not cocky, but I felt very confident that those were people I could emulate my game around because I wasn't hiding anything. Like my personality just is my personality. I also looked at pageant girls who'd been in the game to see what was their strategy, what was their trajectory, were they received by the game and by the fans. And it was really fascinating seeing what they were able to use, what type of strategy they used. Was it more social? Was it more physical competition? I wanted to understand what that gauge was and what people might have seen in me going into the game. And then I liked hearing and learning more about the cookout. I liked hearing and learning more about DX last season because he was totally recruited, right? I believe.
Yep.
And ended up being a massive favorite because he picked up the game mechanics really quickly. I don't usually pick up mechanics quickly. I just kind of assess and adapt to what's in front of me. I'm not a long-term strategist. I handle what's in front of me. So it was interesting combing through and looking specifically at players, but not moves, because I like to see holistically who they are, what drove their decisions, and what can I take from them.
Interesting. So I've prepared some sound bites.
I'm so excited for that.
The trick to this is that they're not labeled for me.
Oh, okay.
They're just, I just placed them in my notes. So I might be surprised by what I play at times. Hopefully it's the right place to play them. But I think these are two things you said about this podcast and this potential interview.
There are certain days of the live feeds on that Rob Has a Podcast. I'm going to go to a certain day and be like, oh no, what do they have to say? But it's so interesting because even though you are the one playing the game, you only know what you know.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, these people have been analyzing everything for
everything.
months.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm probably learning more from them than
I know.
explaining my own
That's
stuff.
So feel free to ask questions as we go.
What day should I not watch? Like, what day is like, look, Joseph's birthday, iconic. And dramatic for sure. I'll probably have to hold his hand and watch it, but I know I have to watch it because it's also the day the leftovers were formed. But I'm sure there are some days that it's like, Taylor, baby, save yourself. Don't watch it.
Yeah. I would say probably, I think it was the day that the Monty, I think it was the same day you had the conversation with Monty, then that night. We'll get to it. And then one more, I think.
Remember that podcast we keep talking about?
That
Interviewed
podcast.
Tiffany at Todrick's house. So come through to our Airbnb, homie. Poolside interview. So what were you thinking when you were on the block for a fifth time? Margarita Buckle. Well, at that point you should know better than to sit next to me.
So what were you thinking when you sat on the block
for the fifth time? My sixth time was next to Monty. Sixth time was next to Turner. Fifth time was next to Alyssa.
Alyssa, yeah.
Yeah, well, sorry, girl. That one. I noticed whenever I got evicted, after maybe the first or second one, the first one, whenever I got evicted, I never got evicted. I won the whole thing. Whenever whoever was next to me got evicted, I would just kind of get leaning closer to them a little bit, hold their hand, and just look right at them when they got evicted. They would say, so-and-so, bye, so sorry, love you so much, it's not me. And I was really big on handing them their BB bag. It just felt like a respect thing to me. Like, yeah, we sat on the block together, and here's like the final thing I can give you as you walk out the door.
Yeah.
As you walk out the door.
As you walk out the door. So clearly you had some knowledge of the podcast. Where did you mentioned the Tiffany interview. How did you find us?
I just Googled on Spotify, like Big Brother podcast. And then I was like, oh, this is a lot to get through. Scroll. Because again, it really surprised me just how broad the game is. This surveillance is the name of the game, right? But what is it like when you step out of that surveillance and people analyze all 24/7 hours of the game? I don't know how you do it. I mean, like I don't want to, are you a member of Mensa? Like, I don't know what your mind operates like to, hell, I can't keep up with the game. Like, there's one time Joseph told me to tell somebody something, to tell somebody something else, and I was like, do this, to do this, to do this, and I think I'm gonna drop this because this might not be good for my game, but I don't really know, so maybe I'll just sit on that. Maybe I'll just not even engage with that one. To be able to keep up with the game, to be able to be so deeply invested in the 24/7
Encompassing.
Thank you. Yeah. All-encompassing nature of the game, and to analyze it clearly for the greater good of what this game can mean. I mean, I would take my hat off, but I'm having a bad hair day, so hats off to you. But also, why?
It's a question I ask myself a lot. No, I mean, I fell in love with the show when I was a kid, and I loved watching it. I started getting into the feeds like at around, season 6 All Stars.
Wow.
And like at the time, I was like mostly just like reading about them. I eventually, I don't remember how I did it, but I got access to a credit card. And started watching them. And so, but I was always just so interested in people. I wanted to be like a psychologist when I was younger. And this was just like the best place to study humanity, right?
Yeah.
And so I always loved it. And then, when the podcast opportunity came up, I was like, this is a way for me to talk to Rob Sesterny. I'll get to do it like once.
Yes.
It'll be great. And now here I am. That's why, I guess.
With like half the cast on the other side right now, just watching us do this.
But yeah, I have found, like, even as the years go, like more and more value in it. And I think Your Win is just another great example of that. Just the ways that it progresses and evolves, and the things that you can learn from it and from the people and from the interactions that you see. It's just so interesting. And I mean, why? Like, because of you. Like, you've reminded me why.
Okay, I'm glad you did not put on eyeliner. We're not going to cry, but thank you. And again, it's all stems from me coming into this not feeling like I deserve to go far, wanting to, and not going to give up on myself, but feeling like I would not be well received by the fan base or people like you who really respect the game. I just did not. I thought I would have to fight very hard over a very long time to earn any of that from you guys. So, to know that you all saw something in me very early on, blows my mind. So thank you.
Well, you were a preseason favorite going in. The weird way we did the draft this year, though, was that, of course, the cast was dropped so late, and we had Marvin, who was clapping his abs, clapped right off the show, I guess. And in comes Joseph. I mean, can you imagine, like, how different is your game if Marvin is? Have you interacted with him at all?
I haven't interacted with him. I have not really even Googled or looked up. I think just like I saw one article and I said, well, okay, bye. But my game was so intertwined with Joseph. The steps that we made were so connected. He, by virtue of being a man and more socially integrated in the house, if he stayed longer in the game, or even for a lot of things that I did do, he does initially get more credit for it. But we were talking last night, like, what does the final two between the two of us look like? And that is interesting.
That is interesting.
Really interesting. I would have to fight tooth and nail to really advocate my case for being there, where he would have to do it less so. And I do think that he would beat me 5-4.
Yeah. I think, and now I actually don't know this, and maybe you don't, but maybe you've talked to some of them. I imagined that Michael and Joseph had the most influence on the jury. So if Joseph isn't there, I imagine Michael probably has the most influence. I assume he's still on your side, but I do know that he was respectful and fearful of Joseph in the game. So he may have, been swayed. But I would imagine he's probably still on your side. But then you have people like Jasmine and Indy who loved Joseph. So
Yeah.
and then Monty and probably Turner. And just one more somewhere.
Terrence is in there.
Terrence, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Michael. He's a lawyer.
He
he's
can
on
argue the case. maybe that is a case where my speech would actually be the turning point.
Yeah.
I think my speech was impactful here, but the jury already had their mind made up going
Yeah.
in, which again still blows
I would
my
have loved
mind.
to see Joseph's final two speech.
Hey guys, love you all so much. Here are like 4 things that I did. I really respect your decision, but whatever you do, I respect it. Thanks so much.
All right. So you go into the house.
Yes.
And Daniel wins the HOH. And you actually had like a decent conversation with Daniel early on. You had a relationship. One of the best relationships you had at the time was with Nicole, who immediately made a final 2 with Daniel. And in the first night, they were like, yeah, let's not touch Taylor. Like, she's with us. And in the meantime, the girls are girlsing. And they already dislike you. There was a pineapple incident.
What is the pineapple incident?
Paloma may have dropped a pineapple, and you may have gone, oh no, not the pineapple. I mean,
Not the pineapple.
first of all, what is wrong with you?
I am a terrible human being. How dare I be concerned about a pineapple?
Yeah.
It's, I should have been more concerned about the floor, not the pineapple. Who am I?
Yeah. There was also talk about you being a pageant girl. And to the point where I'm not super familiar with pageants, but I was like, should I say pageant girl? Like, is that a derogatory term?
Is that a slur?
I'm not sure, because the way they're using it sounds like it. And they were like, oh, yeah, she's like this. I think they showed that in the episode. And then they also later talked about, and I think this was a big root of it as well, that
Hanging out upstairs.
that they were worried that you were a guy's girl, and that if you were in the house, they wouldn't be able to manipulate the guys, right? That if you were gone, then they'd be able to get the guys. So that was, initially what was going on. And then you head into sort of day 2. Daniel's starting to feel like he wants to target Michael. As a super fan. It's there can only be one super
Only
fan.
one.
And the girls are they want you out, but at the same time, they have enough focus to be like, we can do that later. Let's try and get a guy out. And they actually focused a lot on Joseph in the first couple of weeks.
This is incredible.
So yeah, there was a couple of big pushes to get Joseph out, particularly by Amira. And that ends up not working, obviously. Daniel's pretty dead set on Michael. So I've got my notes on my phone. I'm not just texting in this interview,
That's
I
okay.
promise.
I'm so boring. He has to text everybody and be like, finally met Taylor. Woof, bag of rocks.
So the thing is, though, that by the time that Michael goes up on the block, he's already been invited into what was then called the Mamba Alliance.
So I've heard. That they were not actually allowed to call Mamba.
Right. They stopped calling it Mamba. They ended up calling it Bleep.
Oh,
They called it the Bleep Alliance.
That is
for a
funny.
little while. And then after Paloma left, they called it
Post-pack.
Postpac.
Woof. Bleep is funny,
It just
though.
got
That's
worse
funny.
and worse. So this was initially, Paloma was a big driver of the strategy in week 1. She created the girls, and then was like, okay, now we need to create the real alliance, which is, using the strength of the men. We need to get some men on board. Initially, it was Monty, Pooch, and who's the third? Kyle. Then the same night that they made it, they were like, Pooch is a wild card.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's not do Pooch. What about Michael? So they approach Michael. They invite him into the alliance. Michael, when approached with the alliance, after, I think it was Paloma that approached him. After she leaves, he goes, "No way."
Amazing. Okay, I love him.
So he's included in this. And at the time, I was like, Michael, you're going to need them.
Yeah,
you're about to go
hang on to it. But
and so Michael goes on the block with Terrence. And
with who being the actual target?
Michael was actually the target at this point. So yeah, initially it was like, oh, well, somebody could go. There was still hope from the girls that they could get another guy on the block. If somebody came down, somebody like Joseph, they could get him on the block ideally. And for the guys, they were like immediately like, Terrence, we've got you. But they wouldn't have had the numbers. So the guys who became Oasis, and within Oasis, I think they were called, I think there was a Turner, Daniel, and Pooch Alliance. Okay. I think they called it Motley Crue at first, and then
Turner, Daniel, Pooch.
Yeah, they had to stop calling it Motley Crue. They changed the name to Inception. In week 2.
This is a comedy show. This is a straight up comedy show. All right, we got it.
It was funny how it happened too, because Pooch was talking to Daniel in the HOH room.
Yeah.
And he was like mostly with Kyle at first. It was because Pooch and Kyle seemed to be the duo, and Turner was initially approached by Michael and Brittany to be a 3. And he was like, I'm good. Don't need Michael and Brittany. I'd rather work with the bros. And he ends up just walking into the conversation that Pooch is having with Daniel, where Pooch is like proposing an alliance. And like, just like that.
That sounds so accurate for all of Turner's game.
They're now in a final 3, and Pooch and Turner become like a tight thing.
Right.
Turner very quickly rats out Michael and Brittany to Pooch. They're trying to make an alliance with me. And they eventually form the larger Oasis Guys Alliance. So the guys want Michael out.
Guys minus Michael.
Minus Monty and Kyle. And that's, yes, it's the guys minus Michael and Terrence. Terrence is not involved.
Terrence is never directly involved.
But they still would choose to keep Terrence over Michael. That
is the story of Terrence's game. He's never in it, but they're just like, keep him.
Yeah,
it's
5
the alliance
Slaughters plus Terrence.
5 Slaughters featuring DJ Showtime.
And I'm sorry that I'm like really explaining a lot to you at this point, because
this is great.
This is all the stuff that was happening around you in that first portion of the game.
Meanwhile, I'm like, let's play some bumper pool, y'all. This is so cool. No one's talking game. No one wants to get Frenchied. Oh my God.
So it's not until Michael wins the veto, and there has to be a replacement nominee that things start to get much worse for you, because that same day they are like egging you on to try finale dress, and you end up putting it on, and then the gall, and you also
thank you for saying they're egging me on. I got all of my dresses. They had to be checked for stage, so someone had to. I'm pretty sure someone had to put it on, like a PA or somebody, and put it on stage and test it on lights. And literally all those clothes, they got bagged up and delivered in the storage room. So I finally got my things, and I was really excited. And I'm a fashion girl, I'm a stylist. So all the girls say, oh, you got all these things, like let's try them on. And I'm super generous with my clothes, and yes, I am a certain size that not everybody fits into, but if it's there and if it fits, you can try it on. So that's all I was trying to do. And they say, come show us, come show us, come show us. Yeah, more than happy to, and everything is open to everybody.
And so it was that moment. Did you, because you were reluctant at first.
Yeah.
Were you worried that it would look a certain way, or were you just like?
Yeah, there are a lot of things that happened that first week that I didn't really want to do because I was afraid it would look a certain way. There was trying all the dresses on, and I can try the dresses on in a back room with all the girls, but it was when they said, oh my God, like let's take you out and show you off to everybody. And I was like, but fine, I'll be a team player because I want to, have fun with everybody. I just want to get to know people. I don't want to say no and have people think I'm not a good time. Or when it came to, when we had the backyard and we were playing pool and I had that red bikini on and I did the behind the back shot, I only did that because people were egging me on and saying, do it, do it, do it. I'm not going to say no and put a shield or a gate around myself and have people think, oh, she doesn't want to be a good time or have fun.
Yeah.
But I just fell into the traps, and then that gave people fuel to build a fire.
Yeah, and so there was the dress,
The pineapple.
the pineapple. As you mentioned it as well, like there, and I think Monty finally told you about this in like the last week of the game. But another big one was that Jasmine. I believe the conversation was something along the lines of like Jasmine saying like, "Hey, you should be a model," and you were like, "Well, I unfortunately I'm not like the right size to be a model."
Which is ridiculous because I am very small.
Right,
Yeah.
and she took that to mean, or at least it was sort of like spread around the house to mean that like, oh well, like it eventually became Taylor called Jasmine fat, and was like one of the key pieces of evidence that you were a bad person.
And if I heard that, how dare somebody say that to somebody?
Yeah.
It would make me furious. Wow.
And so there was also, at one point, I believe you told Turner to do his dishes.
Oh no!
That was actually what got Nicole off of your team.
Nicole, who had an issue with me disrespecting the production sounds too. You saw that? So me telling someone to, this is fun now, asking someone to do their dishes after they make a big old mess in the kitchen, but not having the same respect for authority when it came to hitting the please do not talk about production. Like that really got under her and Daniel and Terrence's skin. Interesting.
Yeah. And I will say, like, I think it was during that conversation that Nicole ends up, like, so what happens is Michael has the veto. Daniel has to decide who he wants to put up. The guys want it to be you, and they want you out. And the girls want it to be Joseph. So the girls are like prepping. What are we going to say? We're going to say this. We're going to get him to do Joseph. And in the meantime, the guys have already convened, and Turner gets in there first. And Turner says, hey, all the guys have talked, Daniel, and we've all agreed it should be Taylor. Daniel is reluctant at first. He doesn't want to do Daniel. He wants to appease the guys. Daniel has a big thing about like us tall guys need to stick together. Michael doesn't count though.
Because he's not big.
It's not big enough. He's tall, but he's not
big.
Oh
my God. Just the biases. Okay.
So, so the guys have already won the battle, but for Daniel, he's trying to decide between Indy and you for who goes up on the block. And so the rest of the guys come in. It's eventually, I think, in my eyes, it's Pooch that eventually like gets the tides turned. One of the big arguments is that this is post veto. We will only have to deal with her for another couple of days because we all know she's going to blow up on us.
And that I've seen some clips of that.
Yeah.
Because apparently I'm a loose cannon. Okay, all right.
And this is like, obviously people have been, like these comments have been, here and there up until this point. And there's been a lot of like the girls stuff. But this is when it's really starting to get like, okay, this is like serious. Like, and this is before even any of the Monty stuff. So again, I can't speak for Daniel, but in my eyes, prior to that conversation, he was talking to the cameras like, Indy, Taylor, which one should I do? After this conversation, he seems like he's like, okay, I think Taylor. I think Taylor's the one that makes sense. Nicole, who had been advocating for you, has a conversation with Turner and Pooch, and she's like, okay. She told Turner to do the dishes, and everyone hates her. So time to go.
Jump ship.
So that becomes the plan, and then the big thing comes, and this was from your conversation with Monty in the beginning of this same day, I believe. Can you first tell me what the conversation with Monty was, what the intention was? Set it up for me.
So I've been spending a lot of time upstairs with the guys playing bumper pool, and really I was just trying to spend a lot of time upstairs away from the bedrooms because bedrooms are where you go to sleep. That's just my naivety in the Big Brother house. And the one of the few times when I came down and I was in the bedrooms and everyone was there, Paloma was in the center and she's saying, in the middle of saying, I know all those guys are upstairs and they're all plotting the 4 guys who are have-nots. So those guys are upstairs and they're spending all this time together, they're going through something together. I know they're plotting and I know these guys are gonna get together and they're gonna come after the girls. And I told her, like, no, they're actually not. I spend a lot of time with the guys, and like, it's all good. They're not coming for any of the girls. And I was like, Monty reminds me so much of my ex. I can read him like a book. Like, they are not coming for the girls. And so that's just knowledge that I had prior. And because I wanted to work with Monty, I wasn't actively building alliances or talking game with anybody, really. When I ran into Monty in the bathroom, I'm thinking, this is a good entry point into opening up the door to talk game, but not building specific things. I'm really just trying to tamp down the temperature in the house. So I tell Monty, hey, it's just so funny. I tell him, hey, Paloma thinks that all those guys are gonna come for the girls. So go talk to Paloma and just talk her off the ledge. Like reel it in, because things are real cool in the house and we don't want all this craziness this soon. So, just go let her know and everything should be good. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So at this point, Monty goes to Paloma because, and I think the thing that like starts this is that like you're already the target at this point. You're already going up on the block, and Monty's just kind of like trying to clear this up. He doesn't want Paloma to be. He's in an alliance with Paloma. At this point. So,
and like I said, you trust who you trust.
He asks Paloma about the conversation about like, hey, Taylor said you were coming for me. Is that true? Surprise, surprise, she says no.
Yeah, and also I was not telling Monty that Paloma and the girls were coming for him. I was telling Monty, they are scared that the boys are coming for them. Go take care of that.
Yeah. And this is when like, she's lying, she starts crying, like, and this is like all of those things that I've been talking about, they all come together. Now on top of everything else, you're lying about Paloma, you're this like devious schemer that's rubbing people the wrong way.
Sweet
that's
Paloma.
arrogant and, like wait until she blows up on us all. And this is, I mean, you mentioned like, what days to avoid. Like this, I think is probably the worst night, in the game. You also at one point are going to break down and cry, and
not having been told or any of this.
And so from our perspective, it was like, I don't think some people were like, oh, she must have overheard something.
Nothing.
But it did just seem, I think what I said on the update was, I think she might have just caught a vibe because you can catch those. Like it's not,
it is so palpable in that house when something shifts in the air. And I said it earlier, I called it getting Taylor to try to make a joke out of it. But I would walk into a room and there would be dead silence, or people would physically turn their backs to me, or people would wrap up a conversation and walk away from me, or people would have a whole conversation that was really about slighting me that I would try to participate in. The self-awareness conversation that was happening. That was a big slight about me that I was trying to participate in and have people understand, no, I'm not the villain that you think I am. And I'm sure that people went to separate rooms and were like, she's oblivious. Can you believe she didn't pick up on any of that? She's so not self-aware. So yeah, it was very like deeply painful because I really didn't do anything to deserve any of that. And I was so intensely ostracized that all I could do, we had the backyard when this happened. I just walked out of the backyard and went in the bathroom, and it was this silent, empty house, and I could feel the weight of the isolation on me in that bathroom. And that's when I just folded over and let it all out.
Yeah. So what is your perspective in these 4 days? Like how, I think it kind of culminates here, and then of course you're going to be put on the block soon after, and that's when it's like all out in the open. Is this a slow realization? Are you kind of like feeling, okay, things are going okay until a certain point? Like all this stuff is going on around you. What is your experience through those days?
Yeah, it's exactly what I said. I could feel distance in the house. I really felt like a distancing of people very intentionally drawing themselves back from me. And I could tell by the people that people were standing around, or when things change. And things slowly were happening, and I was not involved in conversations. But again, me just trying to remain positive, I'm thinking, oh, well, people are just trying not to get too gamey too quick. That was wrong. But I'm also thinking, I haven't done anything to make myself a big target. I haven't been standoffish. I've had conversations, good conversations with people. I don't think there's anything that would warrant me going on the block unless I'm a pawn. It's weird that no one would tell me, but maybe no one's telling me because it's so insignificant. So I just remember going to record the veto ceremony. I was in sweatpants. I so didn't really care because I was like, it's not going to be me. But walking into the veto ceremony and sitting on the bed where they film us, you know, they open the door and say, hey, everybody, it's time for the veto ceremony. I'm waiting for Daniel to walk and open the door. And some part of me is just thinking, it might be me. I think it's me. And we sat on the chairs, on the couches, and Daniel says my name, and I go up as replacement nom, and I'm thinking, okay, I can get out of this. Like I can, before that, I even gave Terrence advice before and after the veto. I said, okay, well, like, play it up. Like, you're not a threat. Like, you stay in the game. I want you here. I can see working with you. More on that later. But I was sitting on that block before Daniel did his speech, and I'm thinking, okay, like, this isn't terrible. Like, this is manageable. I can maneuver my way out of here because I haven't done anything significant. And then Daniel's speech happens. And that just hit me like a Mack truck because now I'm racking my brain. How have I hurt people in this house? How have I turned the people in this house so deeply against me that I did not see this coming before, moments before right now? It's very confusing because you feel isolated, but you're questioning if that's valid. You feel like the game isn't happening, but you know it's happening. There are a million questions, and I had no one to turn to answer them until the first person who pulled me away was Paloma herself.
Yeah. Which was a wild ride. And this is the point in the game where, you know, immediately your reaction is to, and I think this is key to everything that comes later, is that, like, no, not that it would have been justified for them to suspect that you would blow up even if you did, but no, you didn't blow up.
No.
You didn't get angry. You were upset that you might have hurt other people, and you wanted to know how and what you can do to fix it. Of course, like, the response is like,
well, I don't really know.
their response privately was like, can you believe she's like barely even trying to make amends for everything. You didn't even know, like, any of the stuff that you were supposed to make amends for was like I think the biggest problem there.
Yeah.
And so
Oh my God. I pulled people individually or in groups of two and said, like, what is there? How are you supposed to apologize if you don't know what there is to apologize for?
Yeah, we talked a lot about in this period of time, you know, how these things just build momentum on top of nothing. That once there's like a little bit over here, a little bit over here, then, you know, the image in their head is built, and now every action you take is really just like, interpreted with the most malicious, intent possible.
Yeah.
And then it just builds this collection of what feels like evidence that is supported by the social hierarchy in the house.
Exactly.
And just like that, like, you get all of these things happening. So, tell me about the conversation with Paloma, because this is the start of Paloma going from strategic to somewhere else. And I think it was very surprising to see people they were like, is she playing with Taylor right now? Like, does she feel like she means this? Like, what's happening? What was it from your perspective to have Paloma right afterward talking about, like, how much she loves you and is, like, here for you?
Yeah. You know, I got some advice before going into the game. And it was about how Dr. Will operated in the game. Whenever he did something to someone, he would pull them to the side and apologize afterwards. And it's how he continued to get away with things till he got as far as he would. And as soon as Paloma pulled me to the side, she's telling me she loves me, and I'm still reeling. I don't really have the capacity to, because I'm taking this very seriously. I'm thinking I've hit somebody on, like, sexual orientation, race, gender, religion, something very heavy. And I just want to make that right. But then I have Paloma, who has pulled me to the side individually, who I don't have a relationship with, telling me I'm not a bad person. I shouldn't have said I was a pageant girl. Okay. Where's the math in that one? But okay. I just say some things the wrong way and I don't realize how my words can land. Okay, but I've heard all of you be sarcastic with each other and we're only here for a week, all right? She loves me, she's here for me. You know, it's a really good opportunity to apologize. I'm not a bad person, I'm not a bad person, I'm not a bad person. Okay. Can I get any leads here on who to go to? Who have I harmed? What have I said? I remember she specifically referenced a time when she was in the shower and she made a very funny face. Like she crossed her eyes and maybe stuck her tongue out. It was a funny face. And I laughed at it because it was a funny face. And I said, oh my God, I love it, do it again. Or something along the lines of that. And she did it again and again I laughed because it was funny. She was doing something funny to elicit a reaction. She referenced that and said that that was something where she didn't say bullied, but something that made her feel like I was bullying her. And it just doesn't land the right way. And I need to be more aware, more self-aware of how it lands. And I'm like, how am I responsible when you are trying to send out a joke? But okay. So this, I love you, but you do this. I love you, but this happens. I love you, but you shouldn't have told me this. It's not adding up at all. But again, that's not my priority. I'm focused more on, I have caused harm. And I'm, again, serious harm. I have caused a very serious harm, and I need to get to the bottom of what that is so I can make that right, whether I stay or go. But again, all that Paloma stuff is not adding up, so I have an inkling in the back of my mind, something about this feels like BS, but I'd much rather take something seriously and investigate it and ultimately find out that it might be BS than to just brush it off and be the person that they thought I was.
Yeah. It did seem like your initial game plan was to work with the women, that was a goal of yours.
I said it over and over in my intro package, in my interviews to even get here. That was my mission, to work with the women.
Yeah. You had a long conversation with Joseph night one. Seemed like you guys bonded pretty quickly. It didn't seem like it seemed like you bonded there, and then there wasn't a lot more that I think we saw for a little while until you come back together a little bit later in the game. You also, I think, again, from my perspective, seemed to bond most with both Brittany and Michael early on. And those seem to be like the people that you were working with the most. You tell Brittany, hey, I want to work with the women. And you also, at the time that Michael was on the block, were like, hey, I want to keep you around. So is that your perspective? Like, those are the people that you felt best about?
Definitely. It was definitely Michael and Brittany. And as far as with Joseph, there were just people who would stay up late. And I was one of the people who would stay up late for a while. I was part of the late night crew. But I definitely felt like it was Pooch, Joseph, Amira, Turner in some capacity. And I felt like when Amira was around, I felt like I wasn't welcome in that. So when, depending on what the formula of that was, when Joseph and I just ended up staying up later, that was just a friendship that I was finally able to begin to form in the house. But when it comes to actually working in the game, Brittany and Michael were my go-tos. Yeah.
Things continue to build steam a little bit.
You're being so gentle. You're like, I have to.
And so at the time, we talked about like things really building up in terms of like, just like how much of a critical mass it reached, right? Yeah. You did have, Joseph saying like, she hasn't done anything to me. Like, I don't like, I think from his perspective, it was mostly Monty, and he was like, I trust Monty.
Right.
So, I think this is where I land. You had Michael, who he made one joke at your expense, and he's probably told you about this.
It was the not miscongeniality.
Yes.
Thing? Yeah.
And then immediately afterward, I think talked to Brittany about it. I was like, I feel so bad. Like I was trying to fit in.
Yeah. And you have to do that in the house sometimes. Sometimes you have to be quiet or say the one snip so that eyes don't turn on you when you go and tell your real allies.
And I think what's interesting though, because we talked about this too, and at this time I was saying, I think that is common, that's what people think, but I actually think there's a lot of value in sort of like standing up and speaking the opposite. I think that can win you a lot of respect in the game. Yeah. And then lo and behold, Turner, we'll
Turner
get there.
Says the words.
Yes. There was also there was this period of time too where Alyssa, even though she was part of the initial onslaught, was one of the people. She went around and was like, are we really mad about the dress thing? Like, what's happening
Because I pulled
here?
her into the storage room and I said, like, I came to work with the girls.
Yeah.
I know I'm on the outside. I want to work with the girls. It was Brittany and Alyssa that I relied on to help ingratiate me back in with them. So.
And she did. She went around. She talked to a bunch of people. Every single one of them was like,
Screw
no.
it.
There's maybe the dress thing. Yeah, I agree. That's ridiculous. But there's so much
But now
other
there's
stuff.
everything else.
Yeah. And so there's nothing at this point that can turn this ship around. So you are going to be, I think it's Amira that lets you know about what was said to Monty, that she asked you, hey, did you say to Monty that Paloma was coming for her?
Right.
You eventually talk to her. She goes back, or I think maybe it was a group conversation. Either way, she goes back to the women and they go, oh, maybe she didn't mean it that way. She's still got to go, though.
Well, I mean, who's on the block now? Like, if you got to go, you got to go. Oh, my God.
And
That is so funny.
I think it's Brittany that lets you finally know, hey, Paloma's the one that started this whole thing.
Yeah.
Not that you probably couldn't figure it out by the time you were told about all of that stuff.
Sure.
You also talked to Monty, and you seemingly clear things up.
Clearly, yeah.
After that conversation, Monty goes to Joseph and he says, "Yeah, I think that was a misunderstanding. Still gonna go though. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter at this point.
And she's already on the block. There's no opportunity to come down. Why keep someone that could be a threat in the game over someone that you don't think is going to be a threat?
And you're trying to campaign for the rest of the week. At every corner, it's being shut down. You campaigned to Monty at one point, and he goes back and laughs about the campaign with Amira and a few other people. Like, it's done.
Yeah.
We know it's not because of this twist.
You've got the America's vote going on. Amazing.
From your experience, you're trying to campaign. Are you thinking? Like, I'm done? Like, I have to imagine you were, right?
Yes, but I also knew that backstage was a component. And my only shot at staying in the house, this is not a move that I wanted to make this early in the game, but I felt like the only shot I had to make in the house was to analyze who of the backstage crew was most vulnerable. And the most vulnerable of the backstage crew was Brittany.
Yeah, I remember you talking to the cameras about that. Like,
I
don't
was
want to do
I was
this.
like, I hate this, because if I get rid of my ally, I have no one else. I have no one else, period. Maybe I can massage misunderstanding, but that being in that position is not what I wanted to be in. But it's about survival, the game. And all I could do is remove the focus between me and Terrence and put it onto me, Brittany, Alyssa, Paloma. I knew Paloma and Alyssa were locked into this house solidly. I could tell Brittany was almost as low or lower than I was. She was at my level, if not lower, because of her reaction to the stress of backstage and not knowing.
Do you have you been told about Brittany ratting out Amira to Pooch? This is like one of the big things early in the game that causes her a lot of trouble.
Oh, no.
She goes to Pooch in the storage room right after the girls had been talking about like wanting to target Pooch next week. And she goes to Pooch and she says, "Hey, just so you know, like there are people coming for you."
She did tell me that.
And he was like, "Who?" She's like, "Amira." Pooch immediately went to Amira and said, Brittany ratted you out. And then Amira and Jasmine, I think, and Indy, like they talked about it. They approached Brittany. They're like, let's see if she'll admit it. They were like, so we just want to make sure nobody's saying anything to the guys. And Brittany's like, oh yeah, hopefully nobody says anything. And
honey.
just like completely destroys all trust that she has with the women for the rest of the game at this point.
I mean, at that point, yeah.
And so that is, not that she wasn't already sort of like at the bottom of that structure. But yeah, she was definitely
nail in the coffin.
in a lot of trouble there. It's also funny because when you did start thinking about, looking at Brittany as the only option you had, there were some people, because people had been voting for Brittany to be safe all week.
Yeah.
Some people were like, oh, wait,
crap. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh.
So.
Oh, man. What a just psychotic first week.
Yes. Oh boy. Sitting there eviction night.
Yeah.
So first of all, actually, from our perspective, sitting there eviction night, but from your perspective, because the feeds cut when Paloma left. So, and we had heard that she left, but the feeds were down. We didn't know what would happen with the eviction for sure. So tell me about that. Like, I know that it started to pop up, like people started to get concerned about Paloma, then she leaves. What's your experience with that?
Well, the last conversation I had with Paloma, the last big conversation I had with Paloma was before things really got out of control. And I remember I pulled her and I sat her down. This is actually the second chat I had after Nam. So first, replace a Nam. Second one, I pull her after talking to Monty to clear the air. After talking to Monty, I pull her and I sit her down in the front room. And I'm just like, hey, this was a misunderstanding. And she was saying, I don't even want to know. Don't tell me. I don't even want to know. And I'm like, stop, you're being rude. You need to know. Because, like this could be something where we could work together. I'm still so desperately clinging onto this idea of working with the girls and going far with all the girls. And I'm like, you're being rude. You need to hear me out. Because you're not listening could be bad for in the game if I stay. And I basically force her to listen to the truth. And she just takes the conversation to outer space. And, my head is not in a place of concern for her well-being because all I'm thinking about is the game and saving myself here. And I don't have that relationship with her to say, oh, this is not what I'm used to seeing her behave as. And so I did have regret for not noticing what could have been happening with Paloma, but I didn't have the wherewithal to even be aware in any capacity. And then there was something about the conversation where she kept talking to me like it was already done. Just acknowledged me like, we're gonna go to Greece, we're gonna go on a yacht, we're gonna have fun. All 16 of us are gonna be best friends at the end of this. I'm like, don't talk to me like the game's over for me. Because it's not over until I walk out that front door. I'm not gonna stop until I have to walk out that front door. Thank God I didn't. But yes, so that happens, and then things explode more. It sounds like feeds cut at this point. And ultimately, Paloma goes to DR upstairs. No, actually, Paloma goes and spends the night in the HOH room. And she comes back the next morning. I'm working out because I'm stressed out. And I'm actually trying to work with her and talk a little bit of game because I don't know how severe things have been for her. And she just stopped and she goes, you know what, no, like, for my mental health, it's not good that I talk about game. I said, oh, okay. I'm really sorry. It's all love. Like, we'll talk later. And that was the last conversation that I had with her in the house. So she goes upstairs. We are later informed through, a Big Brother card. I don't know if that's what they showed, but Daniel read a card to all of us. We're all sitting, literally, I'm sitting on the block next to Terrence. We're thinking it's some announcement about backstage or have-nots. And Daniel reads the card. I hope this isn't in the episode. It would not surprise me if it is. But it's really emotional and we all start crying. And a lot of eyes were on me. I started realizing a lot of eyes were on me because of what was happening with Paloma. And I broke down. I was crying and I said, I feel responsible. And because I did. I felt like Paloma had a very large hand in putting me in the position that I was in, which she did. And I felt like she carried a lot of guilt because she knew it was unfair. Again, my perspective at the time. I thought that she was carrying guilt because she knew that she was putting an unjust burden on me. And I thought that impacted her so heavily that it made her want to leave the game. And that's why I said I feel responsible. And I went to the bathroom and really let it out. And a handful of people were very adamant about saying, this is not your fault. This is not your responsibility. So I will give people the credit for at that time saying, you are not responsible for that. Don't take ownership of that. But that is my relationship with Paloma's exit from the game. So I'm sitting on the block and I'm thinking, again, I watched Celebrity. I was a big fan of the Celebrity season. I'm thinking that we're going to have something like Mon Wan happen, where you have to pass around a bag had an object, and the last person, either amongst the house guests or amongst the people on backstage and on the block, have to figure out who is up to compete against maybe one or more people who are backstage. I'm just thinking of all these possibilities, and that's the campaign that I go around the house with before we even get to the block. And so that's where I'm saying, if it is between someone on the block and someone who's backstage, put me against Brittany. And that was my plan, to stay in the house. I knew that if I was against Brittany, I had a strong feeling that I could beat Brittany. And it was not putting my game at risk to say Paloma or Alyssa. That just, come on.
Yeah.
Toss her out. If I'm throwing their names out on top of all this stuff, it's
Yeah.
miserable. So I just knew what the social hierarchy was, and I knew if we were to battle it out, people could be invested in my game if I were to stay around. So that's where I'm thinking. But also, given the context of how Paloma self-evicted, at a very small inkling that maybe there would not be an eviction.
Yeah.
Very small inkling that maybe there wouldn't be an eviction. I also thought we would all vote to evict. Julie would say what the numbers were, and then say, but that person will not be leaving. That is more so what I thought would happen. And I thought that backstage would be canceled because one of the backstage people was no longer in the game. That's what I was more prepared for. I was more prepared for a vote to happen and play out and no one to leave. But then I was like, it's still Big Brother. They could just send somebody home anyway. So I'm literally running all these options, and I'm sitting there on the block, and corner of my eye, I can see Brittany and Alyssa and, well, no one else. And Julie says, backstage has been canceled. And I'm happy because it means that one of my two allies are not leaving, but I'm terrified because it means now all eyes are back on the block. And we could just do a regular vote and I could go out the door. Or we could do a regular vote and I could stay in the house and it would piss a lot of people off. So that would not be good for me. So I'm weighing all these options, and finally Julie says, no one is going home. And I just knew that the house was pissed about it, but I mean, I had a fighting shot to stay in the game and repair those relationships based on all the assumptions that people had about me. And again, I didn't know how bad it was. Did not know how bad it was.
I mean, this was like, I think the first redeeming moment of many to come for a lot of people, seeing your reaction to the eviction being canceled, and just like seeing just how relieved and like happy you were. Because I think, again, like there were a lot of people at the time that were like, I don't know if I can take this, let alone her. Like, just let her go. I
heard there were petitions to just like let her free, get her out the house. I heard people were trying to call CBS and the producers and hold people responsible and accountable and all these things. But it's like, it was hard, but I was strong enough to be in there and keep going.
Yeah, and I think you like showing right on your face just how much it meant to you, just that you would be able to stay there. Was like, okay, like maybe she's got this. I believe it's around this time. I think it's the Sunday episode after this eviction here.
Yeah, I got you here.
Queen's coming to get what's hers.
Yes.
Now that
I like the DRs.
that sound clip, that's an investment. All right. Later in the season, the later we get, the more valuable it becomes. If on finale night I get to play that sound clip, I'm just saying, I'm basically a financial genius.
Okay, well, since you're a financial genius, can you please help me with what I have to do with these $800,000? It's a lot of money.
Invest it all in sound bites.
Okay. Sound bites are the new crypto. Yeah.
Look, there will be a soundbite tournament for the season. Okay. I feel like Queen's coming to get hers, probably top seed.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
So we'll have to find out. So you get to the competition.
Yeah.
And this is when it's clear, to, I think, to everyone that
this would have been the
didn't matter
backstage
who you
No.
were up against.
Yeah.
Maybe we can ask Pooch. He's here. But my assumption was that he would have chosen Alyssa to compete against you until, Paloma starts to get a little to the point where she's, potentially leaving the game. My assumption is if she doesn't leave the game, at that point he probably picks Paloma over Alyssa. Either way, you crushed that competition. So I think that it's pretty clear to say you're gonna make it through.
Yeah.
Did you know you were going to crush that competition? Were you like,
I love obstacle courses.
Yeah.
I just, something about this one made me feel like, oh, this is gonna be good.
Yeah.
And it did not matter who I was up against. Well, Michael or Kyle, because look, the daddy long legs, that's what I call them. Like, they just had an unfair advantage in that comp, and Michael is a behemoth in himself. I cannot wait for you to get to Michael. Oh my God. It'll be amazing. Anyway, but I just knew seeing this comp, I was like, oh, this is clearly was supposed to be backstage, and clearly I would have been sticking around no matter what.
and then you had to eat some pies.
Where tell me, did they show Amira telling me that I was going to be the target right before Pie Fest started?
I don't think I remember that.
Okay. So, they do the off-camera rules, and they say, okay, you're going to hear this sound, and then we'll tell you go to get started. Or there was something where a sound was played, but then you had to wait to start, or some countdown. I messed it up because I false started. But I only false started because I'm sitting next to Amira, and Amira leans over and she goes, hey, if I win, you're going on the block. You're a pawn, don't worry. Pooch volunteered himself. He's going. You're absolutely safe, I promise. But you're going on the block. I wish you luck. Really, go for it, gun for it.
This does sound familiar, though. I think maybe this was talked about on the feeds afterwards.
I talked about it afterwards. Okay. So that's why I false started. I was like, there's no way I just went through this hell of a week, and I'm just on the block again. Let's go. I'm putting my head in, and well. Also, rumor has it, you can tell me if this is true or not, but rumor has it that Michael threw the comp to Jasmine.
So, he said on the feeds that he did. In the episode, he made it out like he was trying. We've seen this before. Usually what you see in the episode is not the truth. So, I do believe that he threw this competition. Yeah. Granted, it's not exactly one that you could have guaranteed a win if he had been trying, but I think we do count this as the first of many competitions that he threw, and he still tied the record.
Yeah.
So yes, would have been a different week for you if he had won. I think at this point he's already talking about wanting you in his end game. So I don't think he would have put you on the block even as a pawn. Yeah. But Jasmine wins, and her initial thought, target Taylor.
Yep.
She's been involved in the conversations about targeting some of the guys, but there's so much heat around you, especially after the eviction was canceled. People are upset, and so she's
all that work for nothing.
Yes, she's with that.
How dare Paloma leave the game and that bitch is still here?
Pretty much. Pose Pack is formed at some point after Paloma leaves. Nicole gets brought in. Little bit of, on the feeds, there were multiple sources that said it was Monty that pulled Nicole in. And on the episodes, it was made out to be Amira. So she just walked by. It sounds like that good.
We need her to tell us.
Right? At the time, we were like, Monty, what are you thinking? Why would you bring in Nicole? She's going to be more tight with Amira. And, lo and behold, when he tries to push to get you out, it's Nicole who's really the backbone of no, it's got to be Pooch.
Amazing.
So,
thank you, Nicole.
Right? So basically what happens is Pooch volunteers.
Yep.
The girls' side of what is now Pose Pack think, perfect. Get a guy out.
Yeah.
We can deal with Taylor later. At this point, Monty's already told them about Oasis. And he's talked to Kyle about we're prioritizing Mamba/Bleep over Oasis. They tell them about it in week 1. So
Monty and Kyle are prioritizing Post-Pack over Oasis?
Yes.
Okay.
And Monty so they had a conversation. Monty had already told Amira about it. Kyle asked
because they had a
him,
final 2.
And Kyle asked Monty, hey, what should we do about Oasis? And Monty was like, I think we should tell them about Oasis. And so they knew, and they knew that Pooch was a big part of it, and they wanted Pooch gone. He's volunteering himself, like,
You're making
let's
stupid
take the
moves. Go.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Monty initially wanted you out, and was eventually kind of turned around, like, okay, maybe Pooch, but then comes back around on the other side of it, like, why am I giving up one of my numbers for one of yours? Especially because a big part of the week is, and this is from my perspective, you, first of all, getting the sense from Monty that even though you've cleared up the whole Paloma situation, he still seems to be wanting you out, which is lame.
Stupid.
And second, you're kind of getting encouragement from Amira in particular, and also some of the other women, like,
Go after Monty. We want Monty.
go after the guys, go after Monty.
Yeah.
Say that you're going after Monty, prove that you're with the women. So you start doing that, and you've convinced the women, hey, you're going after Monty and some of the big guys. And they're like, great, we want to keep Taylor. And Amira, though, also tells Monty, yeah, she's coming for you. And so Monty's like, okay, so definitely why am I keeping her?
Yeah.
And this caused a lot of strife with Poe's pack, and it seems like, you know, this week could have been the end of it, and, you know, almost was, kind of was.
Beginning of the end.
Beginning of the end, exactly. So what is your experience through this? Jasmine wins, are you worried? You know, at what point do you feel like, because this is, I think, one of the bigger weeks where I pointed to you doing, like, actively doing things to ensure your safety in the game. You're very vulnerable. This is one of the most vulnerable weeks you have in the game.
Yep.
And you're eventually going to talk to Monty and convince him, no, I think she might actually be with me. And he's going to be like, nah, he's going to go to Kyle and be like, I think we can use Taylor to take the shots that we want. And so you have both sides thinking this. Both sides end up wanting to keep you, and, you know, Pooch leaves.
I could have won that veto too. Somehow.
He wanted to throw it to
Michael.
you.
I know. I tried. I really tried. Sorry, bud. Set you up for failure.
Walk me through the week. How intentional was it that you were playing up this angle with as many sides as possible? And, you know, walk me through the week.
Well, I feel like such an idiot because Nicole was my go-to. And when Jasmine had this HOH, I remember very specifically, I'm in the backyard doing my thing, and Nicole opens up the door and is like, hey, come here, go upstairs. Me? Go upstairs? Yes, go upstairs. I'm like, okay, so I go upstairs, and it's like, Jasmine holding court. What are you going to do? It's like she always does this. Yeah. And I'm like, well, what about Monty? Okay, no big deal. But I remember one day, Monty was in the HOH room, he walks out, and it clicks in my head, like, why, yes, you are trying to get ingratiated with the girls, you're trying to work with the girls, but you had something where you were trying to work with the guys last week. So why abandon that? Why cut yourself off at the knees when you need as many people rooting for you as possible? Just got up and I walked out and I talked to Monty and I had an honest conversation about who I am as a person, because everybody in this house just needed to see that I am a living, breathing person. And that was the beginning of the shift with Monty to say, oh, like, everything that I thought about her is not the case. Not necessarily. I got more qualms.
Oh, it's gonna keep going back and forth for a little
No,
while.
I know. Still, yeah. Might be back, might be forth right now. We don't know. So, but yeah, like, that was the biggest breakthrough that I had with Monty, where he realized, wait a minute, this could work out in my favor. And for me, I needed more and more people to say, hold on a minute, she can work with either of us to do what we want her to do. That's power. Making the decision isn't power. Putting the plan in action isn't power. Making the final impact is the power. And that's all I knew I needed to, even in the most vulnerable position, be safe. So it was intentional, but it was also, again, a matter of survival. It's, who can I gather to have my back in rooms that I'm not in? Because I'm never in the rooms. And that's where I just needed to focus on building relationships with people who did not want to build relationships with me. I didn't care how hard it was. I just knew that if I wanted to keep going in the game, people needed to see me. And I'm an introvert, so that was exhausting. But somehow I kept going, because you're not going to put me on that block 2 weeks in a row and think I'm not going to do anything.
And this is, you know, I described it as you advocating for yourself, because I think that one of the perceptions, an incorrect perception, of your game was that like you pulled into the Alliance and you weren't really doing much. They protected you, right? But it's these conversations, right? You had a conversation with Monty where you really made that connection. You've already bonded with Michael and Brittany. Your final 3 with them is not quite there yet. Brittany proposes one with you on day 13, I believe, and says, hey, we're at the bottom of the women's whole thing. You talked to Michael about it on day 14, and you were like, hey, I think we can work together. You also were like, I think Monty and Kyle are working together. So you've got Michael and Brittany. You've won over Monty, you for now.
Right.
But like you've gotten to a point
this
where
is important at this
when
point
it
in the
comes
game.
up next week, it's an option as opposed to, yeah, there's a rift, we can't work with Taylor, right? Somewhat similar thing with Kyle. You know, you never had like a super deep relationship with Kyle.
But I planted seeds.
But yeah, you talked with him, and again, you knew that you had work to do, and you knew that you needed to advocate for yourself to get out from under this perception that you were this bad person. And by the time the leftovers form, Kyle feels like you have been mistreated. And that is due to how you were able to advocate for yourself to convince these people that this was the case. And so, like, all of these people in the leftovers, the reason you get pulled in is because every single one of them feels like they know you better than the other side of the house knows you, and that they think that you can be trusted and worked with. And you have multiple people vouching for you in that room. Even when, because
I know there was friction.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
So you're advocating for yourself. This is great. You talk to, and part of that is, you know, you talked about colorism with Monty. This makes the episode. And this is going to kind of come back around when you talk about it with Amira. I'm sure you've seen these clips. Can you just talk to me about your experience with colorism in the house, how you feel about how it sort of spread from there?
Yeah, you know, so I remember the conversation with Monty because I remember doing the DRs that was my tip off. Okay, I know this is in the episode now, but I didn't really talk that deeply about it to my knowledge. I just maybe don't remember it with Amira, but I do remember bringing it up with her. But, you know, again, having done my research on the game before coming in, it was always Black women, particularly darker skinned Black women, that were seen as threats, that were seen as aggressive or angry or a loose cannon. And I mean, name all the things that I was called that first week in the house. Why did everybody think that I was going to go on the block and flip out and make the whole house hell? What did I ever do to indicate that that would be the case? There's absolutely nothing there. It's, you know, there is nothing to fall back on except for, wow, like these biases are so deeply ingrained in us that in the small group where there's a pressure cooker, we go back to those really toxic ideas. And it was frustrating because I know in the back of everyone's mind is, okay, we just had the cookout of all these different Black people who got to exist in their own space. But now I am the only I'm the darkest skinned Black woman in the house. And I'm not even near the end of the scale as far as the spectrum, the range of of darkness, I guess we'll say, of Blackness. So seeing how being at the end of that spectrum for who's in the house, seeing the stereotypes that were projected onto me, seeing the fear that a lot of people in the house likely had, not just of me, of what I could represent, but also of being labeled as racist, being labeled as colorist. Because I know Daniel he was worried about putting two Black people on the block the first week. I know that a lot of people were concerned about how it looks and who gave people permission to do that. Who is allowed to also have that authority to put Black women at risk. I'll go there. Men, by nature of being male, have more authority over women in our society. And when it comes to race, when you involve race in that, and a Black man gives someone authority, another man, authority over a Black woman, that hierarchy comes into place, and my agency is taken away, and hand it off to someone else. And you could argue that's the nature of the game. It's about playing with agency and power and control. But this involved race.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just Kyle and Brittany and Michael to a capacity that used or handled race as a toy in the game. That started way, way earlier.
Yeah.
It just wasn't as explicit as it might have been with Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, there were conversations where Daniel, he was concerned. Mm-hmm. He would look racist. He would thank God for Monty. This makes me feel so much better about this. And that was a big, plot line for a couple of days there was, what was
Someone gave me
there.
permission.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And mind you, at this time, I did not know that those conversations were happening between Monty and Daniel. Mm-hmm. I just knew the impact, the effects of what I'd experienced in this house didn't come from nowhere. Mm-hmm. And the only person I felt like I could talk about it with was another person who was of a similar skin tone to me. Mm-hmm. It's funny how he was the one who was driving that narrative though.
Yeah. Well, I guess to get a little sillier,
oh, man.
On day 12...
If only week 11 Taylor knew.
You kind of lit the internet on fire when you said that you had a crush on Daniel.
Horny Taylor strikes again. First strike. First strike. Horny Taylor comes into play here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Big regrets.
Yep. I mean, is it the hair? The height?
It was the height.
The height.
It was the height.
Yeah.
That's really all it was. It was the height.
He was worried that people would come for him because of his height.
Oh, it's how intimidating. Yeah. How scary. Oh no. Us big guys gotta stay together.
It was like, oh, Taylor's so into me. Like, Taylor has a crush on me. And everyone was saying, you're dreaming.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way. And then we were all wrong.
So many people had to eat their words. They're like, this guy is delusional if he thinks that Taylor would be into him. And then
I was like, I gotta... No, how dare you?
You're like, never mind.
No. Do I like him? Do I want to fall in love with Daniel? Absolutely not. Do I just want a hot makeout session? Sure.
Heavy petting, I believe, was the term.
Yeah, I think I did say that. Oh no.
Joseph has walked by.
Joseph has walked by.
Yeah, she was talking about Joseph.
Are we hungry?
Oh, you're talking about me? Can I sit for this?
Oh my God.
So, it was actually here on day 10 that we first caught what was worrying at the time, but eventually turned into something much worse, which is that Daniel, Nicole, and Terrence had a conversation where it was very clear that they were blaming you for Paloma's eviction. This is obviously going to become something bigger later. We'll talk about it then. But they were having these conversations
As early as day 10.
Even as early as that, yeah.
What day was the first non-eviction?
Day 9.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, the day after.
Yeah, so I come off the block and it's, why did Paloma leave?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The other things going on here, old school becomes a thing.
Okay. In our defense, in defense of the leftovers.
Oh, yeah, you guys have responded appropriately. Kyle, maybe not so, but so the old school alliance was Nicole gets pulled into PosePack.
Okay,
but
right.
Nicole is really working with Daniel. She immediately tells Daniel about PosePack.
Yes.
And she tells Daniel we can't work with these people. We got to do something about this. Mm-hmm. And she is like, hey, we should probably target Monty or something like that. Mm-hmm. And
this is
she
where Monty
wants
becomes the big
yeah. And so she wants to build something else. She feels good about Terrence. She feels good about Amira, and they start talking about an older person group. And initially they were talking to Brittany about joining, but then eventually they were like, no.
Old school initially reached out to Brittany.
Brittany was in initial conversations about it. She talked to, I think, maybe Terrence about it, and then she approached might have been Nicole or somebody like, hey, I heard the older people were working together, and somebody stonewalled her. And then they eventually pulled in Alyssa.
Which, LOL.
Instead. And they were all kind of up in the HOH room. They said, like, okay, like this alliance, we'll call it old school. Never had a conversation together again.
Oh no! Oh my god! Yo, the leftovers formed because we were like, old school's coming for us. We're gonna get them. Never had a conversation again.
Amira just walked by and gave a face.
Yeah. Sorry, girl. Oh my God. No, because you know this, when we confronted Jasmine about it, when we confronted Terrence about it, what is this thing we met one time? How am I going to be held accountable for this thing that only come together one time in the HOH room? We were like, okay, sure. We were plucking them off like feathers off a chicken. Oh my God.
Yep. So, Alyssa very quickly tells Kyle not only about old school, but about the same night she goes to, I think it was either the same night or the day after, she goes to Kyle. She says, hey, so these people just formed a group called Old School. She was telling him because it wasn't really that big of a deal.
It wasn't a thing, and she wanted to work with him.
Yes. And she also told him about Girls, and she told him about Amira and Monty.
Having a final two within their
They had a final two, which also was like not that big of a thing either.
Amira had a final two with like 4 or 5 people.
Right, like Amira was very well positioned.
She's working, yeah.
And so Kyle and Monty, but Kyle even more so. Kyle is spending this week watching how all of the women are congregating in Jasmine's HOH.
Yeah.
And he's getting closer with Michael and Brittany. And they formed like a little 3-person thing. He's very tight with Monty. From my perspective, at least, Kyle is Monty's closest ally at this point. Yep. They're talking about the women. They're working together. You know, we're working with the women, but are they more loyal to each other? What's going on? Like, is the call coming from inside the house? Is the threat in our alliance? Should we do something about this? And so all of this is brewing heading into the following week, but they haven't actually done anything about it yet.
Can I get this?
Yeah, go ahead.
McDonald's. Okay. This is so fun. I'm just like, it's a perfect podcast. Okay.
They've got like little nooks.
It's so sweet because like that nook, this little nook over here.
Yeah.
It is so fun.
So there's a bunch of stuff with Pooch and Alyssa, and this is like, so Alyssa has a reputation for like not being able to hold water the entire season. Like she's constantly leaking information. It all comes from this week when she tells Kyle. You can't even blame her for telling Kyle.
Yeah,
and
it's
then
barely a thing.
There's this one thing as well. She does accidentally leak to Pooch that people know about Oasis, right? For the rest of the season, this is going to follow her, even though she doesn't really spill anything else
from
for the
that
rest
point.
of the season.
Damn,
But there's a bunch of stuff going around now that Pooch has pooched himself, and that Oasis has been revealed, and that's why Pooch is going home. So Pooch gets evicted.
Okay. Yep.
You survive.
12-0.
There you go.
Like Shaka's 12-0.
Turner wins the next HOH, and the bestie twist starts. I believe I may have said that the bestie twist is the worst twist they've ever come up with. And here's why. Postpac is about to blow up. And instead of blowing up, for a period of time, they're like, wait, they literally just gave us Tiffany's master plan on a platter.
Yes, they did.
We'd be dumb to not use it. So Monty and Kyle, who were looking to branch out, are now back in.
Yep.
Temporarily.
Yep.
Because why wouldn't they? But they're guaranteed jury if they stick with this.
Exactly.
Because POSPAC has been able to pull in one person from outside of the alliance with each duo.
Yep.
If Amira wins this HOH, we think it's probably game over. Like she's gonna run POSPAC to jury. Like This could have been a whole other season. Turner wins HOH.
Yeah.
Now, initially, the plan was to get you out. This happened. I don't know if you've heard this yet. It's Jasmine. Jasmine manipulates Turner into targeting you.
Shocker.
She convinces him that you are the reason the vote flipped on Pooch. Because you are the person that leaked Oasis. And so you got the votes flipped around on Pooch. And Turner's like, what?
Yeah.
She's got to go. I can't believe she would do that to Pooch.
Pooch is walking by right now.
How could you do that to Pooch?
How could I do that to Pooch? That conniving bitch, once again. Damn it, Taylor.
Joseph,
Yeah.
finally going to start to come around here. Joseph tries talking to Turner, because Joseph initially talked to Monty, and Monty was like, yeah, Taylor's got to go. Monty's turned back around on you.
Yep.
He's back with Postpac. Taylor's got to go. She's the reason that Pooch went home. And Joseph's like, Taylor's the reason Pooch went. What are you talking about? She's not the reason Pooch went. I don't think Taylor needs to be a target because Joseph's not in Postpac. And so Monty's like, whatever,
Trust
Joseph.
me. Right.
It's got to happen. Joseph talks to Turner. Turner says, yeah, I've heard Taylor's the reason that Pooch went home. And Joseph says, I don't think she was the reason Pooch went home, Turner. Doesn't land.
Interesting.
He tries.
That's so interesting. So
Yeah.
Jasmine to Turner over Joseph to Turner.
Storied relationship between the two of them.
What a fascinating, just, whew.
Joseph tried, but Turner still wants to target you.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where things are. He decides he's going to put up Michael and Brittany. He's going to attempt to backdoor you. I have this soundbite.
Ooh, guys, it's not looking good.
Oh, that was just
That's Brittany.
not relevant to this exact moment, but
Still, yeah.
that's from the final five.
Oh, well, play that a few more times for her.
But it wasn't looking good. This is definitely. I think this is the final time that you are in like super serious danger.
Yeah.
So Michael and Brittany are nominated, and things are going to happen.
Yep.
But before we get to that, I want to walk through your experience here. You get paired up with Nicole. At this point in time, it seems like you still trust Nicole. You still feel like she perhaps did this because she likes you. This is what you're saying on the feeds.
It's what
at
I'm
least.
saying.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
How true is that?
60-40. 60-40 true. In my gut and in my head, I knew that my only way to really be ingratiated in the house was through Nicole's connections in the house. And I didn't want to fully let go of that connection that she and I first had in the house. And I do think that there was still some remnant of that. But when it came to looking at the actual game, I knew that she thought that she was using me. And I know it's easy to say now that she has admitted that out loud, but when you are actually operating in those moments, you know when someone is operating out of a place where they can work with you or use you. And I very much so in my gut knew that she was trying to use me. But for the sake of my own sanity, I was trying to convince myself that I was in a better position than I actually was in the game because I just couldn't go back to being where I was the week before. And the week before.
So Michael and Brittany go on the block.
And I know I'm going to be the backdoor option. I know it's me and Nicole. Whether or not we win, whether or not what happens, happens. I know that we're the backdoor plan. But if we are not, now one of my two closest allies is going home again. It's just the cycle of me, Michael, Brittany going potentially on the block, being looked at to go on the block because we were not beneficial or useful or just seemed stressful to everybody else's game.
Well, things change because Kyle has not forgotten what he wanted to do the previous week. He likes to make moves, Kyle.
Yeah.
And he is going to have a conversation with Joseph, Turner, and
Monty.
And this kind of comes together in an interesting way. Obviously, Kyle is really has wanted to make a move. Joseph is also a big part of this, talking about Amira and how suspicious he is of her because she is constantly checking in with him after he has a conversation.
Was crying, throwing up in the bathroom.
Right. And so they start comparing notes, and it's really the two of them. And I think at some point, Kyle realizes, you know what? I think I should do this. He says, Turner, it was not Taylor. That is the reason that Pooch went home. It's Amira. She's the one that did it. Mm-hmm. She's the one running the house. And this is the formation of the Pound.
The Pound.
In honor of Pooch.
That's why it was called the Pound?
Yeah.
Oh my God. The Pound in order of... I thought it was I don't know why I never made that connection. I think it was just oh, unsurprising, some guys got together and called their alliance the Pound. No, Pooch, duh.
Doing it for Pooch.
Pouring out for Pooch. But it's also I did not connect that. The piece that I didn't know is that I was being pinned for getting Pooch home.
Yeah.
So I never would have thought that these guys united for Pooch. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay.
So from the Pound, they need numbers to make this move on Amira.
Yes.
Kyle immediately says, hey, Michael and Brittany.
Yep.
They're really chill.
They're real chill.
And of course, Monty feels good about Michael as well.
Yep.
Because he's been working with Michael in Postpack.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 6. They need one more. Mm-hmm. And by all rights, by every measure of who this final person should have been, considering that this was really if Kyle wanted to, he could have chosen anybody he wanted.
Anyone.
Absolutely should have been Alyssa. No reason to not include Alyssa. He was worried about old school being that much of a thing, but she told him about it.
Yeah.
So
and we said this, amidst all, we started once, oh my God, Taylor, once we started talking about why later in the game he let his racism take over, whatever internal racism he had, take over his thoughts. We all started saying you played a selfish game. Mm-hmm. And this is the first time when he played the most selfish game, when he realized, oh, Alyssa wasn't telling me so that we can keep working together. She was telling me because she's just loose mouth and had a brain fart or whatever. And now I have information where I need to go protect myself. Mm-hmm. Come on, Kyle.
Yeah.
Yep.
Should have been Alyssa, but it wasn't. And a large part of why it wasn't is because all of those people in that room felt better about you, including Kyle.
Yeah.
And so they decide they want to pull you in.
And it's I'm sorry, but the leftovers, I know people are going to say you're taking way too much credit for the leftovers. You didn't put the pieces together, but that group, that alliance never would have worked if I hadn't been doing the work individually with all of those people to bring me in. Mm-hmm. It just would not have been the case, especially with Joseph, because I think Joseph, and I know people think that I'm going to be defending Joseph for a certain reason, but it's really Joseph who had most of the information. Mm-hmm. Kyle had key pieces, but Joseph did the work to put the pieces together more so than Kyle. I really believe that.
I don't think it would have come together in the way that it did without Joseph.
Yeah.
And I don't know that it would have lasted. In fact, I would say for sure it wouldn't have lasted as long as it did without Joseph. I think that at the time, you're right. Joseph had the right reads. He just didn't have the information he needed.
Right.
And I think that I can talk to Joseph about this too. But he also sort of had his own story of immediately not really being included in a lot of things.
Yep.
And so he was also in that position, and he had to use those observations that he had in the game to win equity with people, to be included in these things, to go from being a target, from being somebody that, the guys were like, Joseph's a little much, let him do his thing, to an integral part of this dominant alliance. So yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think that it really was sort of like, it was. I mean, it is kind of a super group. Like
It really is. That we laughed about it all the time.
Yeah.
We're like, so wait, you took basically the strongest competitors in any aspect of this entire game, and you excluded them in some capacity. You left them to create their own alliance, this is the alliance that usually would come together as a super group, but because we felt so separate and ostracized, we ended up coming together anyway.
This was talked about a lot at the time because it was a huge moment for people watching. Like if the first moment was like Taylor surviving the first week because the eviction is canceled, her relief is so palpable. The second moment is the leftovers forming, and the talk is, wait, we're rooting for all of the pretty athletic people to get together and steamroll all of the women and older people?
Yes. Like, how is this what happened? But people's characters showed. People's characters showed. And the people that united were some people who did some very vile things. The people who were willing to own up to what they did at that point and say, nothing matters. We start new. This is day zero.
Yeah.
And God, okay, could you explain Fajita Gate to me?
This was
we have a lot to get to before Fajita Gate, even honestly.
Well, I mean, basically, like it was. So yes, we do. First, Michael and Brittany win. Okay, yeah, there's a lot to get to.
There's a lot. Joseph's birthday.
Joseph has a birthday. I will, I guess, warn you. Joseph's birthday, not really in the episode.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's okay. Midnight.
Everyone was really excited about. Like, because the way that you pitched the episode,
I'm telling you, it would have been a great episode.
It would have been a great episode.
Hello, listen, should have listened to me.
They kind of gloss over Joseph's birthday. In general, they're going to kind of gloss over a lot of Joseph material through the season. Yeah.
How?
You know.
So it sounds like someone else is giving more credit for the things that he did.
I would say Kyle is a huge part of the episodes for sure.
Interesting.
You know, Monty is a huge part of the episodes as well.
Yeah.
I think there were a lot of people who wished that there was more Joseph content for sure.
I mean, especially the formation of the leftovers.
Yes. So you are picked to play in the veto, and this thing happens. Nicole is going to have a diary room session. Afterwards, she is very emotional about it. She's in the bedroom.
The bubble room, as
Yes.
we called it.
The feeds are cutting in and out. Our perspective from the feeds is that she's upset because she's talking to Daniel. What we saw is that she's talking to Daniel and saying, I'm going to look like a bad person. And it seems like she's upset because maybe she had a conversation in the diary room where she was having to talk about throwing the comp to make sure that you weren't safe. And perhaps some of the other things that are being said. On the episodes, it's portrayed strictly as, I'm throwing a competition, I'm such a competitor. That's why I'm upset.
Sure, diary rooms are not going to be brought into impacting the game.
Right.
Sure.
So Daniel is in the room with her, and everyone else, Turner just got done telling you.
Not to tell you my plan, but don't worry.
That gets interrupted by, I'm pretty sure it was Monty coming up.
Monty opens the door and says, hey, Nicole just got out. She's like bawling.
And it was the diary room
okay.
upstairs, so it was like, okay, she might have gotten news.
Yes.
You come down, everyone's sitting so somber in the living room. And this is like, you know, this eventually becomes something else. But at the time, it was very darkly funny.
Oh, fair. That's fair. Because you knew more than we did.
Watching everyone outside,
Terrified.
complete silence.
Yep.
Inside, she's a bad person though, I promise you. Outside, Monty,
Can we pray for
we
her?
pray for her?
Yeah.
And so, like, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So that's happening, and that alone was like wild.
Yeah.
That I was like, this is the main event on the live feed update tomorrow.
Yeah, it has to be. Come on. Oh, I can't wait to listen to that episode.
Then I've got something for you with it too. Then things get weirder because you eventually come in, you have a conversation with her, say something along the lines of like, do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I said, don't, like, she said, we keep fighting.
Yes.
And I said, if you have to tap out of the fight, don't even consider me.
Right.
I'm your bestie. Don't even consider me. It's about you and your well-being. I didn't say all these extra words, obviously we know this, but like, I'm trying to communicate, it's about you and your well-being. Don't worry about how this is going to impact me here. Do what's right for you.
And now, in the context of 8 days ago, they've had this conversation that what you did with Paloma led to her evicting herself or whatever.
Or whatever.
She takes this in the context of she's trying to do it to me now. Like she's saying, or at least Daniel does. She takes offense to it generally, at the very least, in like, hey, I'm a competitor. How dare you tell me to not try my hardest or whatever. And so this blows up. Stop that. With delays, we see this whole thing. Have you said you watched this episode?
I've seen on Twitter someone sent me this scene.
Yeah. This is not something that was on the feeds, but we heard about it after.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The episode is devastating to watch. Especially like watching you go from like playful to wait, really?
Yeah.
To just so much pain. Walk me through as much as you care to.
Well, so, I'm told, don't worry, my master plan. I'm relieved. I am told my partner in this game, someone that I know I have a personal connection with in some aspect. I think Nicole and I still bonded, even though I knew to capacity that bond was broken. My partner in this game, my assigned partner in this game, could be going through the most devastating emotional pain she's ever gone through in her life. And all I have is space to hold for her to be okay. But I don't want to encroach on that space that she might need before she's okay to be with the rest of the house. Again, I'm assuming that the worst things happen, considering how much I'm told that she was. Groups of people go in and out of the room. She's fine. I go in, again, under the assumption that something's happened with her family, with her mom. And it was important to me not to specifically say or insinuate or suggest that I knew what it was, but to say whatever broadly the circumstance is, because I don't have a right to know.
Yeah.
It's not. She does not have to offer up information to me. So that's why I kept it vague. It's really important for me to keep it vague for her so that she could feel like she had agency and ownership over whatever she needed to do for herself.
Yeah.
So in telling her, she's really the one that kind of led the conversation. She said, we keep fighting, we stay in the game, or didn't say anything like we keep fighting, we just keep going on. I said, okay, well, you gotta tap out of the fight. Don't consider me. It's like it's about you and your well-being and the well-being of your family, and there are things that are bigger than this game. But Nicole's a very strong, very competitive person. And in later conversations that she and I had, she said, whenever I talk to you, when you're at your lowest, I encourage you. And the words that I said to her made her feel, one, like I was using something personal to manipulate her, given the context of what she thought I did with Paloma. And two, actively trying to discourage her when she was in a position where she needed strength. Now that I know what she was talking about, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But in that room, I was not the only one. Jasmine was in that room. I think Alyssa was in that room. Amira was in that room. And Amira's hyping her up like, yeah, okay, that's right. I'm like, okay, we're in it. You're okay. We're in this fight. Let's go. We got a veto comp. Here we go. We're good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back up. My spirit's back up. It seems like Nicole's spirit's back up. Amira seems like she's right there with me. Like, all right, yeah, let's hype each other up. Get rah, rah, rah. So I go back out. Who knows how many hours we have until the veto comp? I grab my comfort food. And I think, all right, things are good. Like, my festie bestie is back in the game. She's in a good headspace. I'm hyped up. There are multiple people who are in that room. Like, we know what the temperature was in the bubble room. We're back in a good space. The thing that we thought was so terrible that we thought happened did not happen. Changed the mood. So I grab my chips and I look for people in the house to go hang out with. And that's why I go to the bathroom. And that's where Daniel is talking about, getting into what he says. And I thought that Daniel and I had a good relationship at this point. I thought we were like buddy, chummy, and he's an actor. I have a history of acting with high school plays and drama. I think he's doing a bit. So that's where I'm going back and forth, like, oh, with the ladies, like, yeah, oh, you're taking me to final two? Like, This is weird. And there's a moment where I sit down, I'm kicking it, everyone is silent, but I'm still thinking, like, oh, we're going back and forth in a bit. And he says something, I can't remember exactly what he says, but I say out loud, like, well, this is serious. Like, what? This feels more intense than it is.
Mm-hmm.
And, he says whatever he says, and he storms out. And I'm just looking around like, can somebody clue me in on what just happened? No one's saying anything. Michael and Brittany are next to me, they're not saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
Nicole is my bestie, and she's not saying anything. These are people that I am by choice or by force working with in the game, and they are not helping me when I was just verbally harassing the house.
Mm-hmm.
Nicole gives me a clue and says, no, that was serious. And I'm like, okay, we'll have to go investigate this, because now I just dicked around with whatever serious thing he's accusing me of. So I go and I'm like, whoa, Daniel. And that's when he continues to yell at me. That's when he directly blames me for Paloma having a crisis and exiting the game. And with everything that I experienced in the house, that was wildly unfair on me, especially so publicly. And I've come to understand that it wasn't just his anger that was so visibly displayed against me that upset me. It's the fact that you can see me desperately looking around, looking for someone to say something. You can see me looking for help, looking for answers, looking for someone to clue me in here, someone to back me up and say that's not right.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing that I got was Jasmine saying, Taylor, just walk away.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was clear to me that I was already at the bottom of the totem pole in the game before any of this happened. It was even more clear to me that when someone accuses you of something so serious and nobody backs you up to say that's right or that's not right.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I thought, okay, this place is toxic. These people do not care for me. Brittany and Michael, I still had love and care for. I was frustrated that they didn't say something. In the context of the game, I can understand why people wouldn't say something, but I was fully alone.
Mm-hmm.
Fully alone. I believed. I didn't know the background workings of the leftovers, but I was socially removed from games. Socially, I was fully not just alone, but abandoned and kicked to the side of the road. And depending on what the comp was, the veto comp was, it was, in my opinion, do or die.
Mm-hmm.
But I also felt like I was already dead in the game. And the best thing that I might have been able to do was to throw the veto so that Brittany and Michael could stay. I wouldn't have to put them at risk, and my game's done. Because I've been, game-wise, not involved in anything, and personally, completely destroyed. Like, my character, anything that I could have said to defend myself was just completely shredded in front of everybody. And there's a moment where I go to the back, I go to Nicole, and try to figure out what's going on and apologize to her. Because again, I'm assuming I'm operating under her believing that I was trying to manipulate something very personal against her game. And that's when she goes after me saying, you need to reevaluate how you talk to people, you need to figure out the words that you say. And again, it's just not making sense. I can understand being frustrated about not speaking or encouraging somebody, speaking to someone with encouraging words when they're down. But overall, I wasn't speaking to her any differently than anybody else in the house was speaking to her. So this whole concept of me having to be more aware of how I speak to people, more aware of how I talk to people, it was all bullshit, for being honest. Being completely honest.
Yeah.
And then I remember taking that, going to my bed, and slowly, few people, groups of people, were very sheepishly saying, no, I don't agree with that. That wasn't right. You're not responsible for what happened to Mama, and I don't agree with how anything else I do. Where were you when it happened? I know it was loud and quick and fast, but it happened in front of everybody in the house, except for Joseph.
It's definitely one of those moments where I think a lot of people watching were just like, had this frustration that they could not be there.
Yeah.
And just like feeling like there was nothing that they could do to help you. There were so many people that wish they could have been there to help. And it was devastating to watch everybody not do anything. And like, sure, it was quick, but it also felt so long.
Yeah.
And because it really just like, it started and then it continued and then it continued. And it was like, you know, after the blow up side of it from Daniel, for it to continue to, oh, look, this is still on you.
Right.
Was like, excuse me?
Anyone see what's happening? Who are you to tell me that I'm still responsible for this? And again, now knowing what the context, the conversation was in the bubble room.
Yeah.
Don't tell me to be aware of how I speak to people when you're the one that has to get told.
Yeah. So that happens. The veto competition happens. Michael and Brittany win.
Did Nicole throw that veto?
I believe she said she did in the episode, yeah. She said, never again. Never again. That's the last one. After the veto, there's a panic moment because Turner has changed his mind. After what just happened, I want nothing to do with this situation. I don't want the house to be mad at me if I don't target Taylor. And it's like, oh my God.
Not again.
Oh
my God.
And Joseph and Kyle are both like, dude, we got to do this. And Turner's kind of like, maybe. So Joseph and Kyle just say, who cares what Turner wants? We're going to go ahead with this anyway. Yeah. And so they start rounding people up and putting things together. And Turner's just like, all right, I guess we're doing this then.
I need to watch your analysis on Turner on YouTube.
It was fun. Monty has a conversation with you. He's like, hey, you're not alone.
Yep.
Yeah, all these things happen.
I'm sitting on the bed looking sheepish and sad, and it's like, you're there. She's going home. Monty walks over and it's like, you good? So-and-so is not involved.
Yeah.
So-and-so is not involved. I'll never, like this, I will never forget. I'll never forget Kyle being like, and he walks into the car room. I'm like, God, like what? I think it was Michael who was sitting next to me.
Mm-hmm.
when Kyle does that. And I look at Kyle and I was like, what was that about? And he was... I was like, is something happening? He goes, I don't know. Even though he knew.
Yep.
He knew.
Yep.
Yeah. And of course, right before all that happened, that's when I pulled Joseph into the car room and I was like, I just need a friend.
Yep.
I told him I don't want to talk game. I just need a friend.
Mm-hmm.
And that motherfucker still tried to talk game with me. I was like, what did I just tell you? I don't want to talk game. And he's like, just keep your up. You're still in it. I'm like, stop it. Stop it. I just want a friend. But he has said that was the calling card for me. He was like, this is why.
Mm-hmm.
These are all the people that we trust. These are the people we go to the end with. Because I was so adamant about it not being gay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had put out those feelers, regardless of who might have been hesitant about me. I still put those feelers out to show people I still wanted to play a game, wanted to be involved. I might have felt defeated then, but the work that I'd done the week before and that week prior, the seeds were growing.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because even though they didn't support you in the moment, they did ultimately side with you in the argument. Yeah. And this is a stark contrast from just what would have happened just a couple of weeks ago, right? To a person, every one of them was like, this might be weird, but like, I don't think Daniel was in the right there.
Crazy.
Right?
What? This might be a crazy idea.
So they all get together, but you still haven't been pulled in yet. And this thus begins Fajita Gate. Because they need to get you to go upstairs, but they can't openly say, hey, Taylor, go upstairs. So you're talking with like Jasmine.
Yeah.
I think you might have been talking about like bowel movements, something along those lines.
I'd better not have been the one to bring up that
I'm pretty sure it was Jasmine.
That sounds more like it. You know what? It was because she was talking about how comfortable she is with her sisters. How too comfortable she is with her sisters. Yeah. And I will say this. I knew I had to get to the HOH that night.
Mm-hmm.
But because Jasmine's up chit-chatting all night, I'm like, now I gotta entertain this girl until she goes to bed. And then Michael and Brittany join. And I'm like, now I gotta entertain them until they go to bed. Like, I am trying to get upstairs. I don't give a fuck about fajitas.
Joseph is like, I made you some fajitas. Let's go eat them together. What do you think? And you're like, yeah, later.
Yep.
And he's like, okay. And then he's waiting a while. He's eventually like, all right, I'm going to go eat the fajitas. Anyone wants to come with me? You're like, bye, Joseph. And yeah, Michael comes by and he sits down and Michael joins the conversation. And I think Kyle comes by and he's like standing in the door of the car room, like trying to make eye contact with you. And it's a whole thing.
Oh my God.
And it's hours and hours and hours. Yes. And then finally, they're upstairs. I think it's Turner, Monty, and Kyle. Yep. And they're watching you on the screen.
Yes.
Oh my God. I think this is it. She's coming. No, not that way, Taylor. No. What are you? Oh no, here she is. Okay. Turner's like, this is like watching a movie. Here she comes. She's going to do it. She's going to do it. Yes! Yes!
Can we open the door? And the door's already open before I even get there. Oh my God.
They come in, you come in, they fill you in. Later, the leftovers all get together.
Off, like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I thought we were in this.
You guys are talk about the leftovers. You talk about like rewriting the show from here, like such an amazing moment. It's very fun to capture from the feeds, like leftovers, hands in. Did you feel that? Did you like? How did you feel about? Did you trust it? Did you feel like this is it?
Yes. Also, what else did I have?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But was it like, this is my ray of sunshine, or like?
Yeah, and I was like, this is like, I am finally part of something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the path. And I had Michael and Brittany with me.
Mm-hmm.
So like, this is the ideal situation for something. I'm not on the opposite side as my ideal final three. I am in it.
Mm-hmm.
There are other people we can take out eventually in this alliance, but this alliance is going to steamroll the rest of this game. And these are people that I wanted to work with. I trusted Joseph. I wanted to work with Monty. Kyle is someone I tried to work with, and he actually referenced the specific moment when I really tried to work with him.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like, God, I hope this isn't wrong. I know there was some conflict on whether or not to really bring me in initially. But I felt like this is the space I was always supposed to belong in and be an active team player in. So, yeah, this was like, I ascended in this moment. I was like, this is it. This is what's going to dominate this house. There's nothing else that will ever be stronger than this group right here.
Yeah. So there are a couple of things. You're going to have a couple of long conversations with both Daniel and Nicole. This was the point in my recap of your game where I was pointing out, like, she never gave up on a relationship. She always was open to having these conversations, despite how seemingly infuriating they would be to sit through at times. Tell me about this this thing that you do. You allowed them to apologize to you while not really apologizing, and you sort of like a lot of people at this time were like, man, we really wish you would like go off on them, like don't accept this, like come on. Tell me about this.
I don't have the slack to go off on anybody in this game at any turn, especially, that'd be the dumbest thing ever. Okay, I locked into an alliance. My first and only real alliance that I locked into. And now I'm immediately going to start popping off on people, knowing that a majority of that alliance was not for me. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I'm still Nicole's bestie. Daniel is still Nicole's closest ally in the game. And I have been deeply hurt by them in the game. But I also know that any capital is capital in the game. And if I just allow them, give them an opportunity to apologize, it's also a test. How far does your character go? What are you willing to do to clear air and potentially work with someone in the game? What do you really think about me? How are you apologizing to me? How deep is that apology? How full is it? Do you actually believe the words that you're saying, or are you just trying to cover your own ass? And I think it was very clear in Daniel's apology specifically that he didn't really care. He was more worried about his reputation. I had to feed him things to say.
And you talked about it on the feeds too, to the cameras. You were like, I don't think it's gonna look good. I mean, more than just the feeds. You talked to some people about it too, but you also said like,
walked away, I immediately said like, all right.
You also did say like, I hope. I don't know the exact quote of what you said, but like something along those. I hope his life isn't ruined by this. Like, I hope that like he's able to come out from the other side of this. What did you mean by that, and what are your thoughts on that now? Like, how do you feel about it?
I think everybody has potential of being a bad person at some point. But it's how you own your stuff and apologize and move forward. And I was giving Daniel the opportunity to do that fully. And as long as he was in the game, he still had opportunities and chances to do that. And he had the opportunity and chance to do it outside the game. So I didn't want anybody leaving this game wholly defined by their worst or lowest moment, even if it did hurt me. I didn't want to be a punching bag for anybody. Sure as hell was for a long time. But at the very least, my purpose being in the game is to be the direct example, the proof of what I'm talking about when I say Black women are demeaned, demoralized, degraded, berated all the things in this game. And it happened over and over and over and over again. I didn't have to do anything for it to happen over and over and over in the game. But I wanted, like, I didn't have to prove the point. I was the point. Mm-hmm. Right? So when I'm talking to the cameras and I say, I don't want Daniel's life to be ruined by this, I mean, I want him to own his stuff and grow. Mm-hmm. And I want to be able to get a job out of here. I want to be able to do something. Also keeping in mind that if he doesn't, or if he doubles down on what he says and does, walking out of here, he's going to be embraced by some really toxic people in the world. Mm-hmm. And people are going to look at that as an example of how to be, move, and exist.
Yeah.
I would rather someone take a path where they own and take accountability and grow and show that as a path to success rather than falling off the deep end.
Yeah.
And I have not heard from Daniel since that.
Well, Turner is going to nominate Amira and Terrence instead of you. He gives the speech as the youngest person. He shouldn't be the one having to make this, say this. Words by Joseph.
It's a great ghostwriter. He should be presidential speechwriter.
This is a big moment for Turner, though. And for a long time, like, from this point forward in Turner's game, you know, he's going to be sort of riding the flow of the leftovers for sure. But it's this move, this speech that he makes that I think really has the capacity to win the respect of people in the house. Because after he gives the speech, so many people are going to Turner.
Am I the bully?
Wasn't me, right? He has so much power over them all of a sudden. And this is a guy that was completely outcast as well. Yes. And I thought this was such a great example of what we've been talking about, which is that you don't have to be like, oh, everyone's doing this, then I guess I have to do it if I want to fit in. You can say, hold on, this is actually an opportunity for me to stand out, for me to move in a different direction and change the course of my own game. Yeah. I don't think that you should be going with where the whole house, I mean, that's the same thing as like, okay, there's a big alliance and they want to evict this person who's your friend. Are you just going to go along with that? Right. Like, that's not good for your game. Right. So it's very easy to put that in your head, like, oh, of course I wouldn't want to go along with that. That's going against the house. Like, it's the same thing socially, I think, as well. So he makes the speech, Amira goes on the block, and chaos ensues. You're going to act surprised, and people were mad, but they believed it, because surely Taylor wouldn't have knowledge of anything. This is also, so again, people are stumbling over themselves to be like, this wasn't me. Yeah. It was Indy. We are getting in trouble because of Indy. Can you believe this? And all of this is happening. The leftovers, newly minted, they don't see any value in sort of like riding against the current at this point themselves. They let Turner's speech kind of speak for itself. The rest of them are going to be like, oh, that Taylor, how did she get away with it this time? Oh, we're totally mad with you. I mean, I guess Turner just did the thing. What are we gonna do, I guess? And people are so confused about what happened. This was like back-to-back days of like great live feed updates. I decided to put this together for the start of the update after Amira goes on the block.
Holy
zero clue.
I had a feeling.
The girl is a monster, bro.
I hate everybody. This is ridiculous. What's the point of an alliance?
I don't believe anything anybody say.
Don't yell at me.
But guess what? We're not stupid. Right. Mm-hmm. We're women. Mm-hmm. We have intuition. We see through it. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I have no clue what's even happening in this house anymore.
Neither do I. I tell you what, though. Welcome to Big Brother. That's all I gotta say. Welcome to Big Brother.
All from one day.
That was one day.
One day.
Unbelievable. Oh my God. Meanwhile, I'm chilling. I think I took a long shower that day. Or was this when I put on the swimsuit and I went out to the...
I think you put the swimsuit on this day. I think that was it, yeah.
That was the first one that really...
This is a big moment for you, and I felt like you didn't waste this opportunity. With the other side of the house, they were initially kind of like, wait, do we need to be friendly with Taylor now? But because the rest of the leftovers were still sort of like, no, Taylor's bad, it went back. And this is one of the things that I think like you continue to have to overcome, right? But in the meantime, you now have an alliance, and you have relationships within this alliance, but there are people in this alliance that you don't have like best relationships. This is an opportunity to like really be able to work on a relationship from a standpoint of at least relative equality. And you have long conversations with a bunch of people in the alliance. Was this something that you were like, okay, time to like lock everything in?
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
It felt that way. You talk with Turner. You talk about how great the speech was, how grateful you are for it. You talk to Michael about, hey, remember that final 3 we talked about? Let's do that. You had a long personal conversation with Joseph, and you really start to bond. You talk to Brittany. She talks about the girls. You get more information there. You make a final 2 with her. And you discuss sort of like the general plan in the alliance, which is, why don't we have all of these big shots, take shots at each other, and then hopefully we can kind of like work something out. So over the course of just a few days, like you've gone from house target pariah to in an alliance to, because I think, again, a lot of people discount this portion of it, but when we talked about the leftover alliance and who was well positioned within it, we talked about Kyle, who was in the middle of Michael, Brittany, Monty, Turner. We talked about Turner, who was sort of like the smallest target of the pound and therefore kind of in the middle. And we talked about you as in with Joseph, not a big target on the side of Michael, Brittany, you, and having Michael and Brittany. You three were the people best positioned within this alliance. Kyle obviously put in work to get there, with Michael and Brittany in particular. Turner was in a good spot. And you absolutely put in the work necessary to get into that position, to be in not only just like the seventh person dragged into this alliance, but now at the center of it, well insulated by it. Walk me through it.
Well, when you can only talk to maybe 2 people in the entire house, you want to start having conversations with the other people that you now have access to.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, Joseph is someone I was able to build a relationship with and go very deep with. He's also so nosy, so he made me share more things about my life. Love him to death. When it comes to Turner, I truly was grateful for the speech that he gave, and I did really those words for his. So I knew that we had a lot that we could bond over based on past experiences outside of the house, and I wanted to get there. But I'm never someone who's comfortable just asking, hey, tell me what traumas, what life experiences, and let's just trauma bond. So this is the first step in saying, I see your character, I see your heart. Thank you for extending it to me. Now, thank you, Joseph. But he is the one who still had the courage to say the words about the entire house. So I will thank him for that. And I knew that. Michael and Brittany, I wanted to really lock in at this point, because now we have the power. We didn't have power before. Michael had more things coming and going with him, but he didn't really have something super solid that he was going to ride out to the end. This was the opportunity to get there. This is when I have dominoes I don't just have one domino now. I'm starting to stack the rest of the dominoes in a row so I can flick it to the end of the game. So this was a matter of social integration in the house because I was sick of sitting on my bed crying or in the bathroom crying. It was a matter of making sure that my alliance was also going to do what I need my alliance to do for me, not for anybody else in the game. Luckily, I was partnered with a bestie that, I hate saying bestie, it sounds so kitschy.
Yeah.
But luckily, my partner in the game is someone that everyone can get around evicting. But there are also many reasons why other people who could have been targets in the game would be more beneficial to get out on behalf of other people. Mm-hmm. I wanted to make sure that the targets were people that benefited me going further in the game. It started with building these relationships with the people who could insulate and protect me, because I'd never had that.
Yeah. So things are looking much better for you toward the end of this week. But the big thing still kind of holding you back. You've done great work within the Alliance. Mm-hmm. It's difficult for you to do any work outside of the Alliance. Kyle is still able to work outside of the Alliance. Monty is, at this time, still able to work outside the Alliance. They're able to pretend to still be post-back. Even Michael. Brittany is kind of in the same spot as you, especially after the pooch thing. Yes. But Turner is now kind of out on a ledge. He made that speech. But he's still kind of seen as solo, still kind of seen as somebody that could theoretically be worked with. And Joseph, of course, is going to really this is when he really starts to play both sides. Yeah. But you are still prohibited from doing that. Not only by the attitude of the people outside of the Alliance, but by the narrative still being told by the Alliance. Yes. And I think like a sort of representative piece of that is at the end of this week, there's a plan to cause chaos, cause confusion. And it is Joseph's plan, but it is like, it's kind of at your expense, that you are going to tell Terrence that you overheard Kyle and Amira talking about Pose Pack, thus leaking Pose Pack, essentially doing what you were framed for doing with Oasis, but for real this time. Except this still isn't the actual reason why it's happening. And you eventually agreed to it, but you were kind of like, what the hell?
Yeah, like how many hits do I have to take?
Yeah.
Am I just the last piece that's going to be first plucked off?
Yeah.
Are the people that brought me into this room working together for the long term?
Mm-hmm. But you did do it. And ultimately, you do remain the house target, not necessarily because of it, but again, as part of it. Amira is blindsided, and
it's a perfect reaction. I love it.
It's great. And just like that, leftovers are taking control. All right. Week 4, Monty wins HOH, and leftovers are still riding on the story of you're the target. It's going to nominate Alyssa and Indy. Pretend that you're the target, but it's really just a ploy to get Nicole on the block, to send Nicole out. Now, there's a lot of anger toward you after Amira's eviction, blaming you, the Oasis, the Pose Pack situation. Yeah. And just in general, just like, we can't believe that Amira goes home and here's Taylor sitting there. This is when we got the Taylor. I got that from this episode. Because that's what it was like watching the feeds that
night. That's so good.
So the initial plan is actually to get you to go up next to Nicole initially.
Yeah.
And I think this is what Joseph had come up with. But there's like conversation about like, why don't we ask her?
Please and thank you.
And you are basically like, look, I'm willing to do what needs to be done.
Yeah.
but would be great.
Just give me a bye week.
Yeah.
Another one would be so nice.
Um,
Team player here, however, someone else needs to touch that block.
Did you, at this point, were you still like, look, if I go up and Nicole goes home, that's fine? Or were you really hoping like, yeah, you know what, let's just do Daniel instead, or let's just do like somebody else instead?
No. We had a conversation about what shots make sense for what people in the alliance, and I wanted Daniel for myself. I wanted to take out Daniel myself. Yeah. I really wanted to have and take that shot. So if it was me on the block to get Nicole out, I was like, fine, I will get my HOH and I will take Daniel out. Or I will get the veto and I will take Daniel out. It will happen.
You lock in your final three with Michael and Brittany, more so. And Brittany and Michael and you talk about the plan to take out Nicole. Because the Festy Bestie situation is weird. Yeah. Terrence has joined Monty and Joseph. Solid play. And Michael and Brittany are the only ones vulnerable now. Right. And so...
And there's such easy pawns in
the
standing of the game.
Now, interestingly, if they're nominated initially, they're safe.
Yep.
They need to be back. Wait, or maybe it's the other way around.
No, if
they're nominated initially, then nobody will not use the veto.
Right.
So if they have to be backdoored, and nobody knows that they have to be backdoored. So they're probably pretty safe.
Right.
But they can be even more safe if they can take out, say, Alyssa and convince Indy to join their bestie group. So you guys talk about that, and you're like, that makes sense.
Yep.
You approached Monty about this plan, and he was kind of like, nah, I think it's fine the way it is.
Yeah. I'm like, okay.
This seems to be like sort of like most of the maneuvering you're doing in the early portion of the week. Is there anything else that you feel like you were doing at this time?
No, for me, it's a matter of, okay, I'm finally in something solid here. I've got my final three locked in. I do want to protect my final three, so I will gently push this to see if we can do anything to protect my final three and my standing in this game. And, if I have to go on the block, not ideal, but I know how to live through it. So I'm managing these very small things so that the rest of the game can be an easier lay and avoiding Daniel.
So it appears to be Michael in a conversation with Monty, and I think you were there. Finally seems to sway Monty. The argument is, not only is this safer for us, it's also safer for you, because what if the idea is that it's not that somebody joins another festive group, but that the one with three now has to split up.
Yep.
And that would mean that if Nicole leaves, Taylor would obviously pick Terrence. She's not going to intentionally put herself in danger.
No.
Which means you and Joseph would be vulnerable again. And this makes Monty go, you know what? I think this actually is a good idea.
Oh, Monty.
But it's pretty late. It is
the veto's already won at this point, right?
Yes. Daniel and Kyle win the veto. And
Chippy watch party.
That was an interesting one to watch.
What were those cartoons like?
You haven't seen them?
No.
So I don't know. So you...
I was not supposed to get a cartoon.
Did you guys see it at all?
No.
It's just the people...
Only the people competing that were seeing the video.
And so none of the rest of you saw it?
No.
Because, so like the feeds came back, and this camera keeps moving. The feeds came back, and good enough.
I love it so much.
The feeds came back, and Daniel and Kyle were talking about like, oh yeah, did you get the rainbow over the mushroom? Did you get and then there was that, like the elephant flying over the
the purple elephant flying over the
what?
right.
And
these kids are on drugs.
It's a very strange competition. I don't know if you knew this was going to happen, but also the people in the diary room when they were talking about the competition were cartoonified.
Oh yeah, no, we knew that.
Okay.
Yeah, because they were very intentional about the continuity of it all.
Yes.
So like if you had a bandana on, you had to keep the bandana on. If your hair was a certain way, it had to be like. Yeah. How are the cartoons? Did they look like BB comics?
No, I wouldn't say that. They weren't in that style. And this is me trying to remember as well.
Sure.
I just remember being very trippy and being like man, like they're
really leaning into it.
It's a kids show.
Trippy slop. Aww. Oh, you know he's going to jump up again.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Not great. Oh.
He stopped the recording. He clicked the button.
Screw your podcast. I'm over this.
That's wild.
Unbelievable.
Oh, man.
We got a cat interfering with the show. Oh, my God.
He's saying... stop this.
Yeah. I'm bored. I want to play.
This biased game recap.
That's the point, is it not?
So Kyle needs to be convinced to have the veto not be used. That happens. He's convinced. And the next morning, we just need to make sure that Daniel doesn't use the veto, because that was the plan. What's funny is that Daniel already didn't want to use the veto because he was concerned that the vote might flip on Nicole. And before he even won the veto, he said, if I win this thing, no way I'm going to use this veto. And so Kyle does make kind of a token effort initially.
That he really gone for this to be used.
And then Monty approaches Daniel and says, we got to talk. Brings Daniel and Nicole upstairs. Says, you shouldn't use the veto. I'm concerned that Jasmine, Alyssa, and Indy will flip the vote. Mm-hmm. And Daniel and Nicole are like, you fool. You think you're going to trick us? Uh-huh. We know we have Jasmine, Indy, and Alyssa. Uh-huh. So if you're trying to convince us that they're going to flip on us, that means you don't have the numbers. And so they go back downstairs and they're like, these clowns. Daniel talks to Kyle, who is like...
How happy were they thinking I was finally going to go? Were they just like...
Oh, very.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And like, again, like a lot of it, especially after you survive, after Amira was evicted, a lot of it was like, Nicole was very upset because you were her bestie. And she was like, I'm going to have to drag this woman to the end because I can't take her. There's nothing I can do to evict her. I'm going to have to drag her to the final two and beat her there. So Daniel goes to Kyle and says, Monty just tried to trick us into not using the veto. And Kyle's like, interesting. So what you're saying is that he's trying to convince you to not use the veto because he doesn't actually have the votes. And he counts the votes and says, that sounds, I'm counting some votes there. Kyle at this point is very much like, this is my out.
Yep.
He wants to do it. I'm going to encourage this. Mm-hmm. Word, though, never gets back to you. Kyle goes back to Monty and says they didn't buy it. He wants to use the veto. Monty goes, well, their loss. One of my favorite sound bites.
I'm so excited.
And word never, though, gets back to you. You're blindsided by the fact that this does not
partially blindsided,
go through.
Yeah.
Partially blindsided. So tell me about it.
I mean, it was a Hail Mary.
You knew it wasn't.
It was a Hail Mary. It was a last-ditch effort.
You expected a heads up.
I would have appreciated a heads up.
Yeah.
I also, just in my gut, knew that Kyle was never really going to gun for this.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I had a feeling I was going to be on the block. I just would have appreciated, if I'm in an alliance, quick little, hey, plan fell through. You're going to go up. Don't worry, we got you. Very simple.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this right now. No matter how confident you feel about your alliance, no matter how confident you feel about your ability to get off the block, it's still emotional, which is why I was crying. And I'm like, I knew that this couldn't happen. I just hate that I'm about to go on the block again. Like, I trust these people, but it is not a good feeling when you have done so much for this alliance. Again, bled out a lot at this point in the game for the sake of everybody else in this group. And I am the one taking the ultimate risk again.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, your third time in 4 weeks.
In 4 weeks.
Being on the block. The other time you were supposed to go on the block, according to the house. This is the first time that you're on the block not as a target initially.
Yes.
So, I think little understandable to be like, you're saying I'm good, but this is not a normal feeling.
No,
so,
no, not at all.
So, you go up on the block. This is, by the way, the tail end of Kyle putting a target on Alyssa in the first place. Finally, when confronted with the idea of actually sending her home, is like, wait a minute. This is also, their relationship is going to start like developing from here even further.
Yeah.
And they're going to keep that quiet for a little while.
Of course they are. Understandably so.
And this is also, after being asked to do this, this is when Kyle starts saying, I'm not going to the end of the leftovers. This is not for me. And he starts talking to Michael and Brittany that they should make something within the leftovers separate from like Monty and Joseph and them. And at this time...
And them includes me.
This
Monty,
time,
Joseph and them includes me.
This early, Michael and Brittany are like, yeah, with Taylor. Let's work with Taylor. Yep. And at this time, Kyle's like, sure.
Right.
That's going to change.
No, well, you don't say.
You're also going to do some campaigning with the other side of the house, even though you don't really need their votes. And this is all very important stuff, considering that you get every single one of their jury votes in the end. You do flip Alyssa. Alyssa wants to keep you. Yeah. She keeps asking Kyle, like, I feel like we should keep Taylor. What do you, but I don't, like, is the house with us? What do you think? And Kyle's like, I don't know. I don't know what the house is doing.
He's really selling it. Kyle's super in my corner. He sees so much value in me.
Doesn't want to tell her anything.
I know.
Jasmine even, at one point at least, was like, hey, I think we should keep Taylor.
At one point at least.
She comes back.
Of course.
With Terrence. Terrence has decided he wants Nicole to stay.
No, you don't say.
And Indy is terrified. She wants nothing to do with you because you've already told her and Alyssa, I'm going to join your Festy Bestie group. And Indy's like, no, get away from me. I don't want it on me.
And is this when she was in the storage room talking about if she joins us?
At the end of the week, yes. I clipped this moment a couple weeks later because it was very relevant. She's, this is not about Nicole versus Taylor. This is about me versus Taylor. You are choosing Taylor over me. If you keep her in this game, she is going to be the reason I leave, and she's going to win
the whole thing.
And they're all sitting there like,
Indy's prophecies.
But this is a pretty successful campaign. Now, part of it is that Nicole has already been discredited by all of the leftovers stuff that's happening. But also, like, again, you are coming at this from a place of still, from their perspective, being the house pariah, still being somebody that they have not worked with or really gotten along with in the past. How do you approach these conversations, and why do you think some of them were successful?
It was just a callback to work that I'd done even when I was in the very first week in Jeopardy. I still remained true to my cause, even, and I said this in my speech, even when I was part of a leftover alliance, the alliance I was about to steamroll the house for weeks. I still wanted to advance the mission of the girls in the game. That's just something I never let go of. That was at my core the game that I came to play, and I wasn't ready to abandon it. I mean, you saw how much Brittany and I agonized over being the only 2 women in a majority men alliance. It was really overwhelming and not the game that I came to play. But I say over and over, I love this. I say over and over, you have to play with the hand that you're dealt.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it was just talking to Alyssa, milking and reminding her that I pulled her into that storage room for a reason. We walked into this house together. We could work together and do something where we don't have to work with Daniel, someone who is really not good and toxic in this game. I didn't know how close she worked with them. We have a matching set. I love this so much. There you go. Just chill out for me. Or don't. Don't be nosy. Okay. So for Alyssa, that was important to me. For Jasmine, there was just a wall between me and Jasmine. An unending wall. Is this like the best or worst interview you've ever given?
I think it's the best.
I think so.
Yeah.
So with Jasmine, even though she ended up going back with Terrence because she was always closer to Terrence than me for sure, it was still important to me that I at least tried to melt the ice that was between us because it was a thick old block from Antarctica between the 2 of us. Those are relationships that, still I wanted to have, especially considering just in case this whole leftover thing doesn't work out, just in case Kyle didn't actually do the hard work that I wanted him to do. Turns out he did not. I needed some form of a backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
And I still wanted to think that the girls could unite. I still wanted to think that that was something that I could ultimately be the one to bring together if things fell apart. Now, I'm telling you, that was like plan Z. Because no matter what, it would be me, Michael, Brittany. Ride or die. Me, Michael, Brittany / me, Monty, Brittany. But until that opportunity presented itself, I needed something outside of the alliance that I had, even if I was willing to chop them off week and week on behalf of leftovers.
I've got a couple of clips.
Oh my God.
Come on in.
Who ate the half?
Muffin?
Was it you, Joseph?
Here it goes. Here it goes.
You see what I'm saying? They ate half of the muffin, then they came back and ate another piece of the muffin. Monty is getting close to my muffin.
This whole muffin gate. Tell me how it was received on the outside. You please.
Very well.
Okay, good.
This is one of those things that like huge on the feeds on Twitter.
Sure.
#Muffingate.
Okay.
People loved it, especially because I think it was like a little bit of like Turner venting some frustration on Jasmine.
Yep.
Jasmine was
turning.
like pretty upset about it initially. But in like it's like a very not serious thing. Jasmine eventually leans into it, which was like a little bit like, is it as funny now?
Right.
Still pretty funny, actually.
Right.
Then the show really leaned into it.
Okay.
It was like,
now it's like, okay.
A little overexposed now. But it was very funny, especially, I think it was the moment with Turner and you, where you two were talking about Jasmine.
And he told me.
And talking about being frustrated. He was like, yeah, that's why I ate her muffin. It was so good.
Oh my God.
It was so good.
I had some really good moments in this house. Like, it's good to remember that I had some incredible moments in this house because the laughs are like, I don't know if I will ever laugh that hard again in my life. These are stupid, campy things that I will just never be in a scenario where I get that again. So, yeah. But it went on too long. Why was there liquid in the bag eventually? Then it was in the freezer.
So she then left out a cookie in a bag to bait the Muffin Man. Turner.
Is this when she did the stakeout?
She had done the
BB
stakeout.
that she made?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And Terrence's hat?
Michael watched Turner go down on the HOH camera, take the cookie bag, and then pour water into it.
Oh my God.
It was messy in many ways.
Sure.
But But this is fun. Of course, I believe it's Terrence that eventually rats Turner out to Jasmine. And they have like a funny little sort of confrontation about it.
Sure.
But it's good. It's fun.
I was confused about that. I thought that Jasmine knew Turner ate the muffin earlier. And then there was a big reveal on finale night too.
She found out from Terrence that didn't make the episode.
Okay.
So as far as the episodes, she never found out, and Turner never admitted it to her either. So
right, I never read it out.
Indy makes the pitch. There's this. Nicole had a couple of last minute mastermind plays.
Of course.
One was that she was going to tell Indy, "They're voting me out. If you don't do something about it, I'm going to be voted out. And you're going to go home."
Indy?
She told Indy, and then she went back to Danny and she was like, "Now just wait for the bomb to explode."
Indy?
It was funny. She also tries to tell Michael that you, Monty, and Jasmine are all part of Jasmine's husband, maybe? All part of the same fraternity?
My dad, I have heard a little bit about this. My dad, Monty, and Jasmine's husband are all part of Alpha Phi Alpha. It's a black fraternity.
And so she tried to be like, this is the big revelation. They're all working together. They know each other or they have this connection.
Yikes.
Yes.
Woof.
Michael talked about it with Brittany a little later. He was like, even if that's true, I don't think it matters.
No.
So it didn't really have an impact.
Great.
But
because yikes, you don't want to mess with that.
Yeah. If people needed another reason to be annoyed at the situation. I have a couple more clips, I think.
You look so dumb right now.
Great moment.
I'm glad it was well received. I was hoping it would land well. And I'm sure throughout my speeches, I'm sure that the feeders would hear me workshopping them. But I just hope that the feeders wouldn't get sick of my speeches because I workshopped them ahead of time.
The feed people loved it.
Okay.
There's always going to be mixed reception with everything with TV only viewers. I think there were some people like, that was a little mean.
Oh, baby. Bye. That was a little mean. Look at the things she said about me leading up to it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I think that was not many people. As like all season long, I've got people in my mentions.
I'm sure.
One more.
Oh my God. Just end the season already.
So,
oh no!
Not only is he saying the season's going to be boring, this is playing out live at the end of the episode while the music plays.
Yes.
He goes into a room alone and says,
"Oh God, just end the season already."
Episode ends.
Amazing! No, this season is crazy. I love it.
Oh,
That's the best thing I've ever heard in my life.
It was great.
And then we get the blow up again.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
We were like, man, this is going to be a great clip to use.
That was incredible.
In future seasons.
No, when things are going by, like, oh man, just end the season already. That's incredible.
And yeah, of course, like Danny's gonna get into it with Monty and Michael.
That's so
funny.
Yeah.
There's a funny moment where he's talking about how Michael's gonna win the game.
Yeah, congratulations, you won the game.
And Mike, he's talking. I think that maybe with Turner or Joseph. I can't remember who. Maybe it was Kyle. I'm not sure. He was talking with somebody about how Michael's gonna win the game. Michael ends up walking into the pantry. He's like, "Yeah, just talking about how you're gonna win this whole game." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Right. What do you? Thanks.
And then I have the soundbite. I don't have it with me here.
Oh.
Afterward, Michael's like, "I just wanted some chips." like I don't remember what the food was. He was just like, "I just wanted."
It's very Michael. All I wanted was this. It makes me so happy that we were as chaotic as it felt. I'm sure everybody heard us being like, there's no way that this is being dwindled down to something that is not as chaotic as it is. Like, there's no way that people are not seeing how batshit this entire season is. And these clips are amazing.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Darren.
Michael wins the HOH.
Yes.
First of 3.
Yes.
I was going to say many, but it actually is more vetoes.
Tied. Yeah, more vetoes. Tied with Turner.
So he's been talking to you a little bit and with Brittany a little bit about Monty's a threat. What should we do about Monty? And this is his first of 3 opportunities to take that shot. He considers it.
Yeah.
His plan is to put up Monty, Joseph, Terrence. If they come down, backdoor Daniel, easy. Kyle's not going to like it, but whatever. If they don't come down, then hey, Terrence leaves. At this point, Monty's talking up Terrence like he's a number for him, not realizing that Terrence wants nothing to do with Monty. So he feels like taking out Terrence maybe takes out a number for Monty or whatever. It's just not a number for me.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Was Terrence, we're going back to before the Nicole vote, in the bathroom, did Terrence actually try to flip against me? As Joseph said.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Oh, yeah. He pushed hard. He was the one that got Jasmine back on board to get rid of you. He was trying very hard to keep Nicole. Yeah.
And he kept on lying about it. But we will get there when we get there. Okay, so yes.
And then, so maybe take out Terrence or maybe take out Monty. See how it goes. That's kind of his plan. Kyle, though, does not want to go on the block.
I have no sympathy for any of this.
Kyle's like, I don't trust that they won't decide to vote me out. He doesn't want to go up on the block, and this is when he pitches to Michael. Do you see what's happening? Like, Monty, Taylor, Joseph, Jasmine, Terrence, even Indy.
Yeah.
They all have similar whys
Yep.
being here. Monty keeps saying that he's got Jasmine Terrence, right? Like, I'm just saying I could see like a Cookout 2.0 kind of thing. I don't trust going up on the block. I think that we should make sure that we are, approaching this in the right way. Michael's response at this time is, I don't see Taylor involved in that.
No.
He obviously feels like you're with him.
Yep.
And Kyle's like, I don't know. He's like, I really don't see Taylor being involved.
God, that's the beauty of my game. Everything was so transparent.
Kyle has a really hard time believing that. Even later in the week, Alyssa is going to be like, makes no sense for Taylor to be.
And she spends the most time with Jasmine and Indy.
Michael tells the cameras on day 31 that he loves you. You're one of his favorite people in the house. He hopes the audience loves you because you're amazing. She's a threat to win, though. And this is interesting because one of the reasons why he wanted to work, he obviously bonded with you, but one of the reasons why he wanted to work with you early on is that he wanted a group of people he felt he could beat in the end. He wanted you, Indy, Brittany. I think he might have thrown out Terrence at that point. He's later going to talk about Terrence a lot as a GOAT. But at this point in the game, despite still being on the block, despite still being a house target often, he's already recognizing
Something's up here.
She's not just your typical pawn star.
Yeah.
She's somebody that could win the game. And that never really becomes important in terms of like your relationship with him. It seems like it might based on how things go, but ultimately, obviously, is one of the big reasons why he's going to be a big proponent of yours in the jury. So Kyle continues to pitch. They continue to Michael and Brittany. They continue to say it doesn't make sense that Taylor is with them. And they say, like, why do you trust Turner so much? Like, I feel like Turner's more of the guys than Taylor is. Still doesn't see it though. Still lots of trash talking of you as well during this week. And I think you noticed it. Terrence and Daniel really started to get together.
Oh, yeah.
You'd walk into rooms. It was a whole thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard some of the...
I don't know if the Hoe on a Stroll was that was this week? Yeah.
Yep. So that's happening. And you do start getting closer to Joseph this week as well. So walk me through this. This is the first week that you have in the entire game where you're not on the block.
No.
And the plan is not to put you on the block.
Amazing. The relief.
You now have the freedom to walk the house, even though there are still people in the house that don't want you to have that freedom and are annoyed that you have that freedom.
Oh, very annoyed.
So, walk me through it.
So, it's funny because, again, we're back to week one where no matter what I do, there's a faction of people who are going to be irritated just by my existence. And I've decided that I'm just going to live and exist and have a good time because I feel very comfortable with the work that I've done at this point. I've got a great alliance. I worked on those relationships. There's one person in my alliance that I'm starting to get even closer to. I've still got Michael and Brittany that I've been very, very loyal to in the entire time. It's about maneuvering and massaging my relationships within my alliance. So I'm finally comfortable. I get a bye week for once. It's not any bigger than making a long-term strategy plan. It's just about how can I exist and take care of my alliance so they don't think that I am looking at anything else. Now, unfortunately, Kyle was not there. And it's disappointing because I remember I was thinking at this point in the game, I'm getting closer with Joseph, yes. But I'm also thinking, I'm going to work with Kyle. I like Kyle. I'm frustrated with him because of last week. Very frustrated. But I am thinking, we're kind of starting to get closer too. Like, the same potential that I saw in him those first few weeks, it can start to build from here.
There was a conversation, I think it was the tail end of the previous week. It wasn't a conversation. It was 6 people in the HOH room playing checkers. It was you, Alyssa, Kyle, Turner, Michael, Brittany. And I felt like I was watching that group hang out, waiting for let's work together.
Yeah.
It never came. If it had, would you have been like, yeah, sure? Or
I'm going to just say no.
Right, but like, would you have actually been?
No.
Yeah.
I was too in on the leftovers. There was nothing that would have taken me away from that, truly. And I think I liked having Alyssa as a outside backup to maybe bring in or latch onto if I needed something. But the idea of actually working as a cohesive unit, it felt we just never got to really build that trust. And maybe it's because of Joseph, and maybe Joseph was right. But as far as our games, we were like on parallel paths, but never quite close enough. That makes sense? So yeah, I wanted to support her and advance her game, but it didn't make sense for me to really work directly with her. It didn't feel right to me, especially knowing how, from my perspective, what Kyle has said, Alyssa spilled the beans on the alliance that she was part of. I'm still thinking that old school is a big thing. I'm still thinking girls is an active thing. There's nothing that will pull me out of the leftovers because I'm so certain that these two alliances are actively working.
What was it about the relationship with Joseph, especially this week, that like really started to like work for you?
I think we just realized that our minds about the game were very similar, and we just aligned. I think it felt like the same natural gravitation I had towards Nicole when she walked in that backyard. I was like, we're gonna destroy this game together. With Joseph, we just started talking, and I was like, okay, we are in lockstep about how we feel about the game. Brittany and Michael had different strengths, which was great for me. But the way that Joseph and I saw the game, and his benefit to me as far as it goes with getting connected with other people in the house. We just saw the game the exact same way. We maneuvered in the game the exact same way. And when you find a number one like that, there was nothing that's going to pull me away from Joseph.
You also told the cameras, and I think this was just after another day of walking into a room with Terrence and Daniel, that you felt like you were a lot more traumatized by the experience than you had even thought before. Obviously, this isn't even the end.
Whoa.
So,
what is it, week 4 now?
This is week 5.
This is 5 because I'm HOH next. Man. Oh man, that week.
How do you feel about that now?
Oh man, I feel better now that I'm victorious in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it was all worth something.
Yeah.
I proved the point that I came here to prove. If I failed, and we'll get to that in the last week, but you saw how distraught I was in my last week when I felt like mission's over. I felt like, what was the purpose of all of that if I can't make it worth something, not just for myself, but for everybody who's watching, for everybody who's played this game. And I was safe this week at this point in the game, but we've already moved through Taylor didn't deserve to be yelled at, to be blamed for someone's mental health issues, to be accused of using someone's sick mother as a piece or a toy in the game. Like, the house has moved through that. The majority of the house has moved through that. People that had connections with other people in the house, I feel, could have and should have done more to make it clear that that was a dead narrative. When you're going through the traumatizing thing, you don't feel the trauma and the pain of it.
Yeah.
You might have the shock of it, but you don't feel the real trauma of it. Now, it's been able to steep like a tea. And every time I walk into a room and I see these people, I feel the echo, like the shadow, the ghost of their words when I walk into a room. That's what it felt like in that house.
Yeah.
And that's the weight of the trauma that I decided to keep carrying with me because I wanted to make that larger point.
Yeah. Tell me also about, obviously this is when the start of the Cookout 2.0 thing happens. Michael and Brittany are going to catch some flack, both in the house and outside of the house, for how they responded to this. Now, again, initially they were not fully pushing back. Basically, the way that they pushed back was, I don't think Taylor is involved. There is a conversation where Michael also says to the cameras, like, hey, I've been wanting to work with Kyle, but I feel a lot less bad about cutting Kyle now. Kyle does come back to him at one point and says, hey man, am I losing it? Like, have I got it all wrong? And Michael's like, no, not necessarily. Doesn't really, has an option there to kind of push back. Doesn't really do so. They do continue to, again, push back on your involvement, but, and I can't speak for them, but I think that, it's kind of beneficial to his game if Kyle's thinking this way. I plan to talk to Michael. We'll hear more from him.
Yeah.
How do you feel about all of this now? Have you talked to Michael and Brittany? What are your feelings on it?
Oh, man. So, and we can either wait to get to that week to really talk about it, but knowing that this is where it started, I still stick to this. If I think there's a hint of racism, racial bias, but it doesn't feel completely overt, I'm not going to bring it into the game because that's not anything that should be brought into a game. That's not part of a game. So I understand Michael's hesitancy and Brittany's hesitancy to wait until they had absolute confirmation and they gut checked with each other. They checked each other over and over again. I understand why they would do that because I would likely do the same thing, probably in a shorter time frame because I know what signs to look for based on my 27 years of living through life as a Black woman. It is hard to hear that Kyle asked, am I crazy here? That was an opportunity. I'm glad that they defended me, but you don't just defend one person when we're impacting so many different people in the house about their race. That's a line you just don't cross. You don't use game and race together. So it's been really hard. And have I had a conversation with them? Yes and no. The week of Kyle's eviction, we'll really get into it then, but the week of Kyle's eviction, my biggest frustration was not how long they waited. And honestly, it wasn't even them using it after the veto had been won. It had been Michael leaving me on the block while Kyle went up. If you're going to do something and say it's not a game move, if you're going to do something and say it is a risk to your game, take the final risk. And that decision, I understand, we're like now you're intertwining game and race. When Brittany and Michael very clearly said, this is specifically about righting a wrong that's happened in this game. One last final thing could have been done to show me they're willing to protect me. Brittany should have sat on that block that week. I don't care how frustrated the House was or how the House thought that maybe the vote could flip against Brittany. The vote's not going to flip against Brittany because she waited longer to talk about something she thought might have been racist. They're going to vote the person out that tried to orchestrate an all-white alliance, period. So yeah, I still need to have an in-depth conversation with them about that. I have no doubt at all that we are going to work through it. I still love them to death. Like, those are truly my lifelong friends. But in being lifelong friends, you have to be able to have conversations like that and demand accountability.
Yeah. I think it's the following week.
My HOH.
We might get to it.
Yeah.
That they do eventually push back a little bit, and I'm sure I think Brittany told you about this moment, and that's what makes the episodes. And in it is like, hey, you can't be doing that, Kyle, and he basically says, well, look, there's a fine line between not doing it and recognizing what might be happening. And then when we get to the Kyle stuff, I think a lot of people would say that the edit really throws them under the bus. And
Michael and Brittany?
Yes, kind of plays it to be like,
they did this for game.
like this, like they're almost worse than Kyle. And that's the message that a lot of people took away from it as well.
Really?
Yeah. So
Really?
you know, you can watch it for yourself and sort of get whatever sense that you want to get from that as well. But I think that's and I think that speaks to what you and Monty both said to Kyle as well, which is like, you're going to come out to people and top three that support what you did, and it's on you to
disavow it,
decline. That support. So this is Michael and Brittany. Michael and Brittany at this time also, they'd been talking about targeting Monty. Monty, during this week, says to Kyle, Michael's got to go. During Michael's HOH week, on a week where he's considering taking the shot at Monty, I was like, oh boy, this is about to blow. Kyle does not reveal the information, though. It doesn't happen. Michael and Brittany start to be concerned about how close you're getting with Joseph. Because they're like, is she going to pick Joseph over us?
the dumbest thing I could ever do for my game. My God. That would be a Monty taking me to final two situation. Anyway.
You do start talking about like a potential final two deal with Joseph. And I think this is going to be the start of you eventually proposing a final four deal with Joseph, Michael, and Brittany, which is not going to bode well for your game. And Joseph is going to start doing all kinds of stuff with this fomance.
That I created.
Right. He's going to play up to play up to Indian Jasmine she's so into me. Oh my God. And they're like, oh, this is so funny.
Yeah.
It's a strange concept. Can you explain what the purpose of it was?
Yeah, we were supposed, where is this man? He needs to get his butt down here. Supposed to be him being very smitten and endeared by me. Really, it started just so I could have freedom in the house because with Daniel, with Terrence, with the rest of the girls in the house, there was just such a barrier that I could not go into certain rooms. I could not have conversations with the other people. And this is not the game that I wanted to play, but we realized that the more I was attached to Joseph, who was so socially the core of the house, I got more freedom and agency in being able to communicate with people who did not like me. And, I know there was a lot of pushback still. I know Indy was very adamant about not liking seeing me and Joseph together. I mean, they all were very adamant about it. But I was still able to at least try to communicate with other people in the house. And that was a great tool for me to push my game forward as much as I could.
Yeah, and it's, again, I think just, it is sort of a strange tactic. But it was you trying to find another opening to open those conversations. Yeah. And in a weird way, it worked, even if Joseph kind of maybe took it in a different direction.
Yeah.
Because I think they felt like they weren't threatened by you in any way when he was kind of being so dismissive. Yeah. And so they did seem more open to talking with you when you did go to them eventually. Part of this week as well is that Terrence is going to throw the veto, trying to get Monty out. All of them go up to pitch Monty. This is actually what convinces Michael, maybe I don't need to take a shot at Monty. They all want Monty out because of the previous week when he tried to get Daniel to not use the veto, he threw all of them under the bus.
Yep.
So Monty...
someone else can go and take care of it.
Is now in your position. Monty is now in the position where the whole house, other side of the house, wants him out. Yeah. Monty's now the fake target. He's lost the ability to play both sides. And he's getting a little bit annoyed that Joseph is playing both sides now. He wants that to stop. Joseph is going to be part of the 5 swatters that forms 5 swatters plus Terrence.
Best alliance name of all time in Big Brother history.
And this is big actually for Monty's game because Michael and Brittany had been talking about targeting Monty for so long. Now they see Monty's completely lost with the other side. They don't want to work with him anymore. Joseph is now working with the other side. And Joseph has this connection to Taylor. This is when they switch their target from Monty to Joseph, which is going to have a result soon. If I remember this right, this is the morning of Daniel's eviction.
Today's my loading day. It's my happy day. I'm gonna do a dance party everywhere I go. Because revenge day, revenge day, revenge day. Hey, hey.
Oh, why am I a clown? Amazing. Who is that girl? Revenge Day, baby.
I played that that morning, I think.
Oh, it was a great, a nice little pump up, right?
Yeah.
It's Revenge Day, baby.
And then, lo and behold, you go on to win the HOH.
Oh, God. Just end the season already.
Oh my God. No, I need that as a ringtone. I'm bringing ringtones back. It's going to be my ringtone. It's amazing.
You're up on the wall. Mm-hmm. You give another one that I like. I think this is what it is. Oh no, this is this is not you.
No, but this is hilarious. I was about to fall off from laughing so hard.
I played that in full length
it's
way
so
too many
good.
times.
It's so good. It deserves the full length.
I'm happy you're with me because nobody else in the world is.
No, it is the funniest, dumbest sound I've ever heard in my life. And truly, that was designed to make somebody laugh off the wall. I'm literally quivering because I'm laughing so hard. I think I'm shaking my head and just pushing it against the wall, trying not to fall. That was a good one.
Let me see if this is the right one.
Are you guys feminists?
like to see female HOH.
You crushed this competition. Yeah. You used a strategy that I had talked about that I think, was it Misha that used it in Celebrity Big Brother?
I forget who used it, but yeah, definitely. I like stayed on my tiptoes a little bit because it alleviated some of the pain. And then you just do not move.
Never moved your hands.
Do not move your hands.
Didn't give it an opportunity for the slippery slime to get in there.
Nope. Gotta keep a hoodie on.
Loved it. That needs to make a Peridium competition hack video. You win this competition. Is there anything like on the wall? Are you feeling like, talk to me about it.
I knew I needed some sort of win under my belt. And, the Hale, it's like a tornado, the house. Everything just swirls around you. And I did not want there to be an opportunity for me to touch that block again. So we had, as the leftovers, we had 3 main targets. I'm apparently the only one that's sticking to 3 outside the leftover targets this whole time. Like, I'm trying to be loyal to the leftovers, and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna turn on each other already." And then, okay, now I'm heated. I'm like, okay, we have 3 moving targets. All we need is a reason to get any of them out. I'll put up it took me a while, but we'll put up any combination of the 2, and whoever goes. What's the matter? Yes, I did start out with my personal vendettas. Can you blame me? If it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. But while I'm on the wall, I'm just thinking, just win, just do something to benefit the Alliance, and make it another week. If I'm safe, if I do something for the Alliance, they're not going to come for me next week. And I did know that Joseph and I getting closer was maybe going to raise some red flags, which it already had. So I knew that, yes, we were probably going to be really close during my HOH, but as long as I could do something for the benefit of the Alliance and not give anyone a reason to think that I'm not trying to benefit everyone here, no one in my Alliance will come for me going into next week.
Yeah.
Well.
I know this was a little bit of a misunderstanding in the house. I know you talked to Alyssa later about your HOH week and some of the misunderstandings that occurred. I know that, so when you won, Kyle came up, hugged you. Yeah. Alyssa goes, "That's enough of that." But in the retelling, it kind of, the order got a little mixed up, and it was like, I believe that you understood it as like her saying that about you, like you celebrate, like you winning.
Yeah.
And not about the Kyle stuff.
Yeah.
Still an annoying comment.
Still,
but,
yeah.
Is that something that got cleared up at some point?
No.
Okay.
The week that Alyssa got evicted, I asked her.
Yeah, I thought.
And she was like, the hug went on a little too long.
Right.
Like, girl.
We heard it when it happened too. We were like,
oh. Uh-huh.
Because this is like, I talked to you about how Alyssa in the first week had been kind of won over, had started to talk to other people. Yeah. She falls kind of back into the like anti-Taylor sentiment via jealousy. I think we can call it. Kyle talking to you about like being America's favorite, stuff like
America's
that.
Sweetheart, something like that.
Pictures on the camera.
Yeah, that was
a
disappointing.
Thing. So that's kind of like I think the barrier between the two of you at this time.
Yeah, that was really disappointing because I really enjoyed Kyle's friendship, and I think I've said this before, but at the beginning of my HOH, I'd never felt closer to Kyle, even though there's all these other rumblings that I just didn't know about. I'd never felt closer in the game to Kyle than that moment, and by the end of my HOH, it was complete polar opposite sides.
Yeah. Okay. This is definitely the week that I personally am most critical.
That's fine.
Of your game.
I'm not mad. It's fine.
It's a little messy.
You don't say.
You do immediately promise like everyone's safety, the women's safety.
Yeah. I already had promised them safety, Indy and Alyssa.
Right.
Whoops.
You want to also pretend to backdoor Monty.
Yeah.
You suggest to Turner. You talked to Jasmine about putting people up. I think she suggested Turner. And you were like, yeah, that's a great idea. You approach Turner.
He's like pissed.
Turner's like, interesting thought.
Yes.
What if we didn't do that though?
Fantastic negotiating skills. From,
and
Turner.
your response is, okay. Because he's like, well, but what if what happens if Terrence wins the veto? Or like, what happens if somebody else wins the veto? Like, right, okay. What if you and Monty went on the block? Monty's like, wait a minute.
It's messy. You know, and you know what that is a casualty of? Is a casualty of being on the block or pitched of being on the block so many times. The threat.
We talked about that, yeah.
Yeah, the threat of it means absolutely nothing to me. I have no problem telling people, all right, you go on the block, I don't care. People take it as much more of a threat, but because I've been able to evade it so many times, it doesn't feel like a threat to me at all.
Yeah.
So I don't realize what I'm saying to people when I say, okay, you can touch the block and then you'll come down, and you can touch the block and you can come down. Like, has no weight at all.
Yeah. This is the start of, I would say, what I would call the deterioration of your relationship with Turner. Because obviously by the end of the game, he's always been much tighter with the guys anyway, but you guys had like this nice connection
We
earlier.
really did. And then we were a lot more distant.
Yeah.
Then I brought it up at the end of the game. I was like, why aren't we closer? Like we have probably actually spent the most amount of time together because we're always near each other. They said something like, you're like my older sister. Like, you're always just kind of there. It's like, damn. Okay. All right, cool.
I mean, by the end of this week, he is saying Taylor's first to go.
And I'm saying Kyle and Turner.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying Turner's first to go because Kyle's not even in the Alliance anymore.
No, basically. Yeah, basically.
Eventually, you have to go back and say, sorry, Indy, Terrence. I think you've spoken plenty about the not wanting to put Jasmine on the block. We've talked a lot about it.
Fanning the
It's been
flames
talked
that
to
Kyle
death.
had.
I think at this point, everyone should get it. We understand where this is.
Yeah.
It does, I think, honestly, if more than anything else, I think it's just like forbidden fruit. Because you said you weren't going to do it, people are like, we really wish you would.
I know.
Instead, they want Indy, or at least initially, because she had a better performance on the wall than Alyssa. And you want Terrence.
Yep.
Brittany keeps trying to approach you. Brittany and Michael are a little concerned about your relationship with Joseph. Brittany keeps trying to approach you and kind of, this is my interpretation at least of what she was doing. She keeps saying, if you put Indy and Terrence on the block, they won't care who you want out. They will vote out Indy. And you keep saying, it's fine. I think what she's trying to tell you is like, they're not with you. You should be with us. Like, don't choose them over us. We will do what you want. We will work with you. They are not working with you. They are just using you. Were you picking up on that or?
Not at all.
Okay, yeah.
No. Because again, I'm so locked into the entire leftovers as a group. I'm like, what's it matter? These are our collective targets. So if either of them goes up, whatever, we'll just get the next one out the week after because we keep winning. We'll plan for catastrophe and then we'll get the last one out. But, they're already turning on each other and I'm not part of that.
Yeah. And I mean, you are the person that benefits the least from the leftovers breaking up.
Exactly. So why would I be invested in that?
Maybe you and Turner to a degree. And the both of you, I think, were the most loyal people to the leftovers until Turner shifted. So Indy is upset that she's going to go on the block.
Yeah.
This is when she says she's really disappointed because she has been your most fervent defender.
Oh, has she? She loves me so much.
Yes. I mean, this is really like, again, this is a week where I think a lot of players would and have misplayed their hand. You are HOH. You have power. You are being a little messy with it.
Yeah.
But the way that you're handling it is still working. You promised Indy safety, and then you put her on the block. She still leaves the game saying her biggest regret is not being closer to you in the game.
Yeah.
So I think that part of this is that she's saying this to you. I would imagine in this moment, you're like, really? But you let her, like, okay. You know, all right.
Yeah.
Jasmine, too, this week. You're saying you don't want to nominate a black woman. Jasmine is kind of like...
I want to do it on her birthday week.
Right.
And her dad's birthday week.
And you are informed, I think by Joseph, that Jasmine is downstairs like, why would she do that?
Yeah.
Why
I'm
should
not
that
trying
matter?
to play a game for a race,
Right.
even though she will turn around and say, I'm very happy that this is something that we're doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're just taking it, not confronting her. You have power. You could if you wanted to.
Yeah.
You could, you know, force these conversations to be have a different sort of like direction, right? You're going to talk with Jasmine a little bit about some of the misunderstandings that happened. I think in particular you talked about when Amira approached her about you having darker skin and how she kind of took offense to that.
Yeah.
But eventually, like, again, these conversations end with, I think, both Indy and Jasmine feeling like,
Oh, we messed up.
crushed it.
Oh,
Like,
I see what
like
you're saying. Yeah,
we
yeah.
messed up, but like crushed the apology. Like Taylor feels good about us. So that's what I think you're doing well this week.
So that's what you are doing well.
Yes.
Then we get to the veto.
So one thing is that Michael and Brittany are now on the same page as Monty. They want the 5 sweaters broken up.
Mm-hmm.
They approach you about it. They say, Taylor, can you tell Joseph to stop with the 5 sweaters already? Like, it's not necessary. You go talk to Joseph about it, and he's like, no, this is good for us. I can help you out with the 5 sweaters. I can go to gives you a lengthy explanation.
As he always does.
Should
Should have known he was a lawyer then.
Right. You go back to Brittany, and she's like, so what's up with the 5 sweaters? And you're like, so I talked to Joseph, and it's actually a good thing that he's doing the 5 sweaters thing. And let me try to explain it. And Brittany was like, I'm not really understanding what you're explaining right now. And you're like, I'm not really explaining it right.
Yeah.
I need Joseph to tell you,
Yeah.
because I don't really fully get it. And for me, that was like, you're signaling to Brittany, like, okay, Joseph has a hold on me here, right? And they start getting very concerned. They start feeling like, okay, we have lost Taylor to Joseph. And they start feeling like, okay, we still would love to go to the end with Taylor, but we need to start coming up with some contingency plans.
Fair.
Who else would be nice to have in the end? I mean, Terrence isn't winning that final 3 HOH, right? How do we get there, though? That's the question. So that's happening. So Michael and Brittany are starting to wander. Turner's kind of annoyed. And all of this is happening. And then Terrence tells Joseph, Terrence doesn't buy the Monty story. Terrence says, I want the
Taylor to show her
veto
cards.
to be used to force Taylor to show her cards to prove that she's not actually going to put up Monty. Joseph comes back to you. He says this. He comes up with a new plan.
Putting himself up.
He should go on the block. And this, up until now, I'm like, this is okay. This is all right. I'm not great. This is when I was like, oh, what's happening right now? What do you mean go on the block? This makes no sense.
Yeah, none whatsoever. None whatsoever.
And let me tell you, those conversations, Michael and Brittany, they had them.
Mm-hmm.
If Joseph goes on the block,
Get him out.
I think we might have to. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just explain your perspective on why this is a move that made sense?
Yeah. I promised at that point, everyone's coming up to me and saying, Monty wants to go, this, and that. But I'm not putting Monty on the block. Then I realized I have no respect in the house outside my alliance. I have no moves that I'm making. I've already promised to make this big show of making a move. Something I feel like I actually need, something that's going to look like it'll benefit everybody in the house. And I wanted to take ownership in the game over something. Because I really felt like I'd been used over and over and over. And so much of my game was playing from the back. So I wanted to do something to play from the front. I know Brittany wanted to say things like, she's chaotic, she wants to make a flashy move. Yeah, of course I do. Nobody has played the game from the back like I have up until now. So now that I finally have power during a really interesting week, literally the middle of the game, I don't want to do something to really shake things up, but I do want it to look like I am willing to be the big bad person that they think I am when it comes to game. I want them to think I'm cutthroat. I want them to think I'm really trying to make the cutthroat move. Put up my foemans, showmans, and try to get them out of the house. That way it helps out with this whole 5 swatters initiative. It helps out with the other side wanting to bring me in so that we can manipulate them even more to keep the leftovers as secret as possible. You know, Joseph and I would say this all the time, the other side of the house would get cocky. And the second people start getting cocky and revealing their cards, that's when everything crumbles down. And we did not want the leftovers to be in that position because we were so loyal to the mission of the leftovers overall. Now, I did not know that the rest of the leftovers, even before my HOH, I did not know that the rest of the leftovers were taking care of themselves. No matter what I was going to do, whether it was a flashy move, a convoluted move, or whatever move you want to call it, my mission was still to remove a target on behalf of the leftovers. So however we got there, didn't really matter. And I was never going to put Joseph on the block.
Well, so there was a lot of talk from Michael and Brittany about like, can we trust her to not like just make a move that is good for TV, and that did become a little bit of like a narrative outside. There were some people saying like, oh, is she just trying to make good TV? And I think that like in thinking about this, like obviously you were trying to make good TV.
It's a good season, not just things that make good TV.
Right. But I think also like this ties into your ability to win a jury vote in the end. Like you're always thinking about the perception, and you kind of were forced to, but like you're always thinking about the perception that people have of you. And if you're making good TV, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, like this is how Dr. Will won the game. He won the game because he was making good TV.
Right.
And in a much more direct way, the jury was unsequestered. But like, I think that it wasn't as outside of the game as I think they were thinking of it at the time.
Yeah, there was a real narrative with many different people throughout the house over and over. Let's do this, that's good TV. Let's do this, that's good TV. And good TV happens when it's not forced or contrived. But a lot of Big Brother is forced and contrived. That's the nature of the game. It's plotting, it's planning. And these big things that make good TV are moves and moments, sometimes, in my case, mostly planting seeds and tipping over dominoes. But also, what's wrong with wanting to have some dramatic moment that's going to turn the house and flip it upside down? That's what Turner, Joseph, and Kyle did with their mirror vote. What's so different about me wanting to do something to evoke the same emotions within the house?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, good TV is also something that can win you respect in the game. Respect is currency. Like, I just think there's more to it than I think that...
She just wants to look good for the viewers.
Right, yeah.
It really does bother me that what I was doing with my HOH was boiled down to she just wants to get ratings. How about she wants to play this game? Because I had not had the freedom to really play the game in the way that we think of playing Brother.
Kyle wins the veto. Alyssa takes your prize. You get chained to Joseph. It seemed like Joseph starts to have second thoughts about going on the block. And Brittany suggests Alyssa should be the person to go instead. And you can use the fact that she took your prize as the reason.
Right.
You're like, that sounds great to me.
Again, another one of the 3 targets of the leftovers. Cool, fine.
You think it's a good idea. Monty, Joseph, Michael, they all agree. They approach Turner. And this is again, like Turner didn't like it the first time everyone wanted Alyssa out. He definitely didn't like it when you wanted him to go on the block. And now, in the same week, Alyssa should go. I don't want Alyssa to go.
Yeah.
But it's Turner. He's going to go along with it. The next day, Michael gives Kyle a heads up. Bro, they want Alyssa out. Just so you know. You got to talk to them.
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing how this
sets this in motion. Michael wants a civil war. This is what benefits Michael, right? Michael can't go to the final 7 with the leftovers because he'll basically... Monty already wants him out. You know, Joseph, Turner, the Pound in general. Maybe he gets Kyle, but Kyle wants to take a shot earlier. He would love it. Michael, it suits Michael if Kyle and Joseph go to war. And Michael kind of gets to take out some of those bigger competitors, then get to 7 or 6, and at that point, he probably does win out. So Michael's fanning these flames. Brittany is too. I mean, she's the one that introduced the idea in the first place. And Kyle's annoyed. Kyle's upset. Once again, things have recently progressed in his relationship with Alyssa. Turner has found out about it.
So kind about this, yes.
And this is just, again, like, now you're asking, from Turner's point of view, he's like, now you're asking Kyle, who just came intimate with Alyssa, to send her out. That's not right. And
information that I do not have.
Right. This all kind of culminates. Kyle talks to you. You two talk it out a bit. You kind of agree, which I think at this point you should, because at the end of the day, it's Kyle's choice, right?
Yeah.
He can choose whether or not to win the veto. There's not really, like, if he's not willing to do it, there's no amount of pushing that's going to make him do it.
What's going to happen?
So,
and that's just going to cause more friction.
Right. You might as well just be like, all right. Whatever.
Your decision's your choice.
But there's still pushback. Joseph is kind of like, no, like, this should really happen. And Monty is like, yeah, I agree. Like, I think this should happen. And Michael and Brittany are...
Right.
Which does not go unnoticed.
Meanwhile, they are saying to me, I told Kyle...
Yeah.
It's a reason why we can put her up.
I thought they played this all wrong. I mean, I liked the concept strategically of pitting two sides against each other. But I thought they were way too obvious in how they showed their cards afterward.
Yeah.
I thought, my thought was, Michael should have went to Kyle and said, hey, we had a conversation last night. They're kind of thinking they want Alyssa to go. What do you think about that? Kyle says, absolutely not. All right, well, I guess you're going to have to talk to them. I'll talk to them. Michael should have just gone straight to you and said, look, I talked to Kyle. There's no way he's going to go along with this. I think this is just a no-go. I think that we need to just keep this in our back pocket and move forward from here. Right? Like, just keep the tension there.
Don't let it
without it really
head.
like bubbling up where now he has to pick a side.
Right, because at that point now, if you plant that seed with me, I'm all right, cool. We'll get rid of Kyle. If he doesn't want to make that move next week.
Exactly.
Here we go.
And he can go to Kyle and be like, she's cool with you not using the veto, but let me tell you, I think she's kind of pissed.
Yep.
And, you know, I think that would have worked better.
Yep.
But it didn't really end up mattering in the end. But
as we come to find out.
What are you going to do? This is a very funny day, though. Things are going back and forth all day long. It culminates in this big argument around the pool table.
The death of the leftovers.
Oh, man. I had forgotten about this.
We didn't even care who was coming in and out the kitchen. We were like, whatever.
At the end of this week, the leftovers get together one last time. You don't know it's the last time in the HOH room.
Yeah.
And you do one final, like, leftovers.
Yeah.
And, like, half of you are at each other's throats.
Yeah.
And little do you know, like, this is the last time you'll all be together. And we all knew it at the time that, like, something's going to go down.
It's about to happen.
And they're going to be the last time. It was a great moment.
Oh, man. I just, like, the narrative of this entire season is just, like, good job. Good job, 24. Good job.
Turner, again, after this argument, he says he does not like the way that you handled the HOH, and that you are now his target heading into the 7. He still wants to get down to the 7, though. Mm-hmm. Kyle's been approaching him all week long. What are you thinking, Turner? I'm thinking we go to pound 4. That's how it goes for Pooch. And
because he died, right? He's dead.
And Kyle keeps trying to drop hints like, what if they're looking to take shots at us? Turner's like, well, why would they do that? People who take shots are the first people to go in the Alliance. Kyle's like, that's not what I want to hear. Another one of these situations, he's going to have to be a lot more upfront once the house splits. So this is all happening. I don't know what this clip is, but I'm going to play it.
Boring season where?
There it is. Not boring.
No, I'll tell you that right now. Anything but.
Not boring. So you do clear the air with Kyle.
Yeah.
At least on the surface. Again, like just relationship-wise at least. Making sure, even if the game relationship is iffy, on a personal level, he's still willing to vote for you if he makes it to the jury.
Thank God.
So you get chained to Joseph. This kind of sidelines you for a little while. I couldn't believe they made you speak in an accent the whole time.
Do not get me started on this accent. And Joseph's even worse accent.
This was ridiculous.
It was unbelievable.
This was look, you guys did an admirable job. This was a punishment to the live feeds.
That's fair. That is fair. I like my voice.
People wanted to hear you actually talk game with people and speak, it was a crucial moment.
Yeah.
People also wanted to look, the Jailer fans were in the middle of the sea.
Yeah.
They had set sail a while ago and they were on a journey.
Yeah.
And the two of you getting chained together in the middle of this fomance.
Come on.
They were ready to go. Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, you're dressed as Sid and Nancy.
Yes. And we cannot talk to each other unless we're doing accents.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which is why we barely spoke.
Right. And eventually, this seems to come from Joseph primarily. The fomance is kind of called off. Mm-hmm. I don't want to presume. I kind of read that you were kind of disappointed by this.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Look, there are only so many people that I got very close to in the game. And I did, as much as I trusted Michael and Brittany, I did feel just like they were getting closer. And naturally, I know that Joseph and I were getting closer, but Michael and Brittany was still my final 3. Those are still my people when it came to the game. And even though Joseph and I was priming Joseph to be a 4 with Michael and Brittany. But the 3 was always Michael Brittany.
Yep.
Period. So feeling the distance from my closest allies and then having to intentionally distance myself from someone I consider to be my best friend in the game. Now it's like, oh, okay, I am on a raft and I'm floating slowly away from the people I feel closest to here.
They did come back around. By the end of the week, Michael and Brittany were like, okay, maybe we overreacted. I think we're good with Taylor.
Yeah.
Joseph does need to go, though. In the meantime, you are pitching a Final 4 to Joseph. What if we worked with Michael and Brittany? These things both are going to kind of come to a head. Again, Indy leaves saying that she's very proud of you. She hopes that you know that she was on your side. She thinks you're a beautiful person and she hopes the game goes well for you. She says the thing she'd change about her game is that she would have gotten closer to you through the game. Great signs, jury-wise.
Feels good.
Is there any conversation with Indy that week that you felt was really stand out to you that solidified this?
I think I nodded my head still when Indy would ask me if there was a split vote, what would I do? I was like, got your back. I regret not being very truthful about that. But even when Indy and I would talk, we didn't have real in-depth conversations. We didn't have lengthy conversations. We just had small moments where we would meet and understand and disperse. And there was just this, I saw this shift in her. When she was in jeopardy, I didn't expect her to be angry or erratic, but she was just so gentle in the same way that I was. And, you know, I think it's still true. Every time I said, I think that we are more alike than we are different. I think Indy and I are very, very similar. And she had the opportunity to see that. And in her demeanor, I was able to see it, see that reflected. So I think both of us softening to each other was more about, that's more what that week was about. And I feel lucky for having that.
Yeah. Well, she's the first person to go to jury.
First to jury.
And then the house splits. Yeah. Michael and Terrence are the HOHs.
I told Joseph he needed to win something.
Michael does pretty much exactly what I expected him to, what a lot of people expected him to. Jasmine first, primary target. This was along the lines of what he had been saying to Brittany, that if they won HOH, they'd target Jasmine to appease the leftovers under the assumption that the following week, no matter who wins, a shot's going to get taken, not at them. So he knows, all right, on the other side, shot's probably getting taken by Terrence. Jasmine first. Terrence picks Turner first.
That surprised me. I didn't realize how close they were.
They had kind of a relationship. From the very first week, Turner was one of the first people to go to Terrence and say, bro's got your back, bro. He's also the person who is sort of like the least connected. Terrence and Daniel talked a lot about there being a big alliance. For a while, they thought Kyle was the only one not in it. Eventually, they realized, oh, Kyle is in it. Then it was like, okay, I guess Turner's like, he's probably there, but is he really
there? And I mean, hey.
He picks Turner. Perfect for Michael. He picks Brittany to keep her safe, first and foremost. Terrence picks Alyssa as the next person that he feels like also not in the big alliance. Then Michael picks you to keep you safe.
I do my little dancey dance.
Terrence picks Joseph as his target. And Michael picks Monty as his backup target. Leaves Kyle on the other side to do what he will. In a lot of ways, this week plays out according to Michael's plan. In a lot of other ways, it completely backfires.
Yep.
So inside with you, it's pretty straightforward. There's not a lot here.
The most straightforward stuff ever. Come on.
Michael nominates Monty and Jasmine. You're never in any real danger. Nope. It's either Jasmine or Monty that leaves, no matter what happens. Brittany wins the veto. Monty says to you, hey, I was watching Michael's answers. He was very close in all of those. He starts telling you Michael needs to go. I don't know if you've heard this. Monty was right. First of all, Michael intentionally gave a wildly wrong answer on his first attempt. Even with that intentionally wrong answer, statistically, Michael had the best performance in the history of the show in this competition.
Oh my God.
Threw it to Brittany. This is not one of his 9 competitions wins.
Oh my God. I know that.
If he had guessed his actual answer, it was one off from the real one, he would have been that much further ahead.
Jeez. Michael.
And
broken the record.
Right. If he had decided to win this one.
Come on, Mensa Brain.
7 vetoes it would have been.
12-week competition.
The tricky part here is that you guys make a final 4, kind of a final 5 if Joseph is still there. You have conversations about Kyle being donezo. If he turns, Kyle and Turner, they both got to go. Can't trust either of them. This comes back to haunt you a little bit. Monty has these conversations with you about targeting Michael. And this is the second Michael HOH week that Monty, during the HOH week, while he is an option to be evicted, is talking actively, openly about targeting Michael. And I'm like, Monty, you are playing with fire. And lo and behold, you did go to Brittany and kind of let her know what was happening. Brittany didn't really bring it to Michael. Wow. She kind of hints at it a lot. Yeah. She says, everyone's coming for you. Never really approaches Michael in a way that's like, Monty's chomping at the bit to take you out. I don't know if that would have changed Michael's mind at that point, because a huge reason he didn't want to take the shot is that he didn't want to lose you. You were not on board. If he could have gotten you on board, I think he would have taken the shot.
I don't blame him.
I really do.
But I knew that if Michael got to take that shot, I wouldn't be able to take Michael out.
Exactly. So what is going through your mind when Monty approaches you about this? You end up telling Brittany about it. How do you manage this situation without it blowing up?
Well, for Brittany was always my final two. Mm-hmm. And for us, it was always, what are we going to do that's going to get us both to final two? Mm-hmm. And I just had to make it clear to her that the three of us going to final three with Michael, come on. One of us is not going to be sitting in that chair. And I know which one of us it will not be if he is choosing who to go there. Mm-hmm. If we want an all-female final two, we have to take somebody that we have a higher chance of beating. Brittany, you can beat Monty. I've beaten Monty before. This is it. Plan B is a viable route to the end. Mm-hmm. And she and I have both been at the very bottom of the food chain multiple times. It just made sense. And I had to bank on the trust that I believed that I had with Brittany in the game.
At the end of the previous week, you had told Joseph the two people you felt least close to in the leftovers were Turner and Monty. Mm-hmm. You said you wanted to work on that relationship.
Yep.
You definitely do that here while you have the chance during Big Brochella. You have a conversation. He finally kind of apologizes for the Paloma misunderstanding. You have a lot of conversations. This is when your relationship really starts to develop. This is when you really start to feel like this is a viable final three path, as you said. Can you just talk me through the relationship with Monty at this point?
Yeah, look, it was just important for me to, and it really started during my HOH, when I was very upset with the fact that Kyle wouldn't use his veto for the leftovers, because I, again, fully believed in the leftovers. And I pulled Monty up and I was like, I need a gut check. Can someone just agree with me that this is frustrating and they're seeing something else happening that should not be happening for our alliance? And he agreed there. And that was really the first little crack in the door where we could open up and really start talking about the game. And I know that a lot of people's hang up with me, outside of me, Michael, and Brittany, was whether or not I was willing to take a shot at Michael. Mm-hmm. But I'm trying to get to the end of the game. And I love Michael, but like he said with me, I don't get to the end if I'm riding a final three with him. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I need someone who's less competitive, but strong, to understand that I am willing to do the big thing. Yeah. And that's what this week was about. It was about creating a path and establishing a friendship with someone that I was really at odds with. From a game perspective, I have come to learn it has been much more vile than I knew. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this week was very pivotal for me in developing that personal relationship, so that if we go to the end, if we get to that final three, he's also the one taking me to those final two seats. Because I don't think it's going to take Brittany.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is a successful pivot in a game where many people are not able to. I mean, Monty was one of the few people in the alliance that you never had a great bond with. You had a very rocky start. Yeah. And in the end, that is the key relationship that ends up propelling you to the win, right? So again, the idea that like it all just kind of happened.
I got carried, it all fell into place. No, I was working that relationship. Like all of the friendships that I had in that house were very intentional. Mm-hmm. But you know, no matter if I was actually friends or enemies or what have you with anybody, I had no choice but to play a social game, because I played 9 vetoes and I couldn't win one. But even outside of that, that was my only route.
Speaking of Brittany, did you believe her when she said she wanted to cut Michael and go to the final two with you?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's understandable, I think. I mean, it makes logical sense. Yeah. She is
because of what we were saying from the beginning of the game. But understanding the points where we deviated and the points where I definitely felt that distance and saw them getting closer, that's when I was like, this is still true.
She had a conversation with Michael a couple of weeks into the game. I can't remember exactly when it was. It might have been during Michael's first HOA train, where
Reminder stop.
She said to him, I know I can't win this game, but I'm still willing to go to the end with you. Is there anything interesting we can do with this? Like, I know I can't win, so like, who cares? I can do whatever I want. It frees me up. Strategically, is there anything fun we can do with this?
Yeah.
She tells the cameras throughout she's willing to lose to Michael. It appears to be her plan up until can't happen anymore.
Yeah.
But I can't really blame you for believing it because it would have made at least a little more sense.
I mean, come on. We talked about having a viable shot between the two of us.
Mm-hmm.
I understand why she was comfortable, and she said it to me multiple times too, comfortable being second. But if you have a viable shot for the big one, you owe it to yourself to go for it.
Michael says again to the cameras this week on day 47, still love Taylor. Still happening. He says he's willing to bring you to the final three, even knowing that you will take Brittany over him. Again, like, he feels better about beating Terrence. He knows that you're going to bring Brittany, but he feels like whatever. He's also going to say on his way out the door that he would have taken you to the final two after Brittany left. This is maybe a little bit of evidence to support that notion. I mean, I don't think Michael goes to the final two with you thinking he's going to lose.
No. No, I do not think that either.
But like maybe if it was like a choice between you and like Terrence or something, maybe it's a different story. But either way, worth pointing out here. Before Jasmine leaves, you talk to her about the season, some of the things that have been said. Again, this is a big conversation right before she leaves. Huge contrast, especially to how Brittany talked to Jasmine this week.
Yeah.
Jasmine says to you, her biggest regret in the game is not standing up more for you. She says the same in exit interviews. We asked Jasmine to describe her house guests as food. She made lots of food comparisons.
Of course. What was
Julie,
I?
you look better than air-fried chicken or whatever. She described you as chicken noodle soup.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Aw, good for the soul.
Obviously, you've talked already about like these conversations you had with Indy.
Yeah.
Anything specific to Jasmine? Because again, this is you working on a jury vote. This is you building momentum in this jury house.
Yeah. And with Jasmine, it was always very obvious. If I'm going to come into the game and say that I want to play a game that's going to advance Black women, I'm not going to break that why. And I had an alliance where someone else could have taken that shot, and I didn't have to break that promise. I'm fine voting someone out, but I'm not going to be the one to put someone in jeopardy. So that was my line, and I stuck to it, no matter how tempting it was. Because it got real tempting my week, because everybody was a target my week, apparently. But when it comes to the conversations I had with Jasmine, there was a lot to discuss, because it's just too much, in my opinion, to have as strong of a why and not really break down why she and I never connected. And there are things that we still need to talk about. I'm understanding the fat comment, how that blew up. It's just, they're really frustrating things that never existed that we need to talk about. But then there are things like us having to have a conversation about colorism. Like, we really need to dive into that again, because there was a one-on-one conversation with me and Amira. Jasmine was not brought into it because she wasn't there, right? Jasmine is just someone that I've come to understand her psychology more. I've heard her tell stories about how she had conflict with pageant girls, and here I am, I waltz in and I strut across and I do big glam, but she's a glam girl too, so why are we not connecting? Why are we on opposing sides? she sees me with my bag on my bed and she says, she's not a girl's girl, she's a guy's girl. Everybody go ostracize her. It was really disappointing because we could have worked together and done really good things, but I don't hold that against her because I don't want to take anything that makes her feel bad about herself and put it in her face. I just want to give people the opportunity to see me as I am. And she didn't take it the first time because of the structure of the game, but she has an opportunity to fulfill a larger mission and see me as a human being at the same time. And that's all those conversations are about.
Yeah, and this is going to tie into future conversations with Monty, but like, there's a vulnerability there that a lot of people, again, when approached with conflict, when approached with criticism or whatever, throw up the wall, either push back or at the very least just kind of like shut it away.
Yeah, disengage.
And what you're saying about wanting to give her an opportunity to see you for who you really are, like that requires, walking up to somebody that is hurt you, that is just finished like pummeling you to the ground, getting back up and walking up to them again, arms at your side, no defense, and saying, can we try this again? Knowing full well that she could throw it right back in your face.
Again, yeah.
But you've done it enough at this point that she's finally like, I wish I didn't stand up for you more. I wish I stood up for you more earlier. And you really like win the respect of these people as they're leaving.
I mean, when there's someone in front of you who's been on the block 3-4 times at that point, how are you, block person, still in this game and I'm not? What have I not admitted to or done that keeps you here and has me on the way out the door? I think they have no choice but to really open that up.
Yeah. All right. Meanwhile, outside, there's a lot we don't know.
Oh, okay. As a viewer?
Yes. I'm going to quickly just run through what we do know.
Please do.
Terrence initially wants to target Joseph. He wants to put up Joseph and... Turner talks to him first. He tells... Turner's like, hey, you should not put up Joseph. Initially, Turner's playing for the leftovers in the pound at this point.
Great.
You should put up Kyle and Alyssa. Makes sense. You can backdoor Joseph. The intention is to keep Alyssa on the block, send her home. Then Terrence talks to Alyssa. He's like, so I'm thinking you and Kyle backdoor Joseph. And she's like, interesting idea. What if we didn't do that? What if instead you put up Joseph and Kyle? Who cares about backdooring? It's 5 people.
Seriously.
She talks him out of nominating her. The following day, Kyle makes his move. In order to prevent himself from being nominated, he tells Terrence everything with garbage audio quality.
No! No holding for planes?
First he tells Alyssa. And while he's telling Alyssa, Terrence is running like the water. And so it's just like...
No!
We have a thing called the...
Oh my God.
Tell me about it. Sorry.
Oh my God.
It was very annoying.
Miserable.
Very annoying. Barely got a reaction from Alyssa on the feeds about the leftovers. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
He then tells Terrence, he convinces Terrence to not nominate him because Turner will use the veto, or won't use the veto if he wins it. He'll use the veto on Joseph to force Alyssa on the block. And then Alyssa will go home and Terrence will be screwed.
Yeah, well.
Terrence goes along with it, blindsides both Turner and Joseph. Very sad, both of their reactions. It's just silence out in the backyard for like a while as they're trying to like process what happened. Turner is pretty quickly going to flip in order to, look, you guys vote Joseph out, not me, right? I'm with you. And then the feeds go down because people are trying to wall yell. and they're wall yelling like Kyle's a liar, stuff like that.
Oh. Wow.
We still don't know what was heard, if anything was heard. By the time the feeds come back up, they're down for days. They come back up and
days.
Turner was taken off the block. Kyle was put on the block. We had word that this had happened, and so the assumption at this point was wall yelling actually worked, because it never does. And there's no reason to take Turner off the block unless you're sending Kyle home. I think wall yelling worked, and Kyle's gone. Feeds come back. Nope. Joseph is still the target. In the episodes, we see that there was some back and forth. Everyone against Joseph, basically. Now, the most impactful thing for your game outside of Joseph leaving in the first place, prior to the feeds coming down and after the feeds came back, 2 instances. First one, Joseph kind of like already starting to hint, I mean, Taylor, Michael, Brittany got a thing. By the time they come back, he's telling the full details. Taylor approached me with a final 4 with her, Michael, and Brittany. I turned it down. So I'm not working with them, but they're working together. You're going to need me, I think, is kind of the approach here. I didn't fully understand in the moment what the point of this was. I think hearing more from Joseph, I don't think it was malicious. I don't think he was trying to throw you under the bus. I think that from what he said, and I'll talk to him obviously, I think the intent was to be like, look, I'm being open. I'm telling you everything. The response was, he turned down a Final 4. Come on. Obviously, if he's approached with a Final 4, he said yes, which means he is working with them. He just confirmed that he's working with them. The real impact of this is that Kyle, Alyssa, and Turner, who initially, remember, felt good about Michael, had been thinking, okay, hopefully Michael's still with us. We need to take the shot at Monty moving forward.
Yep.
Instead go, wait a minute. Hold on. Michael's with Taylor this whole time. Michael's the big comp threat. Why are we going after Monty when Michael is the real threat?
Yeah.
And so Michael becomes the target. Monty's still like a backup target. I mean,
Sure,
he's still
of course.
But that's kind of the big shift here.
As soon as they all came in, we knew.
Right.
It's obvious.
So Joseph leaves. They make it the after party.
Yep.
Kyle says, time to go to war. They come inside. The plan is to blame everything on Joseph. You'll see this in the episode. There's like a huge edit about Alyssa, Kyle, Turner, Terrence, all having diary rooms. Like, so we were saying this, and then blame it on Joseph. This obviously is a huge point of contention for you. You're going to feel very, very upset when the house comes back together. Joseph is gone. Very sad, by the way, watching him leave. Walking through the house, knowing you're upstairs alone. So they're blaming a lot on Joseph. The thing here is that, yes, he did tell them that you were working with Michael and Brittany. And that's kind of like the biggest piece of evidence that he must have said something. He must have been doing these things because how else would they know?
Right.
But again, I don't think he did it with malicious intent. And through that good evidence that they have, they're exaggerating and starting to make other claims, right? And I think that's where you start to really feel betrayed.
Really hurt. Yeah.
So what was going through your head at this point?
There were 3 people that I trusted with everything: Michael, Brittany, and Joseph. And Joseph was able to get personally more connected with me than Michael and Brittany were. Quicker, I'll say, than Michael and Brittany. And I'd grown closer to Joseph in recent history more so than I was with Michael and Brittany, even though my final 3 was still, between that 4, Michael, Brittany, and myself. So I did not want to look stupid. I did not want to be the girl with little heart eyes or whatever eyes. that's not listening to information. I wanted to trust the people that I trusted still, even though they were inside just spinning all this information. When it came to Alyssa, I also, I'd done all these things in spite of turning on her, thinking I had legitimate reason for her to go out on behalf of the leftovers, my HOH. I still wanted to play a game where we could work together. Whether we were directly intertwined or not, I still wanted to do something where I could trust her because I've given her all these opportunities. And she had Kyle. She knows what it's like to feel so close to someone in the house. So yeah, I trusted her and invested in her with the things she would come back to say to me because I imagined she could know what it's like to lose your closest person. The things that I was told were deeply painful because I put a lot of trust into Joseph, and it was still new. Like, I put a lot of trust in someone very quickly, and to hear that they betrayed you so quickly, it's like, am I stupid? Am I playing a bad game now when I finally kind of got my footing to play a good game and make it to the end? And to now know that there were rooms where Terrence, Alyssa, and Kyle were laughing about how it was very intentional to like stab the knife in and twist it. I'd already experienced a lot of unnecessary pain in the game, and everybody in the house knew it at that point. So, yeah, I could not understand how people... There's game, and then there's causing pain. And what was happening shifted from game to causing me pain intentionally for their benefit. And that's not okay.
Yeah. And Turner wins this HOH. I mean, this is huge. It's 4v4, really.
Yeah.
Turner wins it. He, in a somewhat similar trajectory as your HOH, actually, immediately promises everyone safety.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he has a conversation with Monty. Monty very quickly rats all of you out. I've been pound strong this whole time, Turner. They were talking about targeting you and Kyle. I was like,
Even though the week of my HOH, Monty was saying Kyle's got to go next week or whenever, Kyle can't work with him anymore.
At this point, and I had gotten this sense too even during Brochella, when you had conversations with him about Kyle and how he's a goner if he turns, I still felt a reluctance in Monty. He, I think, trusted Kyle a lot, which I think is part of why it hurt him so much when we get to what happened with Kyle.
It's just so interesting. See, now that's how you know you got me going. It's just so interesting because I had that conversation with Monty about how I was very frustrated that Kyle wouldn't use this veto and what it meant for me as a woman of color in the game and the language that was used to say why Alyssa should stay in the game. So that over and over. I've said it on the feeds, I've said it in the game, I've said it on the podcast and everything. But what's really frustrating to this day is that Monty will still not fully acknowledge or take ownership in his role in that, to hear it, but not act on it or defend me in the game. Because we decided that we were going to talk game and work together. And he still wouldn't take that seriously enough to see it reflected in his own life. Until it directly impacted him.
Yeah. It does kind of work initially. Turner feels like maybe leftovers are back on. And Turner actually decides, you know what, maybe I need to nominate Alyssa and Terrence.
Oh my God, he's literally me.
And he tells Kyle, and Kyle's like, no. He's like, I don't know, man. He goes to sleep. Everyone watching the feeds is like, it's happened. Turner has turned. Kyle can't do anything. I had the misfortune of having the live feed update right after.
Oh.
Kyle goes straight up to the HOH room.
6 a.m.
early in the morning.
Blanket over the head.
Yep.
Pacing in the room.
And he flips Turner real quick.
Right before.
And a lot of people like hadn't even seen that yet.
Wow.
And so I'm coming on the update. People are excited to hear me describe how, Turner's been flipped and it's not going to happen. And I'm like, yep, so all this stuff happens. And then this morning.
Oh, no.
And people are like, you're wrong, Taran. He was just lying to Kyle.
No.
He knew that he was just he was tired. He was just saying whatever he needed to do to
I
get
love
Kyle
that
out of the
people
room.
love the leftovers that much. That
They
makes
did.
me happy.
They did.
Yeah. That really brings me joy.
Kyle flips him back. They talk to Monty. They're saying, Monty, it's not going to be Terrence and Alyssa. It's got to be Taylor and Brittany. We got to get rid of Michael. And Monty's like, all right, yeah, that's fine. Got to get Michael out. So
Sure.
that becomes the new plan. They kind of.
I mean, that's a seed that I've been planning anyway. So
Right.
Okay, fine. Just tell me. Here we are again.
They kind of bring Monty in as an honorary after party member. Kyle lets Monty know it was actually me that ratted out the leftovers. That's when Monty goes to you and says, I don't know if Joseph did everything that they're saying he did.
So Terrence wasn't lying to me. Fully about that piece of Monty being brought
Yes. Terrence, yes. During his, he was telling you the truth that Monty knew, and he was still pretending to you that he didn't know.
Yeah.
A lot of people are like, oh, she knows. What is she going to do with this?
But look at who was there. What
Right.
was I going to do with it?
Exactly.
Okay, you play with who's left now.
You do clear the air with Alyssa about your HOH week. Again, just building back those bonds. This really should have been Michael's week to leave. But he gets drawn, goes on to win the veto.
In just the most epic fashion. My God.
And now the entire narrative of the game for like this period of time shifts to, oh my God, is he gonna win out? Like, is he gonna break the record? Is he like for like a couple of weeks there, it was like, has this been Michael's game this whole time?
Yeah.
Because this guy is unbeatable.
Unstoppable.
And so he was also very annoyed with Kyle. Obviously he set this up so that Kyle would take out Joseph, and then he would come back, and then Kyle would go after Monty, not him. And he even has a conversation with Kyle where he's like, there's a lot of things that could be said. Luckily, nobody's saying them.
Wow.
And when Kyle nominates you and Brittany, Michael is very upset. He's like...
Turner nominates me and Brittany.
Turner nominates.
Okay. All right. I see where we're going here.
Michael essentially says, I'm taking you down with me, Kyle. You're not winning this game. Him and Brittany agree. Kyle's not getting their jury vote no matter what. You talk with Alyssa. It's, again, a conversation. Alyssa ends up voting for you.
Yeah.
I feel like I keep bringing these up, and it's just like...
What did you say? What was the strategy here?
I mean, crushed it again, right?
Yeah. What I kept saying to Alyssa, because it was true, is that I always told her as much of the truth as I could. I didn't lie to Alyssa. So when she asked me, I know this, I was told this, I know this, I would confirm everything. Because it wasn't worth it to me to lie anymore, because she's asking too many questions that she clearly knows the answer to. So what good does it serve me to lie? It doesn't make sense. And there probably are other people who are lying. There were. But I was the one who told her the truth. I'm sure that will earn currency, and it did.
It is also, by the way, this is the week that I started saying that you were you had gone from okay, she's in the game. You were getting, good ratings, Stockwatch, except for your HOH week.
Fair. Again, it was not my HOH. It was for the Alliance.
Yes.
And the Alliance is turning on itself. I take no responsibility for that.
This is the week where I started saying, I think Taylor might actually be my pick to win at this point. My rationale was, Kyle, Michael, Monty, Turner, they're all clashing. Of the people remaining, the safe people in the house, you, Terrence, Alyssa, Brittany, you have the most win equity there by a large margin if you get to the end with the jury. And also, even just like in competitions, I'd put you and Brittany above Terrence and Alyssa any day. So I felt like what you and Brittany had talked about way back when the Leftovers first formed was exactly what is happening here. And
let the guys go after each other.
And at this point, I thought all she'll need to do probably is like win a stray competition here or there, take out the stragglers, get to the end with like Brittany, Terrence, Alyssa, one of them, lock in the win for sure. I think she still can beat the others, but ideally
If it's
they're
the
taken
easiest
out.
path,
Right.
And they're right, exactly.
Didn't exactly go that way.
No, not at all.
But you're still in a much better position here until the worst happens. Monty gets in with the after party. Michael wins the veto. He's going to use it on Brittany. Theoretically, this leaves you in danger. And I was like, I'm about to eat my words because I just told everyone that Taylor was the safest person in the house. And now here she is up on the block, potentially the target. Turner wants to target you. He has had a conversation with you where he says, I've heard, through Monty, that you were going to target me. You try to clear this up. You say, only if you had turned Turner.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really care.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, though, in my opinion at least, it wasn't you that was going to leave. It was Monty. Kyle had already set the pieces in motion. You had, after that conversation with Alyssa went to Kyle and said, I mean, Taylor's kind of cool. Like, I trust Taylor way more than Monty. Why are we bringing Monty in?
Yeah.
And they had a discussion about, first of all, it is kind of sketchy that Monty immediately ratted out his friends.
Immediately.
And second, yeah, if Michael ends up winning this veto, maybe Monty's the one to go. Michael wins the veto. The morning that Michael and Brittany are in the have-not room with you and Monty, Kyle is busy downstairs gathering Alyssa and Terrence, saying, we need to make sure that Monty goes up and Monty goes home. And it's all kind of in motion here. Now, this was a big source of frustration for the live feeders. We knew this was coming. Michael and Brittany talked about it. They pull you in. Feeds move away. We're waiting for Monty to go up. Feeds are on Monty. Long time. Waiting. And Monty finally goes up the stairs, slowly goes up the stairs, walks across, goes past the HOH room door, heading to the have-not room, and the cameras stop following him. He walks into the have-not room, and the feeds come into Turner snoring in the HOH room for hours.
You're joking.
Yes, the hashtag Stop Protecting Kyle was trending on Twitter. People, including myself, were very upset about this. We did not see the initial reveal from Michael and Brittany to you and Monty. In the episode, we probably saw 30 to 60 seconds of it, right? Like, not a lot.
That's not ideal.
Yes. So, can you tell me what was the conversation and what was your experience with it?
That's so shocking to me. Okay.
Feeds were cutting a lot that week as well. Most of the time, specifically, and this was part of the frustration,
When Kyle would have one-on-ones with people?
No, those were shown.
Well, okay, good.
It was conversations that you would have with Monty. Lots of your conversations, lots of Monty's conversations being cut. And the frustration was like, why are we getting all of Kyle's perspective and journey?
Right.
And we're not getting, like, we're cutting away from Taylor and Monty. We did see the conversation that you had with Kyle, Monty had with Kyle. We also get those in the episodes. The one with you and Kyle in the recap episode, I don't believe it was in the initial episode. But anyway.
My mind is, that is devastating to hear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get in trouble. So, the most I will say is that while we were having that reveal, there were lots of references to, I mean, like, and it's a very raw conversation, right? So I woke up, I'm changing my battery, and I said, oh my God, I think I know what happened outside of Dire Fest. I think XYZ happened. And Michael is just like, maybe, or maybe it was something else. We need to go upstairs right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're things that we can't talk about
Mm-hmm.
because of the game. And we don't want any interference because of the game. But we had a really raw conversation where we were very blunt and blatant about everything. So that's why I'm not shocked
Mm-hmm.
that the feed was cut while we were in the HOH room. Or the have-not room. That being said, I'm sitting in the room. Brittany's there. Michael goes down to get Monty, comes upstairs. And yeah, they say that there's just no way to say this. Kyle tried to start an all-white alliance. And I'm there in my, it's not funny, it's kind of darkly funny. I'm in my blue sweatsuit that's way too big on me. I got my hair wrapped and I got those ugly purple glasses on that make me look like a bug. And I'm cold in the have-not room. So I'm hunched over like this. And I just go, what? I'm like, what? Like, it's so asinine.
Mm-hmm.
And they tell us, because of the common why, names all the people that Kyle thinks is involved. And I'm just like, he thinks that I'm working with Jasmine and Indy
Mm-hmm.
and Terrence.
Mm-hmm.
Get real. You gotta get real. And it's so infuriating in that moment. I'm not angry. You guys know how I respond to things. It's just like, I'm very calm. Monty, quiet. And I look at Monty and his initial reaction is, maybe we don't actually bring this into the game. Because as a Black person, I understand why you don't want to bring race into everything, because you don't want to be defined solely by a narrative driven by race, unless you choose to. My experience in this entire game is not driven by my Blackness. It's driven by the experience that I've had in this game and how it correlates to being a Black woman, how I've just proven the point of all the things that people put on Black women. But I didn't beat the drum every day and say, I am Black, hear me roar, da, da, da. Like, you get so conscious of that becoming your story instead of just existing as you are and people acknowledging the commonalities because of your race. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So they are asking, Michael and Brittany are asking what to do. They want our input. They want to respect our decision before going ahead with anything. And they ask if they should bring Terrence up for this conversation. And Monty says, no, I want to bring that to Terrence. Like, I want to have the conversation with him man to man. Okay. There was frustration with the timing between Monty and I. That's common. In the things that you've seen echoed throughout the season. He was frustrated with the timing of it. I am not so frustrated. Because like I've said over and over, you don't bring that into the game if you don't actually think it's part of the game. Now I am hearing things that make you question that. Michael talking to the camera, Michael talking to Kyle and saying there are things that have been said that I have not mentioned. Now I, Taylor, am having questions about the timing of it. Because what I actually appreciate about them was the fact that I believed they took their time and respected me enough to not use that as a game ploy. The conversation that Michael and Brittany brought was, here's the timeline. Here's what we believe it to be. We are certain now. You don't bring it forward until you are certain. And now we are certain. And really, it was not the longest conversation in the world. I asked Brittany what made her certain. All I will say is Direfest.
Right.
Again, I don't know what happened with Direfest outside of what you've told me. And anytime anybody tried to like dig into it, right? Understandably so. But yeah. Again, Brittany does not have that confirmed. I don't have that confirmed. We just made assumptions, but we just wondered, like, through the game of telephone, through the game of trying to piece that together, that's what that assumption had been on behalf of Brittany. All that being said, there was not a lot of content in that. It was mostly just reactions and time and space. And the decision of, okay, what do we do? And ultimately it was, yes, Monty, go talk to Terrence about this, because this is bigger than game. Monty, go talk to Terrence about this. Michael and Brittany, go talk to Turner about this. I have no role in this. This is something that impacts me, but I have no firsthand role in this. And I'm the target. Did you see the conversation that Michael and Brittany had with Turner?
Yes.
Where Turner said that I'm still his target.
Yes. Yeah, basically they opened with, he's trying to start an all-white alliance. I was actually, Michael was alone initially, and then Brittany joined. Turner's response was like, wow. Oh, man. So Taylor, though.
Right.
And it took, a little while.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh my God, this might not actually, I don't know if Turner's going to do this. I think knowing Turner now, like, it was always going to happen, especially once Monty comes up and says the same thing. But yes, that was his initial reaction. Do you know about the Terrence misunderstanding?
No.
Monty goes to tell Terrence about everything, gets interrupted by maybe Kyle, I think. I think it was Kyle. Monty was in the middle of trying to explain. Michael and Brittany told us that Kyle tried to start an all-white alliance. Kyle interrupts, sticks around for a while. Monty ends up leaving.
Oh, boy.
Kyle says, what's going on? Terrence says, Monty was just telling me, I think Michael and Brittany were trying to start an all-white alliance. Kyle immediately knows he got it wrong, this is about me. And you can see like the color leave his face. Like he goes to Alyssa. She's already been told at this point. It's like, Alyssa, like, please tell me. And she doesn't want to tell him.
Right.
And she eventually is like,
this is feeds are on at this point?
He's like,
okay.
You know, there's a thing about you not wanting to work with some people. It's like, are they like making me out to be like a racist? Like this is my life. Like this is the
oh boy.
this is like very like heavy stuff.
Yes.
He goes to try to get into the diary room. Eventually they let him in. He's going to be there for the rest of the day.
Right.
In the meantime, Michael and Brittany have talked Turner into nominating Kyle, but he has not yet agreed
To
target Kyle. Michael and Brittany feel the only way to make this nomination happen is to tell Monty to pretend to be willing to vote out Taylor. So they go, Monty, he's willing to put Kyle up, but you have to tell him that you're willing to vote out Taylor so that he does it. But Monty goes up there and Turner's still kind of like processing. Monty kind of lets Turner know, like, I don't blame you at all for this. Like, I don't think you had any part in it. But this is messed up and like Kyle needs to go. And Turner's like, okay, Kyle needs to go. Like, he finally kind of accepts it there. They make a final two in this conversation. Turner's like, I have nobody left in this game. And Monty's like, perfect. Thank you. Alyssa also tries to have that conversation with Turner.
The final two conversation?
Yes, they've already had that conversation in Direfest. But for whatever reason, Turner would prefer to go to the end with Monty over Alyssa.
As he said, strongest competitors. I think that's an incredibly biased statement on his behalf, but okay.
So that's kind of where that goes. And Monty is going to spend the rest of the week talking about the timing, being annoyed with that.
Right.
The veto not being used on you. But yeah, that's basically how the rest of the week plays out. We missed also the meeting, the house meeting on the feeds.
Wow.
Yes. We heard about the house meeting. We also missed the have-not conversation between Kyle, Terrence, and Monty.
Yeah, which was very ugly from what I've heard.
We heard that he was denying a lot.
Deny. Yeah. And
Eventually,
Terrence and Monty were like, you can't even have this conversation with us until you do some soul searching. Come back and try again.
And then basically we heard that in the house meeting, he admitted openly, my thoughts were based on race.
Yes.
I felt, and I think a lot of people felt, like that was a very important thing for him to say.
Yes.
A very important message.
Are you telling me
does not make the episode? The conversations about forgiveness and moving forward are in the episode. The admission itself, the words themselves, not in the episode. There's definitely like an implication of admission of guilt, but those words themselves did not make the cut. I was very upset.
That's infuriating.
A lot of people were very upset. And to this day, a lot of people still are saying, what, is he not allowed to think it? Like, it doesn't mean that he's racist. Still don't even, I think, know that he openly admitted, yeah, these were based on race. And maybe they would say he was coerced into saying that or something.
Oh my God.
But, you know.
See, no, because I adore Kyle. I really do. And I only do to this day because he admitted. He said the words.
Yeah.
He said, yes, I will admit my thoughts and my actions were based in race. He said those words. He took ownership. That's why I'm willing to maintain a relationship with him to this day, because I'm trusting and investing in him to do the work and be the example to everybody that needs to see the work that needs to be done.
Yeah.
He owned it. That's all I ask from people. That's infuriating, because that house meeting was about accountability, which is what I ask for all the time. People needed to see that whole trajectory. People needed to see Kyle denying that he could have done something racist. I don't know if this made the cut in the conversation that he and I had, but I told him, one, we can't be afraid of saying, I did something racist, because that takes away the power or the fear in those words.
Yeah.
Because we all have biases. We all have things where we can be ugly. But you have to own it and take responsibility and be the example for other people to grow. Otherwise, we're just ignoring and pushing down, and problems are still going to exist that we are not going to solve. We did the hard work in that house. I'm very angry right now. We did a lot of really hard work in that house. And Kyle was able to do exactly what I would expect or hope that someone who cares about me as a person is going to do. He sat there and he listened. And he fought back a few times. But there are moments where I just said, Kyle, you gotta shut up and listen. You can't, there is no pushing back on this. Now there may be, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not going to put assumptions about other people into this conversation. We are talking about Kyle. We're talking about Kyle and his decisions and the consequences that he had to face. And he faced them in the house. And I was very, in the moment, grateful that there were cameras on us so that people could see how to work through ugly things like this. I wanted the full transparency. I want full display of what it looks like for someone to say, hey, I had racist thoughts and I acted on them and I've hurt the people that are around me. I've hurt the people that are around me, but I am willing to walk through the fire to prove to the people that I love that I'm willing to be better and willing to show other people how to be better. It's not about this, I feel bad, so forgive me. It's not, we are friends, so forgive me. It's not, show me kindness, give me this decency. I am naive, so you must extend and invest in me. It's not about that. And we said that to him.
Yeah.
He pushed back and he said, well, if you guys, he got really heated about this. He said, well, if you guys feel like I had these thoughts and said these things, teach me, show me, embrace me. And we said, that is not our job.
Yeah.
Google exists, but because this is a choice that I am making to invest in you, you don't get to ask me to do this for you. I get to choose to do it for you. And I am choosing to do it for him. And right now, I know it's hard when you come to the real world. I don't know. I can assume that it's hard coming back to the real world and wanting to do the work and being completely bashed in one aspect and being unable to escape it and having a very tempting apple where you can be embraced and loved by people who agree with very ugly thoughts. And I told him, you are going to have that temptation. But if you care about the people here, you're going to resist it and you're going to reject it and you are going to share and post and walk through the journey and show people what it's like to do this journey. It's not about not being racist, it's about being anti-racist. He has to prove that he is capable of doing that. And he's willing to do that. He sat in that room for the house meeting. He listened to how he hurt people. He listened to how Terrence was furious for sending Joseph home, where people knew that Kyle had these thoughts. And he said that he would have sent Kyle home if he knew about this the week of his HOH. The week of my HOH, I explicitly said over and over, it's very frustrating as a Black woman that Alyssa, a very beautiful white woman, is being protected to the extent that she's being protected, where no one would do that for me if I made the same mistake that she made. These are things that I had vocalized in the moment, not because I knew what was going on, but because I know what I experienced in the real world. I knew that I wanted to bring that into the game to show everybody. So for there to ultimately be this thought in his head that impacted 2 people of color's HOHs and put us in a position where we had to feel hurt and feel responsible for removing other people of color in the game. Indy, a Brazilian woman. Joseph, a Middle Eastern man. It is nearly impossible not to feel manipulated by a overarching racist strategy. Was that ultimately the intent of Kyle? No. But I always talk about intent versus impact. And the impact here is greater than the intent. That is hard to swallow as a person of color in this game that had a mission to do something for women of color in the game.
Yeah.
All that being said, though, that's the conversation that we had. The conversation that we had in that house meeting was about how we were each impacted by the actions. Terrence went to town on Michael and Brittany. held them equally responsible for Kyle's actions for not speaking up earlier, was mad that he was not in that HOH room, or have-not room, with Monty and I. Now, of course, I knew that Monty wanted to have that conversation with him one-on-one, so I pulled him to the side later. And Taran said, "Why didn't you tell me?" I was like, "You were in the moment. I had to let you go." But there are so many ways that we all felt disrespected, but by the end of that conversation, it was not about a dog pile. It was about finding unity. I don't want people to have the takeaway be, you can do something bad, but people are still gonna love you and rub your back and take care of you. No, you have to walk through the fire to earn that. He earned that in the moment. Now, in the real world, it's his opportunity to show us. I do hope he takes time for his mental health so that he can actually go on the journey. I say it all the time, I had 27 years of being a Black woman to learn all of this. He's just now starting. It's not gonna be easy and it's a lot to grasp. It is easy to say I don't have sympathy for that, but he is willing to go through the journey. I'm not going to turn him away. But it's very, very disappointing to know that the whole breadth of the depth and breadth of that conversation was not shared, because it's important for people to see what he acknowledged within himself.
Yeah, and I will say as well, like, at the end of the day, I can only give you my interpretation of the episode. You know, you're going to watch it back. So, you know, hopefully I'm representing it as accurately as possible.
Of
but
course. I do trust your perception of the show.
Thank you. But I would never want you to be upset with another person based on solely what I'm saying.
Right.
So even like with the Michael talking to Kyle stuff, like I don't have the exact quote.
Of course.
You know, I would want to make sure that like those things are as accurate as possible. I know for me, it was very frustrating and I was very upset that night. And I do think that message, that tone for me resonated for the rest of the season in any Kyle content that came up. It was a lot of, he did something bad, but it's important to forgive.
Very
Screw Michael and Brittany, by the way. Can you believe they brought that up? That for me was kind of how each segment went.
Interesting. Now the other part of that is what happened after the replacement nom. Terrence actively campaigning to the House.
Yes.
That I should be the one to go next to him.
One of the reasons being, he should have an opportunity to stay and learn.
At my expense.
At your expense. Was that the real reason?
Just say he's better for your game.
Yeah.
Just say it.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Do not throw me under the bus. Do not try to humiliate me. Do not try to make people play into this convoluted, twisted strategy that is doing what you were upset that you're assuming people are doing. Now you're using race. Now you are not just throwing me under the bus, but completely demeaning me. Like, that is the most disrespectful, and I've had some really disrespectful things said about me in the house. That was the most disrespectful thing that he'd done in that house. And Taran specifically has said the most disrespectful things about me, next to Monty. The two of them, I would say, have said the most disrespectful things about me. But what killed me is that I later learned that after he campaigned around the house to everyone, except for Michael, once he realized that it was not going to work, he came outside and sat next to me and said, "Are we not going to come for each other anymore?" I have no space. I have no grace for that.
Yeah.
That is not game.
Yeah. It was, it really too, like, seemed to rest on Monty, because he did campaign to Turner, and Turner essentially told Monty, like, we could. Monty's like, no.
That is news to me.
So.
What a week.
Yeah. Monty's going to talk to you a lot this week about the necessity of taking a shot at Michael next week.
Okay. As if it's been his idea.
Right. At the time, there was a lot of debate. Should she take the shot at Michael next week if she wins? It seemed like you were reluctant to do it yourself, but if somebody else were to do it, that's fine. Which was my position. I felt like if you won, it was just a little too early for you to do it yourself.
Yeah.
Granted, even at this point, now knowing what we know about Michael and how good he is, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe you do.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, maybe you don't, because you versus Michael in the final two with all of the potential tension. I don't even know to this day, like, we saw a jury segment where, again, the main point of it seemed to be much more so screw Michael and Brittany than screw Kyle for what was happening. We don't know, I don't know at this point, how Michael is received in the final two. Certainly by the time he gets there, everyone seems to love him.
Right.
There's a jury interview where they ask the jury, who do you think deserved to win the most, who isn't still in the game? Every single person said Michael.
Yeah.
So I kind of assume he would still have a great chance to win, especially if he just keeps crushing those comps. Either way. Tricky situation for you. Monty's getting frustrated that you're not, like, fully bought in. Why isn't she more upset about the situation, is one of the things that is said. And you talk to Brittany again. You both agree, shouldn't be the ones to take the shot yet. You reiterate your final three with Michael and Brittany. You have that conversation with Kyle. What's your plan for the week moving forward?
This is Cosmo Eliminated. This is Zingbot and BB Comics.
Yep.
Oh my God, honey. Look at the joy you just said. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, so this week I'm just realizing Michael is nearly impossible to beat. I mean, I saw Pride Slide, and that was honestly kind of the nail in the coffin for me, but I was not going to be loud about that. Because I needed Michael last week to win the veto. I needed Michael's knowledge of certain things to stay in the game. But I also really just wanted Terrence out the house again. Because how dare he disrespect me in the way that he did and stay in the game. I don't care. I do not care about anything. I just want him gone. And that's my strategy for the week. For me, I'm like, it's pretty obvious. I'm locked into two potential options. Final three with Michael Brittany, final three with Brittany, what's his name? Monty. Thank you.
We'd already kind of talked about this in the initial interview about the being called cold by Zingbot. I was kind of annoyed at that because this is one of the misconceptions that people had about you in the early portion of the season. For that to become a joke felt a little weird to me. And then later in the season,
have it thrown in my face.
Monty is going to use this. So didn't love that, but we've already kind of talked about it. So big things here are that, one, Michael is going to choose to not go back against the deal he made with Turner. If anything, he would rather go and take out Monty. Third option.
Not good for me.
Right. One thing he says is he doesn't want to go against Turner. He doesn't want somebody to be punished for doing the right thing. Brittany is saying, you have to do it. Michael is adamant he doesn't want to do it.
And, you know, I agree with Michael.
He also doesn't want to take the shot at Monty. I think for similar reasons, just like, look, I'm just going to hope to the comp wins, hope that the comp wins will pull me through. Not going to go against the alliance. And I think an element of that as well. Still, don't want to lose Taylor. He also says that he wants to take out Terrence because Terrence is somebody that would be very tempting for other people to bring to the final two. Sure. So that's all happening. He then wins the veto, and some other stuff is happening. Brittany is really starting to run around at this point.
Yeah, please break this down for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Brittany and Michael agree they're going to try to do what they can to prevent them both from being targeted next week. Brittany starts doing this by approaching Terrence. She, I think genuinely at this point, wanted Terrence to stay. She says, Terrence, you're one of the few people I can beat. It doesn't say that outright, but it says, we have a great chance against each other. And go and win that veto. I want you to stay. Taylor, Michael, everyone else, they want you to go.
Hell yeah, I do.
She goes to Alyssa, says similar things. You and I, best shot against each other. We should stick together. Women, right? She goes to Turner. You and I, best shot against each other. You know, people think I won't take the shot at Michael, but I am down to take that shot at Michael.
So she is actually doing the final twos.
She is not proposing full-on final twos.
Sure.
But she is saying we should not want to go up against Michael, Monty, Taylor in the final two. We should want to be against each other. Implying to them that they should want to work with her and that she's willing to take the shot at Michael. That's the intent, right? To separate herself from Michael, to prevent them from both being on the block so that Michael has an extra shot to survive. And what's funny about this is she also tells Turner the night before you have the conversation with Alyssa and her in the HOH room, she tells him, you know, I could see the women getting together, wanting to work together. It hasn't actually happened yet.
No.
The following day, the three of you come together.
And Alyssa is the one who...
And Alyssa wants to get the women together. Makes a lot of sense for her game. Honestly, makes a lot of sense for all of your games.
Yeah, it does.
But Turner took that conversation from the night before and interpreted it as,
It's already
this has already happened.
Wow.
And so Brittany has now intentionally but unintentionally ratted out the Women's Alliance.
Before it even
exists.
happened. Amazing.
Turner goes to Monty with it.
Yep.
He says...
And I saw them talking a lot more.
Dude, the
and
women...
Brittany's paranoia. Monty Turner. They're locked in.
They're working together. If this is true and we take out Michael, we're screwed. They're going to team up against us. We can't take out Michael. We need to work with him. If you can't beat him, join him. And at the time, I was yelling into my microphone, if you beat him, evict him!
Right.
What do you mean? If you can't beat him, sure, but if you do beat him...
Like, it's right there. It's right there.
This is actually probably one of the more dangerous points in the game for you, because when Turner and Monty come up with this idea that you, Alyssa, and Brittany are working together, that they should work with Michael, you become the de facto target. Strongest woman on the board.
My God.
Yes. And so now there's debate about how genuine this was, especially on Monty's end. From Turner, I think we can all agree he was fully on board.
Yeah.
Some people will say, you know, Monty had been targeting Michael for so long. It's not believable that he genuinely was with this, that he always would have targeted Michael if he won that HOH or that veto. From my perspective, I do think that he shifted for a few days. He had private conversations with Turner where they both agreed, we're doing this. Then he talked to Michael, they all agreed.
And I'm significantly more distant from Michael, more than I've ever been in this game at this point. And I am getting closer with Monty.
They make the gentleman's agreement, which they call the gentleman's agreement. Which I was like, your choice.
Yeah. Choices are made.
And now, then there starts to be a little bit of like back and forth. Monty initially agreed to target you with Turner. Michael pushes back a little bit. Michael, I think, would prefer to see Alyssa go, the three of you, obviously.
Yes.
Monty decides, let me test Taylor, test the situation, see if she opens up to me. He's also had a conversation with Terrence at this point, which I'm sure you, if you haven't already seen it, you will see it. He talks about vulnerability to Terrence and how, I don't want to misquote him, but he feels like people in the house should be more open to being vulnerable with him. So he's looking for that, right? He's looking for you to open up about this information, amongst other things.
Okay.
He basically talked about like, I came into this game thinking, I'd be open to something, but like I'm here for the game, and there are people like, just because you've had traumatic experiences in the past doesn't mean that you shouldn't be open and vulnerable. Future, I'm just like not down with that. This was the starting point of people like, oh no. Because for a while people were like, all right, Monty, like, didn't love you at first, but you've apologized for the Paloma thing. We feel very bad for you in this situation with Kyle. Like,
Yes.
can empathize. And then him and Terrence talking was like, whoa.
It turns to blaming me for it's.
And he doesn't explicitly
women be
name
like
you either.
Okay. It's a women be like conversation. Okay.
So we're already kind of prepped for this. He has the conversation with you. You come out and tell him.
Yeah.
The women talked.
Yeah.
Tell me about that, because were you thinking that he already knew and that you needed to do this? Did you just, like, what was the thought process?
Look, when Monty is trying to pry for information, it's really obvious. Like, I knew he was trying to dig for something. And did I consider this all women's thing a loose plan C? Sure. Very loose plan C, because I really didn't think I could trust Alyssa still. But I've liked to be able to, yes. That's how I felt about her the whole game, but I don't really trust her. The final three that I wanted to take from that point all the way to the end, until I absolutely couldn't get it there anymore, was Brittany, Monty, and me. So who am I to cover up this all women's thing that I don't even care about, when I can be currying more trust to get to that 4 that I really want, so we can get to 3 between Brittany, Monty, and me. That just makes sense for my game.
Yeah. So he feels very good about the fact that you volunteered this information without him even asking. He decides to let you know.
He thinks he's so sly. Like, I heard about a women's thing. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're transparent. You're not a mastermind, honey.
He decides to tell you, hey, Brittany did this with Turner. It seems like you investigate, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
No.
Yeah.
Why would I care?
You want to go to the end with her. You think you can beat her.
Yes.
Doesn't
Literally,
really matter
at this point in the game, I'm just realizing the rumors, confusion, the lies, it does not matter. It just matters who I can take to the end and beat.
Yep.
So you can lie to me, you can betray me all you want. If I can get you there and win over you, I don't care.
Which is, again, like, just another, like, small piece in this, I think, bigger puzzle of your game, which, like, it doesn't seem like a lot, but, like, a lot of players do get hung up on who betrayed me at this point in the game, when it
does it matter?
really
No.
doesn't always matter. So one of the reasons why it feels like the guys, both Monty and Turner, seem to actually be on board with this plan to not target Michael is that you have a conversation with Monty very similar to the conversations that you had the previous week, only this time you're like, so we're still targeting Michael, right? And he's like, as opposed to the week before where he was like, you have to target, why are you not more upset about this? We need to do it. He's like, well, I've been thinking. And I'm just like, the timing of it, right? Like, what if we just like didn't target him, then he won an HOH again, and then we targeted him? And you have this fun little standoff where you're both kind of like trying to get the other person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, come on. We know what we need here.
Did you know at this, like, were you getting the vibes of like, I need to push this because
Yes.
like, what is happening?
Yes.
Yeah.
Look, this is a weird point in the game where everybody, like, there's a center. It's almost like we're all in a pool, and we're grabbing onto a buoy in the middle, and people slowly let go, and you're wafting, everyone is slowly wafting away. And as a player, you just want to be closer to the buoy. You don't want your allies being further away. And I'm just like, we gotta get to the buoy, Monty. Like, do not keep floating away. And people try to float away because they think that the winning gold is at the outermost point. And the further you float, the more you can see the whole spread. But the closer you get, like the trophy is in the middle, and you can only get to the trophy by picking and being closer to the people as you get to the center. It's just a weird point in the game where people really want to back up a little bit and see what's still out there. You're analyzing all routes, but I am laser focused. I've decided my route to the end. I've got contingency plans, sure, but I've decided my route to the end. And I need these people to be in line with me, no matter how distant they might be trying to be. No, you need to get back to the center so we can get to the end. So yeah, I am feeling him trying to back away a little bit, and I'm like, you need to stay focused. And I am making sure that I am making him feel like it is his move to make. Because everybody wants a big move to happen in this game. It's really important that, of course, I wanted to make the move because it's what I thought that this jury would respect. But I also understood that there was a lot of ego in Monty. He's a very stubborn guy. He thinks he's very open-minded, but he's a very stubborn guy. And if you play to the ego just a little bit, if you play to this person believing that the big, shiny move can and should be theirs, then that's the game right there.
Yeah. It's after the second conversation you have with him, which takes place after Turner has now told Alyssa and you about Brittany. Turner feels like he's flipped Alyssa against Brittany, and I think he has to a degree. He's convinced that you're flipped against Brittany, though you don't really care.
Again,
you say as much to the cameras. So now I kind of described it as like, okay, the fear of a women's alliance got them to make this deal with Michael. And then even after they realized there's no women's alliance, they kind of were still coasting on that momentum. And yes, absolutely, even without the women's alliance being not a thing, I do still think there's a chance if Monty wins that veto, he goes, wait a minute, I can take the shot, right? There's a chance he does that. But what I saw is that after your second conversation with him, you're like, we're doing it, right?
Yes.
And he was like, yeah, I'd be an idiot if I didn't.
Hello.
Right after that conversation, he goes to Terrence and he talks to Terrence about, I think I need to take a shot at Michael. And he goes to Turner and he says, about this deal we've done. I think if we have the opportunity, we need to take the shot at Michael, right?
It's so obvious. Michael, I love you so much. I love you so much. But you were going to betray me first. Way earlier.
The only other thing this week is that Monty appears to be flipped by Terrence at one point. He had floated the idea of keeping Terrence around as a way of testing the women's alliance. It didn't go anywhere. Terrence
tries
pitches
to talk me into it
again to Monty. Monty's like, whoa, after the pitch. Then he goes to you, pitches, you say no.
Absolutely not.
Monty tells Terrence,
she's not fine with it.
Sorry, it's her fault.
Yeah.
And that's basically the story of Terrence.
Sure, yeah. Nothing, you're a brat, none of that.
Yep. Wasn't super positive about you on the way out. Definitely did not expect him to be a vote for you.
I've seen reaction videos. You've seen my reaction.
You know, who knows what happened in the jury. My read on it is probably that he just went with where he knew the vote was going, but who knows?
I think that is the story of Terrence and all his votes. I think it's always, I want to make a big move, I want to do something big, but then he sees where the votes are going to go and the narrative shifts to whatever's convenient for him.
And I think, you know, it's interesting, you already mentioned this, you were like, with Terrence, I had no grace left, right? Yeah. He is the one person, from my perspective, that you just didn't have on the jury, that you were not able to convert from where it was to where it got. He does still though vote for you, so.
There it is.
Double eviction.
Terrence goes.
After Terrence leaves.
It would make my heart so happy to see Taylor follow right out behind me.
Yep.
It made no sense, but okay. Do you have any idea where that came from? Not that specifically, but overall throughout the season, from very early on, where that hate would come from?
So, from the very start, he was right there with them, with the anti-Taylor stuff. He would laugh with Nicole about. There was one of the clips that went around early on was you were out there with Nicole and Terrence in the backyard. I believe there were like flip-flops or shoes.
Oh, there's sneakers. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. And they said, should we bring them in? And I was like, no.
And you were like,
there's somebody, still come get them.
Then get them.
Yeah.
You went back inside, and Terrence was like, see?
Look at that
That's why
attitude.
everyone hates her.
Right. I'm like, okay.
It seemed at the time that he was just falling in with it, and then never really left. Was fully just on board with Daniel and Nicole. I think that's like a pretty good surface read of it.
Yeah.
I think there have been more theories about like why he might not be prone to liking you. I can't really speak on those.
Sure. Okay.
But like, it definitely didn't seem like he ever really gave you much of a shot.
Yeah.
So.
Just curious if people saw something that I was not privy to. So.
Yeah.
So, double eviction.
You watched the Crockpot? All right, moving on.
Anyway.
Turner wins HOH, Monty wins veto. There's a lot of talk about Michael probably would have won if his belt hadn't broken.
No, he wouldn't have.
No. Okay.
No.
Good to know. What were you warned about the belts? This was another topic. Were you warned about the belt being fragile?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They do off-camera rules, and they say, in a lot of comps, you're told, be warned, these items are not indestructible. If it breaks, it's up to producer discretion, but keep going. And that is not just for that comp, it's for many different comps.
Yeah. Good to know. Michael fights all the way down to the end. He makes a speech that I think this was one of the main reasons that as the game progressed, one of the biggest points of doubt were a couple of things. One is in my exit interview with Joseph, one of the questions I sent him was, had the pound stayed loyal, would you have been loyal to the pound or Taylor? He said if the pound had been loyal, he would have stuck with the pound. And I was like, uh-oh. Like, what does that mean for his jury vote? Because Monty theoretically stuck with the pound, right? And then Michael, on his way out and in exit interviews, made this big speech.
Yep.
This is not your move. This is not Alyssa's move. This is Monty's move. This is Turner's move.
Yep.
I asked him, like, whose game do you respect more for getting you out? The women for voting you out, the guys for winning the comps. He said, I think people will see it, and I think I do too, that it was the guys that got me out. And so I think I expected both of these players to be very influential in the jury. And
they were.
And I expected they were. And I was like...
Oh, I can't wait for you to talk to Joseph about all this.
I think that Michael... I was like, Michael presents as like this GameBot superfan, but I looked at his Twitter account. He can be a little bit of a messy Twitter stan at times.
I love it. He has moments where he gets messy, and I'm
Exactly.
like, there you are. That's the one I knew that I was gonna love.
I was like, I think he will be a vote for. I think he will. Wow. And then, Joseph was interesting too, because not only did he come out to saying he would have been loyal to the pound, but also like he did. And again, I don't think it was intentional, but the way that he talked about you, Michael, and Brittany working together, you could read a scenario there that is on his way out. He helped Monty's game at the expense of Taylor's, right? Yep. And so, for me at least, I was like a little concerned. What if Joseph could be a vote for Monty? And so this is where some of the back and forth started happening. I eventually came around on Joseph's vote for sure. I was pretty sure about Michael's. And that's when I started feeling really good. Then we got a jury segment, which was very misleading.
Uh-huh.
But I was very much hyping up, like, I think Taylor's got this. Then the jury segment happened and people were pissed at me.
Oh,
they were like, you got our hopes up. Did you see that jury segment?
Oh my God.
I was like, uh-oh.
They knew what they were doing. Because they knew where the jury was. Well, this guy.
All right, so.
Oh my God, I'm having fun. We don't have to rush through. Like, seriously, this is amazing.
Were you concerned at all about what Michael was saying? This is not your move. This is not something that, this is something that would be difficult for you to take credit for, even though you were somebody that was pushing for Michael to go. Mm-hmm. This is like the big move of the season. Mm-hmm. What did you think? What was your plan from here?
My plan was just to win.
Yeah.
My plan was to win, period. Michael I know this man's name. Monty having a veto was not intimidating to me because there were many more enough vetoes left to be played that I knew I could win. Okay. But I was confident that I would win a veto. Mm-hmm. I don't care if it was the veto that took out that Monty used to take out Michael. As long as I could get a veto before the end of the game, I could take credit for making sure that move was going to go in action, and I could have my own veto on top of it. Well.
You also have no idea, nor do we at this point, that in Turner's goodbye message, he cedes all credit for the move. I didn't want to do it, Michael.
What? Why would he do that?
And so
Turner.
He's already on the way to definitely no shot to win, it seems.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely convinced that because he had ownership over all of these, I'm so convinced and terrified.
And that's before the whole Alyssa situation the following week. So Monty wins the HOH. I don't know. I think this was talked about a little bit.
I give Monty the HOH.
When this happened, I think I said on the podcast, I was like, so Taylor quit. Yeah. She and we talked about traumatic experiences in her past. This was triggering for her. It's like, just gonna say though, last person to quit a horror themed comp, Tamar. Won the game. That's all I'm saying.
Are you serious?
That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. That is funny.
What's also funny...
Who's super supportive of my win, by the way.
Oh, yeah. That's amazing. I mean, we could talk about all of the people that have come out to support you, which is just wild.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how do you even...
Jackson.
Yeah.
You saw Janet Jackson was like, my God, really?
That's a lot of people were expecting Renaissance as your first album.
I wanted it as my first album, but I just thought, you'll be here long enough.
And you did.
Yeah.
I think you know. Do you know how close Alyssa came to winning this HOH?
Well, she was a handful of minutes off, but Brittany was 9 seconds off.
Alyssa was seemingly by far the fastest person to complete everything.
Okay.
Got confused by the extra plank. Couldn't find the final bit. Spent like 10 minutes.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think, if I'm remembering the numbers correctly.
I mean, she did in 22 minutes.
Based on
right?
what we heard, yeah. She would have won the comp if she had just finished. And this is the week she leaves.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And of course, Brittany is also very close.
Yeah.
Brittany's also going to be very close in the Final Four veto.
Yeah.
But Monty wins this one. He wants either Brittany or Alyssa out. It seems like he starts to lean toward Brittany. He basically tells everyone something different. He tells Alyssa, I'm putting you up in order to get Brittany out. He tells Brittany, I'm putting you up to get Alyssa out. He tells Turner, keeping you safe. I want to target Alyssa or Brittany. But if you win the veto and force my hand, he tells you, look, I'm going to keep Turner safe. But if you win the veto and force my hand, Brittany ends up winning the veto.
Yeah.
You obviously tried to get Turner on the block. That's the goal.
Yeah, of course.
It's not going to work.
No.
Brittany wins veto. You have a conversation with her. You again try to get Turner on the block. This was an early veto.
Oh.
Feeds came back to Brittany winning it. This long conversation you had with her where you're kind of hashing everything out.
Yep.
And while you're talking about getting Turner on the block, Turner gets up in the HOH room. We're like, stop talking about doing it, just do it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have mattered. Just talk me through the week because it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, well, it was a hard week for me because I had been distancing myself from Brittany starting the week prior. And, you know, it's obvious in my DRs and any camera talk or the way I operated the whole week, my loyalty was still to Brittany, even if she betrayed me. And I said that over and over because it just makes sense for my game, and for Monty's game, it would have made sense too. I still don't understand why, unless he was holding on to this agreement that he made with Turner, I still understand why he would so strongly move forward with Turner, even if he doesn't trust Brittany. That doesn't make sense.
I think that Monty saw in Turner, this is what I talked about in Turner's game recap, is that a lot of people said Turner is a wild card. He's unpredictable. Like he's all this stuff. And his game is so up and down. Both in the game, his position is great, and then it's terrible. In the fan base, they're like, this guy sucks, this guy's amazing, he's a hero. It's all up and down, which is so interesting because from my perspective, he is by far the most consistent level player. He's just the same all the way through. Yeah. And it's just that based on everything happening around him, he finds himself in different scenarios to different results. And Kyle, I think, is the first person to sort of catch on and take advantage of this. Right? That ends up backfiring to a degree. Sure. Monty, I think, then starts to catch on. This guy's gonna be loyal to me. He just wants to bro down. And he just wants support with his decisions. Like he wants to feel
you saw it in the double eviction. Like his eyes were just bugged out. Like I just need you guys to back me. You're gonna back me. You're gonna back me.
And so I think Monty correctly identified this guy's gonna take me to the end. What he eventually fails to recognize is that he, I think, crushes him in a jury vote as well. So I think that was his thought process, and I think that it was a good thought. There was, some debate, and it's sort of like the, last season, there was a little bit of debate about like Xavier cutting Kyland at 4. Yeah. If Kyland is willing to stick to his word, then Xavier doesn't have to deal with the risk of like, what if Ozza pulls out a random win, decides, hey, I want to win this game, takes Big D, just like that, he loses. You could all but guarantee he's in the final 2 against Kyland, who he definitely beats.
Yep.
But you have to worry, am I wrong? Does Kyland beat me? And am I wrong? Would Kylan cut me? Take it into your own hands. That's what Xavier decided to do. Monty thought, no, I think I'm good with Turner. Yeah. And I think he's right.
He is.
Yeah.
He is.
So nothing you say is going to be able to convince him. What I wanted you to say this week was, I'm worried about Brittany.
Ooh.
Right? She's unpredictable. If you put me on the block, you cannot trust Brittany to vote to keep me in the way that you think you can. She has proven time after time that she will do anything. Mm-hmm. And if you put me on the block, what's to prevent Brittany from making a final three with Alyssa and Turner? That's a much better final three for Turner. Why wouldn't he go along with this? Take me out, keep Alyssa. Quite frankly, it's what should have happened.
That was her inroad.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it would have swayed Monty at this point. I think he trusted Turner.
Yeah. And he knew that he could influence and manipulate Turner. Mm-hmm. That's what he would say.
But it's a very real concern then it ends up happening that Brittany does start to flip.
Mm-hmm. It's just like, if only you knew how loyal, no matter what, this entire time Brittany was always there.
Mm-hmm. And that's the weird thing, right? Because on one hand, I was like, fair. Alyssa is probably the only person you have any chance of beating. Mm-hmm. So it's not like it's great for Taylor to leave, but if you have to choose between evicting the only person you can maybe beat in the end, person that definitely beats you,
mop the floor with you,
like, I get it. But it kind of got a little muddy, and I think she talks about this with you a little bit as well, like, that she ends up talking a lot about, like, well, Taylor's ignoring me. She's upstairs, sleepovers, like, you know, everyone's hanging out, I'm left alone, and it gets hard to determine, like, how much of this is the logic of, this kind of makes sense, and how much of this is, like, just kind of, like, feeling rejected, feeling alone, whatever. I think probably a question only Brittany can answer, but either way, it was looking a little rough for a second.
Yeah.
Because there's two things that can happen. One is that Turner can recognize that it is absurd for his game to vote out Alyssa, and he could vote you out. Or they could successfully trick him into casting a sympathy vote, and then...
There I go.
There you go. You eventually make a final three as well with Turner this week. Yeah. Walk me through the second half of the week from your perspective.
So I win HOH, or second half of what, before
After Brittany wins the veto, you try to get Turner up, doesn't happen, you end up on the block. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Next to Alyssa.
Monty tells you, I can't trust you to vote the way I want. It's like holding a juicy steak in front of... I really wanted you in the Final Four when you won HOH. If you had won that veto, to tell Monty, I would leave you off the block. And I would trust you to take out Turner. But here's the thing. It's like waving a juicy steak in front of a starving man, and I just can't trust you to do it. So I'm going to have Brittany cast this vote.
Yeah. But I was right in not letting her do it. I was right because she is the one that flipped the vote on me. Do I think long term she was actually trying to get me out the house?
Yeah, I mean, I think this was just, you know,
a rash decision.
Alas,
that could have worked out.
Minute ploy here, yeah. Turner stays strong. This is, for me, I called this one of the worst Final Five decisions of all time. Behind Marcellus.
Oh.
Because I'll talk to Turner about it, but like, dude, what are you thinking? Because not only does he vote out Alyssa, who is loyal to him at this point, who
Very
he definitely
loyal
beats,
to him.
or I
Yes.
would assume beats.
Everyone, I don't know what it was about these people that people thought were insane jury threats. Alyssa's the biggest jury threat. If you sit next to her.
Alyssa had you clocked too. Her big campaign against you, to Monty, to Turner. I can barely get 5 words out before I start crying. Taylor is a master orator. Like, she will give the best speech if she gets to the end. Like, she will crush it. And then they just completely forgot about it.
I want there to be an edit of her saying that and then my speech.
Right?
And then, like, the final key is like, congratulations, Taylor. Yeah. I mean, yes. You know, it was so easy to take her to the end, but those two, both of them had the fear of God instilled in them. And I think I might give this credit to Terrence. Because Terrence started telling people the week when he was next to Alyssa on the block, if you take that girl all the way to the end, she will beat you because she's got that social game on lock with everybody on that jury. And I think, again, I'm assuming, I don't know if he actually did this, but it would not shock me if he told Turner this especially, maybe Monty, and I think they are looking at her like, nah, I can beat Taylor in a comp. She only has 2 HOHs, and who'd she evict? Alyssa, that social game, because mine wasn't as visible. I didn't have best friends in the house, but I had conversations, long-term strategies. They were really just relationship building that I did.
I blame Kyle. All the way back when the leftovers were formed. He talked so much about what a big threat Alyssa was.
That too.
He eventually tries to walk it
Was
back.
it Kyle, or was it really Joseph that was doing all that about how big a threat she is?
From my perspective, because I was so appalled by it, it stuck out to me. I was like, what are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
Like, you should be talking her down. You should be saying, hey, I can like work her. She's a number for us.
Yeah.
Try to bring her in.
Yeah.
What are you doing? From my perspective, it was him that got the target on her in the first place. And then Joseph ran with it.
Yeah, never let it go.
Joseph was like, I'll take that baton. Like,
let's go.
And man, but that persisted all the way through until her eviction for sure. Turner tells you, hey, Brittany's doing this. The vote comes in 1-1.
Yes.
You, I think, have been asked now. Did we ask you? No, I don't remember.
Who did I think?
Who did you actually think did it?
At first I thought it was Turner.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because you can see my eyes. I'm sitting, my eyes immediately go, because I see Turner has this, and it's not in the episode, but Turner has this big physical reaction, crosses his legs, jaw drops, puts his hand here, and I'm like, this man's acting. This man is acting. But I also peeped Brittany, and she would not look at me. She was looking down, looking everywhere except for at me. And she's never looked at me like that when I've been on the block before. So I had shady vibes. But I'm looking sideways at Turner first because it was too much too fast. He has this big reaction. We're hugging Alyssa. He comes to hug me and he goes, it wasn't me. Now I'm thinking it's you. Of course I'm thinking it's you.
That was another thing too, is that like he never even told her. He spent the whole week saying, I would never do that to you.
Turner is he does not like confrontation.
Yeah.
But the other thing on top of that is that he also never told me that final day. We left him alone with Alyssa all day. And I would pass and pass and pass him. And I would try to make eye contact or get a thumbs up. And he would never reaffirm that he was going to keep me.
No.
And that in combination with his very dramatic reaction was my first way to look at him sideways and think, this man flipped. Because what benefit is it for Brittany? Well, okay, it is a benefit for Brittany if I'm gone.
Alyssa says she's rooting for you and Brittany on her way out.
Good.
Things get a little muddy in the jury segment. Again,
She exposes
was a
me to
little
Monty.
confusing. She says, you were upstairs with Monty a lot. I don't know if you've seen this clip.
I haven't seen it.
Joseph has a reaction. And it's a very short clip, and it seems like she's anti-you. Like, why is she saying it in this way, right? Which was surprising to me because I was counting her as a vote for you. This was another piece of like, uh-oh, if she doesn't have Alyssa, wait a minute.
What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe people in the jury have a better idea.
It's been very interesting hearing. Joseph and Jasmine were here last night watching the finale with me, and they finally got to see the jury segment, and they were just like, where's everything we said?
Yeah.
What? Joseph was pissed. He's like, you gotta be kidding me. He's like, I said all this, all that, all this, all that, went back and forth, tooth and nail. He's like, and this is the narrative that they said I was pushing? So yeah. The jury, from what I have been told, was very clearly locked. They are all voting clearly for me. Don't even care to really negotiate, but only did because they had to.
I have to play for you, I think, the final soundbite. One of the more popular ones.
Oh my God, okay.
It has to do with the other thing we need to talk about this week.
Oh, no, it's the heat of the bear, isn't it?
No, I would not be that cruel to you. This is from the episode.
Go! Oh no.
That is the HOH theme?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Altered.
Look, your girl has needs. What are we gonna do? Needs are fulfilled. Needs no longer have to be filled ever again.
You know?
Got what I needed.
Sometimes nature calls.
Oh man, they like all that effort. They put a lot into that, didn't they?
They really liked it. That was, I believe that was.
Oh my God, Joseph's gonna see that.
Uh,
We said we were going to watch the season together because there is a lot that we need to see together. There's some things we don't need to see together. So, what week is that?
I think this in particular was when he won the Final Four veto. I think, because that was when you jumped into his arms.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that was it. I think they played that under that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
See, one thing about me, it's like laser focus to the end, right? You saw how I was in the game. Block out a lot of things to get to the end.
You win the Final Four HOH.
Yes, I do.
Ideally, you get out Turner, but Monty wins the veto. This is actually funny. I'd love to ask Michael about it, but Brittany probably should have won this. Got stuck on
4 days.
day 3, day 4.
Yeah.
On that podcast, I was like, this reminds me of a video game I once played called Jade Empire.
Okay.
And there's a twist in that story where, like, all game, people have been telling you there's like a flaw in your fighting style. And then in the end, it's like, the guy that taught you how to fight intentionally
Taught you
instilled that flaw so that he would be able to take you out. And I was like, she studied with Michael so much. What if Michael told her the wrong day on purpose? Just a silly conspiracy theory to throw out there.
Oh no.
Then a couple days later, she says, yeah, Michael told me it was day 3. I don't know if it was on purpose. We're going to have to ask Michael.
Michael, you dog. You are good at this game. Good at this game. Wow.
There's really not much else to this week strategically.
Nothing.
In terms of like the happenings, but there's a lot that happens with headphones. This was
Please explain all of this to me
So-
from your perspective.
So a lot of people, like up until this point, like a lot of people found it very difficult in the beginning of the game, throughout the game, like, okay, you've been on this trajectory. This brought a lot of people right back to the beginning. And they were like, oh my God, like,
Yeah.
this was very triggering for, I think, especially a lot of women, because the way that not only did this bring it back to the beginning of the game and that was being talked about. Monty was talking about like, well, do you think this is why, not to say that I agree with them or that it justifies it, but do you think this is why, people like Daniel, Nicole
Right.
had these assumptions about you? Why do you think something about called you cold? Are you proud of that?
Right. It was very condescending, very demeaning. It was, I don't know if gaslighting is exactly the right term. It might be some other term to explain exactly what it was, but I felt, yeah.
It was very hard to watch. And he had somewhat similar conversations with Turner about it. Talked to Turner about like feeling disrespected, feeling like you were on a power trip, because you took the headphones.
Right. I like when people finish that sentence. Yeah. You even slipped up
and
when he was
the
explaining
comment
to me.
about his goddaughter.
Yes.
And I will give you my perspective.
Please.
What I said was like, first of all, like, I can totally understand you're sleeping, headphones come off. Like, I'd be like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Get that. And I can also understand, like, if you're having a conversation about the goddaughter, like, if you took it a certain way. For me, what that should amount to is like, hey, we had that conversation with the goddaughter, like, it kind of felt bad when you said that thing, and you say, oh, I'm sorry, I totally didn't mean it that way.
Yeah.
And it's like, great.
Yeah.
Also, ideally, taking the headphones off while I'm sleeping, honestly, it's not even something I would personally even bring up. But like, I get why somebody would be annoyed.
Yeah.
The level that it was taken to, though, was so extreme. And from my perspective, you met him with still so much vulnerability and willingness to take on blame and like you willing to like dig into. He was like, why do you think you would have done that? And you really were trying to reach for like, okay, like let me put myself in that. Why did I do that? Like probably because I felt like I wanted to show to Brittany and to, maybe even to myself that like, hey, this is my space and it's not owned by these men.
Yeah.
And like that's serious like introspection and vulnerability to like really reach out and provide this like bridge like that, hey, like this is how much I'm willing to dive into this topic with you. And his takeaway was Taylor. It's not like you gave the headphones to Brittany. And the way that he explained it to Turner too was like, yeah, she said it was all for Brittany, but she didn't give the headphones to Brittany. So
Because that was the ultimate point.
right. And it all tied back into, I think from my perspective, from a lot of people's perspective, that like, that there was this sort of notion that he felt like you owed him your vulnerability. And you talked about like not wanting to just like spill out your guts everywhere you go. Like you need some boundaries, right? And his response to that was kind of like, well, why wouldn't you just want to be nice to people? Which not only implies that boundaries mean you're not nice, but also that you as a woman should just
Be nice.
be nice. And so, I mean, we could probably do a whole podcast on
Oh, we could.
this.
Yes, we could.
And how I think frustrated a lot of people were by a lot of what was happening. The sort of like underlying thing through it, though, the thing that I think, for me at least, I think probably a lot of people, the thing that we were like holding on to was like, is this Monty's downfall though? Like him underestimating and not respecting Taylor for who she is, could this be what leads to him losing the game? And like I said it out loud once. I didn't want to like keep doing it, but like the fact that that ultimately comes true is why it's like true redemption arc after redemption arc in terms of like outcomes, right?
I can't imagine there's a more satisfying ending to any other season of Big Brother. Correct me if I'm wrong, please.
I completely agree. And I think that
Taylor's karma.
I'm sure you know, and I'm sure you've heard this, but like I think so many people were with you in those conversations.
Yeah.
Relating to you, having experienced similar things, feeling again like they wish they were there. And so, again, luckily, things panned out. Yeah. Because if they hadn't...
bridges would be burned. Literal bridges would be on fire right now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's... There's also the fear of, okay, now there's intimacy involved. Mm-hmm. This is a person who has shown that they are willing to let their ego drive their decisions. And I knew that as a woman, I had to be very conscious and cognizant of not pushing back too hard, because that could have been, all right, I got somebody else that's taking me to final two. I'm here with the boys, pound for pooch, done deal. I think Monty likes the symbolism of publicly supporting women, publicly supporting Black women. Early in the game, he said, if I'm going to lose, I want to lose to a Black woman. But what conversations did you have about Black women during your time in the game? There were deeply misogynistic undertones, overtly misogynistic words that he said and actions that he did. Misogynoir, really, when it comes to me. And it ebbed and flowed throughout the game, but it was always there. I think taking me to the end felt like an easy win for him, but that was his biggest mistake. Never, ever underestimate me.
Yeah. How difficult was it, because it seemed like it was, to continue to try to give him what he wanted in those conversations, to make sure that, you know, he was still going to take you and that all of the stuff was happening, because it felt like you were really struggling at this point.
You know, I didn't come here to play a man's game. I didn't come here to be used as a piece in the game by a man. And I knew that even if I won part 1 or part 2 HOH, there's still a chance that he would beat me and be the person that would make the decision in the end on who to take. That's something I had not experienced what I experienced in this game, to let some guy's ego usurp all my power in the end. So if I had to tone down, I refuse to belittle myself, make myself smaller, give space to anybody else that would push me into a corner. But for me, it was worth waiting just 1.5 more weeks so I could be victorious and do the job that I came here to do. And frankly, you know, I have not seen it yet, but the lesson isn't underestimating me. The lesson is in beating him in the end, when he thought that he set up the pieces so perfectly for himself. He ignored every sign that I was more powerful, stronger, competitive in this game, because I didn't follow his traditional idea of what that means. And that was his mistake.
Yeah, well said. You also reconnect by the end of the week with Brittany. She leaves saying she's going to try to rally as many votes for you as possible. Yeah. I think from what I've heard so far, she
was already
came
done
to the
by the time she
jury
got
like,
there.
all right, here we
go.
And they were like, yeah,
it's Taylor.
What we're doing. Duh.
Yes. Yes. And I thought it was going to be a battle. I thought it was going to be the hardest uphill battle for him.
Yeah, so at this point, it's looking very likely that it's going to be you and Monty in the final two.
Yeah. Even though Turner is positive, it'll be the two of them.
So Turner doesn't know his days very well. In the final four veto, he is doing like the math on the chalkboard for every answer. And I'm like, you don't have this memorized? Yeah. You're not going to be able to win part 3. Like, it's just done. And so it seemed like a lock because Monty was telling you he's taking you. He was not telling Turner he was taking him. Turner was assuming you would, but Monty never said the words.
No, I didn't.
So I was starting to feel very good that he was going to take you as long as his mind didn't change. I was concerned because usually what happens, part 1, part 2, the two winners of those two parts now have to really start promising each other because what if they lose? Didn't happen though.
I thought I had part 2 in the bag.
Almost.
Yeah.
There was one thing though, at the final 3 here. Of course, Brittany's evicted. You helped Turner study.
I did. That was my fault. I literally walked away and I said, that was stupid. Because I remember when we made the Breakfast Burrito Club and I asked Turner if he would vote to keep me. He said, yes, if. Whatever. And I just thought, why didn't you just say that you would help him study if you take me? You dummy.
Oh, man.
But also, I did know that it had to be more than just veto wins and names of comps and HOHs. Amount of times on the block, okay. There's so much more in this game. The final comp last year was basically the same comp, right? Like, here are stats about gameplay. It's more than HOH veto times on a block. And that's all that Monty and I had been studying.
Yeah. I'd been talking a lot about stats at the end of the season. The Final Four veto winner, ever since they changed part 3 from statements that the jury made. You probably remember those from like the earlier seasons, where it's like, you know, Amy said that her favorite part of the summer was A or B.
Right.
Basically a crapshoot. You could say it's about how well you know the people, but
come on.
Pretty much a crapshoot. People didn't like that. I liked it. I like crapshoots more than winnable comps.
Interesting.
They changed it in season 20. Ever since season 20, the winner of the Final Four veto has always won part 3. They've always gone on to win the Final 3 HOH.
That's really interesting. Yeah,
they're very similar
because they're studying. Yeah.
If they're physical enough to win the Final Four veto and they know their days well enough to win the Final Four veto, they're going to get past part 1 or 2, and they're going to win part 3. Also, they weren't prepared for it in season 20. Both Casey and Tyler got 2 answers wrong, 4 answers wrong total. Since then, though, Jackson got a perfect score, Cody got a perfect score, Xavier got a perfect score. Each of their opponents, Holly, Nicole, Azza, only got 1 wrong.
Wow.
So 3 total wrong answers in 3 seasons of the show.
Wow.
It's pretty easy if you know what to study.
Yeah.
You helped Turner study most of the things he needed to know. The only missing piece for both him and Monty, I think, was order of elimination in competitions.
Yeah.
The problem is the way the competition works is you only really need to know 2 of the 3 things.
Yep.
And then you know the
Process
answer.
of elimination.
And if you only know one of the things, 50-50 guess.
Exactly.
Not that bad. Luckily, from my perspective at least, this was a more difficult quiz than the last quiz was.
It was really hard.
Because I went back the day of, I watched all of the previous HOHs, and most of them only have 1, maybe 2 order of elimination and competition facts in each one. It's like, this is very winnable. Like, he could easily, just like 1 or 2 guesses, you end up tying. Tiebreaker question is a crapshoot. Yeah. So I got very worried. I was very confident that Turner would not win this. I got very worried. They were tied for so long. Questions got a little more difficult.
They got very hard. I will also say, because it was so late that I helped Turner study, I did not think that he would pick it up as quickly.
He picked it up so fast.
Instantly.
He was rattling him off to the cameras.
Yes, he was.
The morning before the feeds cut, after you quizzed him, he went back to the bathroom.
I know.
He rattled off.
I know.
So many things. I was like,
I know.
what?
Yeah. That's when I went back to Monty and I was like, Monty, he's studying. Like, and he knows it well.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It's okay though.
Worked out.
Monty wins.
Monty wins.
Told you I got you, he says. You've been practicing your speech.
Could you see me practicing?
I could.
I need your thoughts.
I said this, I was loving what I was hearing, obviously. I said this to Jacob the other day. I was talking to a friend of mine. I knew you were going to make me cry even before you did it because you were so good in what you were saying ahead of time and it's reflected on your journey so well.
Yeah.
I did not know though, I did not catch or maybe you didn't say it or maybe I just didn't catch it. I didn't hear the part about resilience, which was like a key part, like the key part of my summary of your game.
Yeah.
So that really like sideswiped me too. Like, oh my God. Like literally, like I said, the thing that stands out most is her resilience. To hear you talk about your resilience, to hear you you know your own story so well. Yeah. In such stark contrast to so many winners, whether they won, whether they made it to the final two, didn't win, whatever. To be able to so succinctly, sum up your game in a way that like matched how I viewed it, having watched the feeds every single day, reported on them every single day, was such an awesome experience for me personally, but also just like on top of that, like it was like reflecting on your whole journey and the fact that you made it there and the fact that you're crushing this speech.
I thought I was going to flail out at the jury questions. I didn't know what to expect for jury questions. I thought they'd be very comp-based. Mm-hmm. And Monty is a straight shooter, facts and statistics. I thought it would be just plain, dry, easy, but they were good.
You answered, we talked about different things that you did, pivoting from the, which question was it? I'm forgetting now. I think it was like, maybe it was like, what was your biggest move or something? Mm-hmm. Pivoting from that to like, women was great, especially because like Monty ends up answering like he gives the same answer to two different questions. You only have three.
Yeah. I think he answered the first question and it was before reaching final three, what was your biggest move? And he said, my biggest move happened just now. And I was like,
which was not a great answer considering that they all thought it was a mistake.
Yes. I was like, that's when I was like, I might have this.
Yep.
I was waiting to hear what was said as people put their keys in, but when he started going through his answers, I was like, you have a stronger argument and you're not making it.
It was so powerful for me, and I think for a lot of people, to see you not only end this journey, and in my eyes, it's like there's no way she loses this game after that speech. Like even if they weren't coming in voting for her, which I was starting to get the sense that they were, given their responses to your speeches and answers, I was like, this is it. And you were saying all of these things that were in my head that were like, we don't need to continue along the same path we've been on before. Talking about your journey as a woman in this game, and specifically over the last couple of seasons, like what that journey has been for women in this game. I was talking a lot about like in the last 4 seasons, men have won competitions at nearly 3 times the rate as women. And like when competitions are not only power in the game, but also are a key component of jury management.
Right.
People count competitions, puts such a severe disadvantage on women.
Yeah. How is the social game tangible?
Exactly. And all of these like trends are all heading in this direction, and they're all working against you. Mm-hmm. And for you to recognize that, spell it out to the jury, and challenge them to reverse this, it's such a key and sort of like base element of what Big Brother is and can mean, right, that you're able to take this monolith, this massive, momentum driving force of this is how the game is going, this is how the game has gone, and with the strength of your personality, your words, and nothing else, steer it around in a completely opposite direction. Like, that is what Big Brother means to me. And it's why I fell in love with the show. It's why I fell in love with the game. And it makes me so excited that you were able to succeed in this way. And when they brought up, because I was so focused on comp stats and all this stuff, I didn't even know until they mentioned it on the podcast, 20 years to the day that Daniel Reyes lost. And I remember being a kid watching that and being so disappointed.
Yeah.
And so upset. And not even at that time, like, understanding.
Yeah. Just seeing good
the
gameplay.
Significance of that, right?
Yeah.
I
do love that Lisa rejected her showmance, though. I will give her that. I love that.
That was good. I must have been like 9 or 10 years old, right? And now 20 years later, I'm 30. I'm 10 years old. 20 years later, watching the seasons progress, seeing the journey of
the game
women,
is so different too.
Black women, how the game has, changed and evolved, to see this sort of new evolution of where the game could go, to tie it all back to like where it started there, nearly the start of the whole thing. It was such a powerful moment for me. It really just like hit me in that moment. And now, now it's all over Twitter.
You're a beautiful crier.
Thank you.
Yes. It felt like all I had. Mm-hmm. It felt like all I had were my words. But if I can use that to convince this jury that my way through this game is just as valuable as winning hard facts and statistics, there's still power. Mm-hmm. I needed the jury to understand what different types of power can look like. And it's more impressive when you're at the very bottom and you work your way all the way up to the end. You walk through the fire and you bleed out to get to the end, but you get there and you beat the person that underestimated you. You beat the person that belittled you, spoke down to you, degraded you, to your face and around the house. It's funny that my journey started and ended with Monty degrading me, but disguising how much he was doing it under the veil of, but I'm pro-women. Mm-hmm. But I say I'm pro-women, so I must be, right? Mm-hmm. But my one action, and I am a big actions person, as he would always say, shows that I will choose women. But what are you choosing women for? A prop for your own success. Mm-hmm. And it backfired.
Yeah. It's powerful. It was powerful. I've never it was such a joyous sort of like celebration of like, not only was it a powerful moment for everyone, but it was also like, made it through.
Yeah. Like we've all been through hell. We did it.
And it actually looks brighter on this side.
Yeah.
Like this is wild. And so
in the jumpsuit that almost got me kicked out that first
right?
week.
Yes. And I got to play, Queen's coming to get what's hers.
Felt good, didn't it?
It did. They poo-pooed it. They were like, oh, all right, Taran.
Let me have it. Let me have it. Boo.
So here we are. Obviously, you watched the Tiffany deep dive before you went on the show. You talked a lot about like that being an entry point for you. Can you just like briefly talk about that? And then from there, I want to say like, okay, if this is now an entry point for people,
Oh man.
we need to talk about advice
Yeah.
for how you win like this.
Oh wow. Okay, so I watched the season. Like I said, there was the TikTok, the supercut. Then I watched the season, and then I was like, okay, great, cool. Got recruited into the show, and that's when I said, okay, I need to really analyze. So thanks for all the work you do. Watched the Tiffany deep dive, and she is someone that had such a grasp over the game. I had to work, I think of it as like one of those, remember those little mazes that had the marble in it?
Yep.
Like Tiffany had her hands on it and she was controlling it through this way. I was the magnet that was trying to work it upside down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I was trying to come all the way and the magnet would drop the ball sometimes and you got to re-stick it. Like,
and you probably couldn't even see the maze sometimes,
no,
right?
No, you couldn't, it's like there was sand in the maze sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's watching Tiffany have such a grasp on everything that was happening. I thought that I would be that person because I'm a charismatic person. I knew that it might rub people, again, I never want to hear this phrase again, but I knew that initially I might brush shoulders with some people, but within minutes I would be okay and that would melt away. Not the case here. So I was just looking at this like confident, strong woman who was able to play the game freely, who did have some conflict. I'll never forget that conflict with Big D in the storage room. But she wasn't harassed to the extent that I was in the game because I think there was power in numbers. And what they did to unite was just remarkable. So she had more freedom to be the strategist that she is. She had more freedom to play the game however she wanted to. And I thought that Tiffany being the strategist, other people being comp beasts, et cetera, within the cookout, I thought that was the breakthrough freedom that I might be able to have to take the baton and keep moving all the way to the end. But it was on me, the darkest woman in the house, to carry all the stereotypes. Like the cookout happened, but we were back to one person looking like me instead of many. So there wasn't freedom to be any different type of person. I was all of them in one. And I didn't realize that would be the case coming into the game. So I wasn't allowed to be the badass, the bitch, the sweet girl, whatever. I had to find a way to become all of those things and show all sides of that while also just trying to save my own life the whole time. But there was something about watching Tiffany explain freely the moves she wanted to make, how she flipped a vote and tried to pin it on, or was like planning to get Frenchie out the next week once he clocked that. Like there was so many things in that interview with Tiffany that made me learn about the mechanics of the game. And it didn't mean that I had to control the game, but I could understand it more because this other person had such a grasp on it. And hearing you two break it down was like, okay, there's a lot more here. I need to watch this a couple times and really kind of figure out how to maneuver and navigate when people are making moves like this. But you also have to find out what your own strengths are going to be going into the game. And you don't always know what your strengths are going to be in the game until you get to the game.
Yeah.
Michael planned like crazy for all his comps. Like he trained and trained and trained for everything for years.
Even Michael, though, like he said on the feeds at least, like he didn't want to go in being a comp beast.
No.
That wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to
No,
play
it's not.
a social strategic game.
Yes.
Had to adapt, had to change.
You play with the hand that you're dealt.
Yeah.
That's all I've said all season. And I've had like 2 diamonds the whole time. Just nothing to actually work with. But you exchange and you up your currency as you keep going in the game. And so yes, I had to come for survival mode in the game. But I knew that if my strength is empathy and kindness, I sound like a pageant girl right now, but that is my strength by nature. It's who I am. If people are going to severely misunderstand me and operate in this game under the darkest versions of themselves, what if I continue to give opportunities for redemption? And I proved it to myself that I could do it for myself. And I showed everybody in the house that there's still value in who I am as a person. And for them to see value in me, they just might see value in themselves and regret the way that they treated me.
Yeah.
And luckily, it worked out.
It did.
Yeah. Oh my God. What a ride. What a ride.
You know, we did a podcast a few years ago about, because, you know, this has been, especially before the initiative to increase the diversity that CBS had, we were trying to sort of like talk about the disadvantage that Black people, minorities had coming into the house. What do you do in that spot where you come in this place? But it was kind of difficult because we had never really seen a successful version of it. And so my hope is, and I'm sure this will happen, that you are now an inspiration for so many people to go on who maybe will find themselves in a tricky spot in the house. And, you know, week one, when Michael was put on the block, he was in the have-not room. He was like, what would Janelle do?
Yes.
And then you won 9 comps. So next season, somebody's put on the block week 1. They're an outcast.
Week
I want
1
them to
and
go
2
into that
and 4
have-not
and
room. I want them to go, what would Taylor do?
And it could happen.
Yeah.
Again, I think back to how I got here. And I did not feel like I deserved this. I did not feel like the fan base would welcome me. And now to be in a position where I'm the winningest person in the franchise in terms of cash and the actual game with AFP and the game, to make an impact on the way that the game is won. It almost feels like old school Big Brother again. Like, it's more social now. And I want people of all different walks of life who come into this game to feel like they have an argument in the end. Because you saw me when I was trying to make my speech. You saw me when I lost part 1 and 2 of HOH. I was just completely devastated because I felt like I let down Black women. I let down all women, all Black people. I was carried, which was so scary to think about because of the history of women in the game. But there is social influence that can stop you from being carried. And that's what happened to me.
I mean, taking control of your own narrative. We talk so much about perception is reality in the Big Brother house, and how influential competitions and social structures in general are on that perception, which creates reality. But you are now a shining example of an individual who can turn that perception around and create a new reality. And that's so cool. And that's what Big Brother is about for me.
Yeah.
Even if that gets lost sometimes over years of the same thing happening.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We all want different statistics that we can judge the game on. And it will be very interesting to see. I mean, I know you're a stats guy. You love your numbers. It'll be really interesting to see what type of measurement you will use for a gameplay like this when you continue to analyze the game.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah.
All the way back to interesting.
And the gears keep turning in the head.
Oh boy. All right. Taylor, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have no idea how long this will end up being in the edit.
However it is.
I think we've been doing this for roughly
5 hours? 6 hours?
8 hours?
Oh.
Probably.
Cool. What a day.
What a day. This has been the day.
Yeah, what time is it?
It's 11 o'clock.
And we started at like 3.
Started at like 3. I mean, I got here at 2, but then it took a while to set up.
Yeah.
Um,
This is awesome.
it was awesome.
I'm glad. I was nervous. I was like, oh, is he going to tap out? Like, is he bored of me now?
No, this is like I'm hungry, but like,
Yeah.
this is what I love. I mean, there's an opportunity to talk through everything.
Oh my God, I cannot believe we were doing this for this long. This is so cool.
Taylor, thank you so much.
Thank you, Taran. This is the best experience ever. I can't believe I started with your videos to learn about everything, and now I'm in the Hall of Fame. So
Here it
thank
is.
you for all the knowledge that I had going on.
Maybe we should go all the way back to.
Remember that podcast we keep talking about? Come through to our Airbnb, homie.
There it is.
Come on through, baby.
Not quite an Airbnb, but
No, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh my God. No, you are the best. And I can't wait to see what comes next.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right. That's what we've got. Thank you all so much for joining us. And, if this is your introduction to Big Brother,
Can't be such a bad intro.
go crush it. And then
I saw
sit in this chair.
last year's
next year.
AFP do her deep dive.
Yeah.
I'm this year's AFP doing a deep dive.
Could be one of you. That's
Could
in
be
this,
one of
and
you.
it's sitting in this very chair next.
I think so.
Never know. All right.
And there you go. That was Taylor. I really, really had a great time talking with Taylor. She was as nice and amazing and incredible as you would expect. So thank you to Taylor for inviting me over. Thank you to the audience for sticking with us all season long and checking out the live feed updates and the episode recaps and all of that good stuff. What a season it's been. What a journey we have all been through. But that's what we have for you this season. If you want to continue to hang out, follow stuff that I'm doing in the off season, again, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Taran Armstrong. You can find me on Twitter @ArmstrongTaran, where I'll be tweeting out most of the stuff that I am doing, talking about all kinds of other shows, on post-show recaps, doing all kinds of things over on YouTube in various places. So just follow me in those places if you want. And in the meantime, I'll be back next season. We'll run it back. We'll do it all again, and we'll see what kind of impact this season and last season has as we move forward in Big Brother. So thank you again for joining. I'll see you next time.
Great. This is interesting shit. But like I've so wanted to do this. I'm learning a lot right now. It's so fun.